Hello, everyone, and welcome to the live stream. We're pretty much going to be covering severe weather from here on out, all the way out through the rest of tonight. So thank you, everyone, for now joining us. And sorry.
Tornado warning.
Yes.
Southwest of Eufaula.
Oh, my God, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I'm behind the scenes here. We're looking at this storm. So tornado watch until 4 a.m. for our entire weather coverage area.
Exactly.
The conditions are prime, folks, for severe weather. You can see all of those storms are not only severe, but they're considerable up and down the line. I am here. I've just got someone signed up with WeatherCall Next Gen. This is the time to do that right now, folks. And we're going to talk more about that in just a bit. But Aleshley, you go ahead and take it away for now.
Exactly.
So I am here, just to let you know.
For those who want to sign up for WeatherCall Next Gen, this is very important. So typically when they put out a tornado warning, for example, it'll get issued for maybe the entire county or the entire polygon. But if you are only within that specific portion of the polygon, then WeatherCall Next Gen will directly call you. Dan, I believe it's under your voice, like you've mentioned, and you'll also get a text or emails. So if you want to sign up for that, here's the information. Just a reminder that it is $12 per year, but at the end of the day, that's only $1 per month, essentially. Maybe 2 cups of coffee. I know I compare it to Starbucks because Starbucks coffee is closer to $7 nowadays, but there you
so
go.
It's quite expensive, for sure.
Inflation, unfortunately. But let's go ahead and look over the tornado watch that has been issued. This was issued about 15 minutes ago, so pretty much not too long ago. Dan was covering severe weather, or not severe weather, excuse me, but he was doing the weather for the 10 p.m. KNWA news, and this was going into effect. And we got word from Tulsa just a few moments prior that a tornado watch will be going in for the entire region. So there's WeatherCall information for you. Scan the QR code if you haven't yet, leaving it up for a few more seconds. And let's go ahead and just switch on over to Max 1 so that you guys have a better idea of which counties are under a tornado watch. So pretty much the entire counties are under a tornado watch except for Boone and Newton counties, but we have to keep a reminder that those are under Little Rock's National Weather Service, and this goes out by different National Weather Service office, and same with Berry County up in Missouri. But there could be a possible chance that those counties will get added within the coming moments and within the next hour or so. So make sure to keep an eye on that for sure. But let's go ahead and continue looking out towards the west right now. Let me go ahead and pull up Mega Doppler actually real quick for you guys. So I'm finding that information here real quick. There we go. Here's Mega Doppler. And
don't forget, you can pull that up just directly.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, you're so right. Yeah. That here too. I'm getting used to.
So it's been kind of crazy. We've had a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. So we've got the weather call information. By the way, we can go into weather prod mode. So let's do that here as we look at Mega Doppler. And so we've got all that information. There's the QR code to scan to get to the app. When warnings start coming out, you'll see that information as well. Here's what we're going to do. These lights are overpowering. It almost looks like we're 5 inches from the sun. So they're a little bit bright. We're going to drop those down for the meantime so you guys get to see exactly what we're doing. But $12 a year for peace of mind. And you can scan the QR code. You'll see it kind of going through. There's a submit your weather photos. But that has all the information. And here's what I'm going to do. Before these storms roll in, because I have a very unfortunately uneasy feeling that storms are going to come in and possibly produce tornadoes overnight. The conditions are there. The shear is there. The storm energy is there, Aleshley. And we also have potential for overnight tornadoes, like I said. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to walk you through the WeatherCall subscription process, okay? We're going to do that exactly, and we'll do that here in a little bit. I just did that with a lady by the name of Georgia. We just walked her through it. She got all set up, so she's got peace of mind. It gets her exact location. So we'll show you that in just a bit.
Yes, thank you for that, Dan. So yes, here are your not your tornado warnings. Well, there's one tornado warning out towards eastern Oklahoma right now, moving it northeast at 45 knots per hour at the moment, and then it says a severe. Well, actually, that's for the severe thunderstorm warning, but it also has that tornado possible tag on top of that. So if you are looking at the outlines real quick right there, and let me go ahead and pull it up for you guys. Give me one quick second. Trying to find Mega Doppler right here. I'll check it here in a second. But you could check right here. Severe thunderstorm warning. We're located along a line extending from 5 miles northeast of Lamar to 4 miles west of Tupelo to 6 miles southeast of Caney, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Now, also for the tornado warning, it says radar indicated rotation, and it says flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. So we're keeping an eye on those tornado warnings, of course. And if we go ahead and look at reset storm motion from morning, and then we continue to look at storm relative velocity, it's looking broad, at least from my perspective, to say the least.
Pretty far too.
Yes, keeping that in mind. The radar is pretty far. We're reading at 11,000 feet up from where that is. And typically tornadoes, of course, they happen at a much lower level. So that's why it's not reading it too well. But they have that there to keep it under consideration, of course. So we're keeping an eye on this line. It was initially isolated supercells out towards Oklahoma City and central Oklahoma, I would say. And the evolution, we could see it went from discrete to being more linear. And so we're going to continue to keep an eye on that, because that does mean a QLCS is on the way. We said this earlier in our newscasts, I would say, Dan and Davion. Storm mode was a little bit of a question, because there's still that potential for maybe an isolated supercell to pop out right ahead of this line. But so far, it looks like it has congealed into one big old thing. That's what it did in Texas earlier, supercells into one big line. And now Oklahoma has caught up with that same exact sort of system.
Right.
And
and again, some of those storms, that I should say, embedded in that line still has the potential to rotate. And it's the quick spin-ups that we mentioned in the newscast. If you didn't watch, the quick spin-ups are the type of tornadoes that are there one velocity scan and maybe did damage, and then by the next velocity scan, they're gone and already lifted, and they likely, or sometimes they go unwarned. So that's why we want you guys to be super weather aware as we go throughout the overnight period. Also, because it's the overnight period and it's a work week. It's a random Tuesday.
Yes, it is Tuesday night.
We want you to be weather aware overnight, because unfortunately, this is happening late tonight into early morning hours, the wee morning hours.
All right. So first of all, just to let you know, we got people that are asking about KINX. We probably should look at KINX, but remember, this is an important thing to remember, that beam is going to be parallel to the storm. And that's when when the radial is parallel to the storm line, that doesn't give you as good of a look at the QLCS, but it will be closer to that cell. So let's flip over and we'll look at KINX for that storm, Bradley. And the Oklahoma City radar is not good, because that's going to be attenuated. There's a lot of rain that the radar has to look at. As it gets closer to XRX, that will be the better radar to look at.
All right, so we pulled up KINX. We're doing a comparison.
$7 Starbucks daily, $1 a month app. No comparison.
Exactly.
And that coffee, it may end up feeling like it's saving your life, but all that caffeine can't be good for you. Although maybe to stay up late tonight. So we got the Baja Blast ready to rock and roll. In fact, I already chugged this one. Here we go.
Yeah.
As a Mario Day, what did they say, Mario? Let's go.
Yeah, Mario Day.
It's Mario Day.
If you put MAR and then 10 from the day right next to each other, it looks like Mario. And so that's why they called it Mario Day. Very, very fascinating.
So Amanda, if you're missing the beginning of this, we've got a tornado watch that's in effect, a very real tornado watch. I think personally, the entire area is under that threat for tornadoes. What's interesting is I saw that McDonald County was under a tornado watch, but yet I don't see that now. Did they crop that out?
No, McDonald's in it.
Okay, there we go. I was going to say it has to be in it because I didn't see that, but it was just behind the banner. So
yes. So for those who are just now joining us, the tornado watch went into effect at 10:20 p.m. will be in effect all the way up until 4 a.m. So this will be an overnight system, to say the least. Tornado watch for all the counties except for Berry County as well as Boone and Newton counties. But then again, we have to remind ourselves that Boone and Newton do belong to Little Rock, and Berry County also belongs to Springfield. And sometimes those watches get issued at different times. And so that's the case for that right now. We just recently got added into this with those severe thunderstorm warnings on the horizon right now. Seeing a few of those flare off over in central eastern Oklahoma, as well as a tornado warning that you could see right there right now.
Check,
we
check,
can go
check.
ahead and look at Mega Doppler and
Check,
Davion
check,
if you
check,
want to
check,
walk
check.
us through
Mic check,
a
check.
little bit
Testing 1,
of
2.
that right now. Give me 1 second while I pull that up, getting used to all this right here. So that's not pulling up right there, but here we go. Here's that Mega Doppler.
So there we go. So talking a little loud because my mic is, well, not on,
Yeah,
I'll say. But again, we're keeping an eye on this storm, and this is right over Lamar. This is Oklahoma, and you can see that there is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Calvin, and is moving pretty quickly at northeast at 50 miles per hour. Now, again, this radar, this is the KINX radar, but we're still looking about 7,000 feet up in the air. So what that means is we're not going to get the best velocity scan, but nonetheless, we do see a little bit of rotation as we're continuing to track these storms. And these will be moving northeast, and that line is eventually going to start moving into our coverage area. And again, we're talking about embedded supercells within that line. Still have the possibility of a supercell developing out in front of that line. It's pretty dry right now across our coverage area, but all the conditions are there. And that's why that tornado watch has been put out, because there is confidence that conditions are ripe for tornado development. Not saying that it's going to be widespread, but nonetheless, we can't rule them out. And that's why we want you to stay weather aware as we go throughout the next several hours.
Exactly. And we also have to consider the four ingredients that are in place right now, which, if you do the abbreviation for it, is SLIM. First one being shear. Shear is slowly beginning to kick up as well. Lift across the region. Also considering your instability. It's definitely there, the guys. Our cape is there, to say the least. And moisture, dew point temperatures have been in the 60s. So if you've gone outside, you may have noticed, hey, it's a little muggy, and that's that moisture. It's been retraining for quite a while now. If we compare this a little bit to Friday, especially the moisture was in the lower 60s, trying to get up into the mid 60s there. That was something we were keeping an eye on, but for today, it's no issue.
Right. And the big thing with that was the moisture kicked in throughout the day. We had strong southerly winds. Now, of course, we still have that today, but that warm front was way north of us. So the moisture was locked in place since last night. It was muggy last night. If you were outdoors, you definitely felt that as well. Temperatures did not fall much. They were right around the dew points as well, mid to upper 60s area wide. So the moisture is already in place. Like you said, the entire acronym that we look out for when we're talking about severe weather and tornadoes, all in place over our area. The ingredients are there. It's just the fact of storm mode, as well as what the actual play out will be, what the storms look like, you know? So
exactly.
We're going to have to keep watching radar. Like you said, it's going to be a very long night, but we'll get through it. We'll keep you safe, and we'll keep you weather aware as we go throughout the next several hours. Again, that tornado watch is in effect until 4 a.m. in the wee morning hours for your Wednesday morning.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and look at water vapor right now, so that people have an idea of what they're looking at outside. If we switch over
I got you. I'm just trying to fix something in the background here.
Oh, good. So you take care of that, and you could see, oh my God, look at all that moisture just blooming all over the water vapor, all the way out from Texas up north into Indiana, even Michigan, Illinois. That up there, they were under a moderate risk. For those who were keeping an eye on that, over in Illinois into Indiana, have been producing some very destructive tornadoes, to say the least. They also had a tornado emergency in place at one point given time, which, if you guys don't know what that is, because we've had a couple of questions about that on top of watches and warnings.
Right. Yeah, I just answered a phone call less than 5-10 minutes ago, answering the difference between a watch and a warning. So just in case you're new to the area, like the phone caller was, just want to reiterate, a tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes across the coverage area. A tornado warning means that a tornado has either been indicated by radar or spotted by eyesight or storm spotter, and that you should take shelter immediately. So tornado watch, you don't necessarily have to run to cover just yet, but you definitely want to make sure you're staying vigilant and staying weather aware. A tornado warning means that there's a tornado actively on the ground doing damage. Potentially, you should get to shelter.
Yes, exactly. And tornado emergency, which hopefully that's never the case for here, but you never know. Tornado emergency is the highest warning they could essentially give for tornado. Destruction will be imminent, as well as loss of life could be highly possible with that kind of thing. So they put the verbiage out there for Indiana earlier, but thankfully that's not the case here. But we're still keeping an eye on these storms. As a reminder, we're under that tornado watch. Conditions are favorable, to say the least. So make sure you guys have a plan in place. of course, during this time.
Yeah,
And
that's
this is also have a way to receive these warnings, because we do believe this is an overnight situation, and there's a good chance a lot of these people are probably going to try to catch their Z's, unfortunately, during that time, getting ready for work tomorrow. I know even I have to come in, and we're probably going to be in here by the time Josh Ryder comes in for the morning shift as well.
And that's another thing that you said. It's an overnight system, and the combination of it being an overnight threat, as well as we're talking about potential QLCS tornadoes, meaning even though we want you to stay weather aware and you'll get those weather alerts, you also have to be very vigilant and tuned in, because sometimes those kind of spin up tornadoes can go unwarned.
Yes.
And by the time the warning is out, it's already done the damage that it needed to do. So again, that's the kind of setup that we're doing. It's actually pretty concerning. It's going to be a very long night, but again, we'll get you through it. We'll keep you safe and keep you updated on the radar as these storms continue to track east. Another thing I wanted to point out was the low. That was a bowling ball low pressure system, and you can see it's kind of opening up now.
And it's coming in.
And it's coming in.
All right, so here's the deal. We've got an issue with Stream Deck. So Stream Deck is not loading properly, and an OBS is not connected to Stream Deck. So here's what we're going to do real quick. We got to take care of this now. So we're going to do run a little radar loop on Stream Deck, and we'll play some music. We'll be back as soon as OBS loads back up in case everything gets reconnected. But we're going to do that here shortly, and we've got to get this rebooted before these storms come in. And I can't do it now or it'll cut off the stream. So we're going to run a little bit of a radar loop, and we'll just get the thumbs up when you're ready. And we'll try to reboot OBS on our end so we can at least have it connect with Stream Deck. So, okay, we're ready. We're going to roll that radar loop. We're going to play some music, and we'll be right back here very, very shortly. Okay, everyone, we got her working again, so we're going to get back into it as we take a look here at what we've got with our system that's moving in. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look at Mega Doppler. And we got Mega Doppler large on there. And I'm going to step in front of the wall. We're going to do some mesoanalysis. We're going to break down this threat, which is very real, obviously. You can see both of these storms are producing tornado potential. It's kind of tough to see. We got to make sure that we set the storm motion from the warning, too. It's always important to do that. But hey, we're taking off the coat. It's after the newscast. Got to cool off a little bit, obviously, too. But I'm going to step in front of the wall. We're going to take a look at all this activity. Now, keep in mind, only my mic is going to work, Aleshli, because I don't have you mic'd up right now. So we'll get back to a normal stream mode. But first of all, here's Hyle Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. We've got this line of storms that's all along. But notice these little embedded rotations right here. There's several of them. There's one east of Tulsa. The wind shear is very real. This could move northeast and move into Delaware County that become tornado warned. We got a circulation here. Let's go ahead and zoom in along this line, starting off on the east side of Tulsa. So on Hyle Heating and Cooling Mega Doppler, Davion, you can go ahead and do that. Let's start zooming in on that. So here's a look at what we've got with just to the north of Muskogee. There's that area of circulation. And remember, we're going to show you on QLCS tornado potential that this is a balanced line. This is a concerning balanced line, and we'll show you what we mean. Well, let's zoom in on this. Can we please, just to the east of Tulsa? It's not going? That is because it's not on, because that's not on a scene here.
Is it on max 1 or max 2?
Yeah, let's see. It's on.
Okay.
There we go. It's on max 2. Okay. Thank you, Davion. Yeah, he was zooming in on it. It was locked up. So here's a look at the line that's developing. And so this line right here, there's some embedded areas of rotation. In fact, there's one just to the north of Coweta. That's moving northeast once again right towards Shoto. And Shoto is an exact area where we had that tornado activity on Friday evening. So anywhere up and down this line, you've got area of circulation here. You got another embedded area of circulation just to the west of Chakotah. That's moving eastward. Now, all this is in eastern Oklahoma. Here you can see as we work our way down the line, you'll see another embedded rotation. Here's the problem. You start getting really far away from the radar. On top of that, you're parallel to the radar beam. So there's really not much detection unless you go up in altitude. So hit the up arrow on the reflectivity, and there you get to see the tilts of that circulation. This is all basically range folding that's happening, so you're not able to see that. We'll go down to the lower levels of the atmosphere again, and you roll down even farther south, and we'll be able to look at a different radar, but there's that cell that also has tornado warning potential. So first of all, know that this is not going to be supercells, like not what happened in Illinois, not what happened in Texas, and not what happened over Oklahoma City. Once again, we got another QLCS line that's going to be coming through. There you see that line that's lifting northeastward. Now, let's go ahead and set the storm motion from the warning on that. See if that changes the storm relative velocity. It does a little bit. You can see a couple areas of circulation. A very convoluted line, if you will. Now, let's bring up on max 2, weather 2, so we can go through the mesoanalysis. And Davion, you're going to take us through this here as we look at that. So we got to bring up weather 2 in max 2. So you could just, all you have to do is just click on one of the palettes, one of the data sets, and there you go. Okay, so we want to go ahead and let's do the weather 2 floater, if you will, because you can see all, there you go. So we're a little bit more zoomed in so people can see. Let's start off with, first of all, multi-parameter fields. Okay, Davion. And we're going to go down here in the lowest 3 kilometer max, theta E difference, mostly unstable cape, 3 kilometer vector shear. So we go right here. First of all, this is where we have the instability. You can see that we've got 30 knots of 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear. When it's basically line normal, that means the line runs northwest to southeast, which is very favorable. Look at this. You've got 40 knots, even 45 knots to the west. So that line doesn't have to be perfectly perpendicular. Because of the law of sines, you can actually have a rotation of about 40 degrees either way, or about 30 degrees either way when you have 40 knots. So that shows you that you still have the potential for this to be line normal. Let's go ahead and we'll look at multi-parameter fields. Let's look at the next one. This will tell you the 0 to 3 kilometer, mostly unstable cape. Now I want to go to multi-parameter fields again, and let's go to the surface vorticity, surface to 3 kilometer mixed layer cape. Now look at how that cape is basically just to our west, but let's do this. Let's go across in the trends, go a little bit later in time. This is all analysis, okay, if you will. And we're going to go to +2 and +4 over here on the right. Oh my goodness, that is not good, folks. That is a lot of low-level cape. and there's a lot of wind shear in place, and this will set the stage for QLCS tornado potential. That is serious, folks. When you have that much 0 to 3 kilometer cape, that's 175. What that means is that low-level streamwise vorticity can get ingested into the updraft and pulled up vertical because of that 0 to 3 kilometer cape. Let's go back to my plus 2 hours. Just go back to plus 2. That is a bullseye right over us. That's some serious stuff that we have to watch very closely. Go back to multi-parameter fields. Let's go to right here, this one right here, the surface to 3 kilometer lapse rates and the surface to 3 kilometer cape. Once again, we'll move along in time to plus 2, and you can see that bullseye coming right over us. What is that, 225? Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. I'm telling you right now. Now is the time to start preparing for the potential for rotating storms along this line. There's going to be a lot of spin-ups along this line, a QLCS tornado basically forecast. And look at what's happening right now, and there's already tornado warnings. Let's go to composite indices. Let's look at some of the shear. So supercell composite, the very top. Let's go to supercell composite on composite indices. It's the one at the very top. There you go. So we got a 12 focused across the river valley. Let's move along in time, and I bet you that increases as we go over time. So you can see that capping inversion tries to take place. That might be something that helps us. But let's go here to wind shear. Let's look at the 0 to 1 kilometer shear. Bulk shear surface to 1 kilometer. And there you get to see that's 35 knots. Let's go to wind shear again. Let's go to 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative velocity, and if we have values around 300 to 400, so that was effective. I want to go 0 to 1. There you go. So that's 350 to 400. You got 300 over Northwest Arkansas. Let's go ahead and time a little bit to look at the trends from the rep, and you can see that goes up to 350. It drops down a little bit, but that's because of convective debris, if you will. So basically, you're having contamination of the model due to convection, which makes sense. You start losing all your wind flow. Let's go to composite or wind shear again. Let's look at the surface to 500 meters for any isolated supercells that develop out ahead of it. I mean, look, we're talking 250 right here. There's a 200 contour. So 200, it's still pretty stout. Last thing, upper air. Let's look at the 925 millibars. And look at this steady stream of southerly winds. Anytime you have pure southerly 925 flow, it typically is not good when this line comes in from the west. So here's the deal, Leslie. I know we're probably having a lot of comments, and you can just kind of, say it out loud. As I'm on the wall, you won't be able to hear you because you're not mic'd up fully. But one more thing. Let's look at thermodynamics over here, and we're going to look at 0 to cape to 100 millibar mixed layer. So we know we have the cape in place. There's no doubt about that. And look, uncapped too. That's not good, meaning there's nothing to prevent those storms from intensifying. So those are some of the several things that we look at, and that's how we look at QLCS tornado potential. And that's got it written all over it, Davion, for sure. Look at this right here. This is an area that's balanced. We even have a potential reflectivity nub. Go back to megadoppler on this. So one of the things that we can do, we'll just load that up on megadoppler. So remember that line normal bulk shear? The shear vector was kind of pointed this way, right? Look at this. We've got a line that's basically balanced right in here, almost balanced up and down the line, to be honest with you. Right in here looks to be a developing tornado potential. You can see the bright colors that are showing up just to the south of Inola. Those red shaded colors, wind that are moving away from the radar. This is the storm relative velocity. And there's the severe thunderstorm warning, but there might even be a little reflectivity nub. Let's go back in time just a little bit. There's their circulation, and on the north side of Wagner, and I don't think that's a true reflectivity nub. That's why you got to loop the radar. That is not a true reflectivity nub, but it is a balanced area. And right in here, this is where tornado potential in a mesovortice could in fact develop, which could prompt the next tornado warning. And that, by the way, is just to the south of Shoto. That's going to be moving northeast. So all that activity that we're watching closely and keeping you updated. I'm going to make sure this iPad's charged to be ready to go for tonight. All right, you can go back to regular mode so we don't have to not all be mic'd up at the same time.
where you were showing that for now.
Yeah, that 0 to 3 kilometer cape was no good. That was a lot. And that really blossoms over our area. So any questions that we have on the stream, let's go ahead and we can answer those as we go
there
through.
was someone, if I can find it real quick, they're saying reflectivity nub, feel like that's a new one, maybe probably wanting a refresher of what exactly reflectivity nub is.
It's just kind of like a mini hook that's out ahead of the line. Oh yeah, you can see it trying, don't you?
Trying.
Yep. Because that's a balanced area. That's how it looks. That's how it looks about 10, 15 minutes before a tornado develops, potentially. So that's what we're going to be watching is for those lines that run north and south.
People are wanting to see future tracks as well for some of these storms and where they might land.
Future scrap.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I mean, we can probably show you one, the HER, in fact, because that one refreshes pretty much hourly. But even then, some of these tracks have not been doing pretty well over the last few hours in terms of where these storms are going to go and what kind of storm mode it was.
And the intensity of them, too.
Exactly. Trying to pull one up real quick for you guys. I know we have it somewhere here in our shows. We've been using them pretty much nonstop. So I have one pulled up for you guys, also overlaying the cape on top of that. So if we go to, sorry, do you have an update? Okay. So Davion, as you can see right now, Mega Doppler, he's still keeping an eye on that QLCS, seeing if there's any potential for some storms storms and tornadoes to potentially spin up within this QLCS. So here's a look at that. But let's go ahead and give you a good look at the future track right now, because I know you guys have been asking about it. The HER is the best case scenario in terms of how accurate it could possibly be, because it updates hourly, so it's capturing that QLCS that's out towards the west right now. We can see it move into the region within, honestly, the next hour or so, I would say. We've been saying since earlier today, since midnight. Now, I will say about an hour ago, the HER was showing less intensity for the storms in Northwest Arkansas and more intensity for the River Valley, but it's sort of picked back up on potential intense storms or even maybe severe weather, such as your hail, winds, picking back up in Northwest Arkansas. Okay, hold on. So do you want me to pull it back up real quick? Okay, let's show it and show you what Davion is looking at.
So this is what we mean when we say a balanced regime. You got winds moving away from the radar and winds moving towards the radar pretty fastly. And then you'll notice on the reflectivity side, just the tiniest appendage. And that's the kind of things right there. It's trying to wrap up. You see the progression.
And it's a very tiny nub.
Very tiny nub. But again, you
just
have to keep watching things like that, because the atmosphere is there, as we've just showed you. And we're actually seeing National Weather Service officers right now reporting how gusty it is behind these storms. So that just shows you how fast the winds are blowing away from this radar loop that we have right now. This is right over, the radar is right near Inola or Gregory. So yeah, we're going to continue to watch these over the next few scans, because these are the kind of things that we look for when we're talking about QLCS tornado development.
Exactly. So I'll go back and show everyone the future track right now so that you guys still have a good idea of what timing could potentially look like. And here's 1 a.m., 2 a.m. becoming a lot more linear once again. So it's a pretty stout storm, to say the least. And we'll see it moving through the region, probably not even clearing out until closer to 5 a.m. potentially. And then the majority of that risk will be out towards the east of the coverage region. Now, we'll still see some lingering showers on the back end of it, to say the least, maybe heavier at times down into the River Valley, according to this. And then just that cold front coming through that will make it cooler heading into the following days and bringing in the last line of showers and storms there. Could be lasting after 12 p.m., in fact, into tomorrow, but none of that will be severe by that point, just lingering showers for the area. So there's a timing on your future track right now so that you guys have a good idea of what it'll be looking like. But to say the least, definitely an overnight system, like we've reiterated. And of course, make sure you have your safety plan in place. We've been promoting WeatherCall, of course, and Dan will be showing here really soon how to sign up for WeatherCall, essentially, because I know some of you guys have been asking about that. So we will do that here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, as he continues to get ready, we're still keeping an eye on those storms, and I'll pull up the Mega Doppler back up again to show you what Davion is looking at, and he can walk you a little bit through what's happening out there right now.
Yeah, just like Dan was talking about, this is a balanced regime all the way, honestly, all the way down this line. Now, I do want to point out that that northernmost tornado warning that we saw has been allowed to expire, but that southern one does continue, and that's going to be moving near, it was located near Wardville, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that just shows you how fast these lines of storms are moving. And we're continuing to see wind reports of 60 plus miles per hour right behind this line. And then you have almost equal winds moving towards the radar. So again, we're going to continue to watch this balanced regime, this area right here, for any potential QOCS development as this line continues to race, and I mean race eastward.
Yeah, we're definitely keeping an eye on this system, to say the least. Like we've mentioned, pretty much a lot of these ingredients are in place. You saw Dan walk you through the mesoscale analysis to show you we're looking at, what we're eyeing, what the potential is looking like out there. Initially, earlier today, we were expecting a possible failure mode being too much cloud cover, but that has not been the case as of recently. I mean, closer to the evening time frame,
Yeah,
the skies cleared up and we saw those temperatures soared back up into the mid to upper 70s.
there's going to be a lot of areas of rotation. I'm seeing people mention Amanda. Well, that was the wrong comment. Another area of rotation northwest of Muskogee. There's going to be a lot of different areas of rotation. In fact, all the way up and down the line, you'll be able to see that. But you'll start to see what's called rear inflow jets and reflectivity drops on the left side of the line. This is a sign that a surge is happening. And when that surge happens, if it's not balanced and becomes balanced, that allows for that tornado potential. We'll talk more about that. There's a lot that goes on. Yeah, so anyways, we're just kind of letting you know. I know the ingredients are there, the 0 to 3 kilometer Cape. Keep in mind, that's just a model. That could be wrong.
Yes.
So we're keeping you updated on that, and we're letting you know about it. So what do you need to do? Well, don't freak out. That's the number one, because when you panic, you're not thinking clearly. You're not thinking, properly. What you want to do is get prepared. So what's a great way to get prepared? A WeatherCall Next Gen. I'm telling you, you're going to love this service, and I am going to walk you through essentially how this works and how you sign up. And we'll take you through all of the stuff, and then we'll show you that QR code. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share the screen here, and you're going to see announcing WeatherCall Next Gen. And in the meantime, what we're going to do is take our camera off the screen. We'll just show this full screen. So, yeah.
Actually just got a report, tornado near 1 mile south of Chelsea, Oklahoma, reported by Gabe, I guess a storm spotter, small funnel reaching the ground.
Is that storm right there, or no?
Yes, I looked up where Chelsea is on the map. It's northwest of Tulsa. This is that storm.
Okay.
Northwest of Tulsa.
Northwest of Tulsa, QLCS is starting to develop. Now, keep in mind, that's west of us. We'll see if they issue a tornado warning. We'll let you know about it. So first of all, how do you get here? Well, we're going to go back, and I'll show you. Make sure that you got this. So you go to the knwa.com or nwahomepage.com. You're going to go to the Weather tab. And when you go to the Weather tab, you're going to see WeatherCall. It's in the middle column down at the bottom. If you're doing an app or if you're watching, on your phone, you go to knwa.com. It'll redirect you to NWA homepage. You go to weather and then WeatherCall. Now, if you scan the QR code, it's going to take you directly to this sign up page. Okay. But once you click WeatherCall, it loads up this page. This tells you all about it. Here's an example of a polygon warning. You can see polygon warnings and you can see countywide warnings. Totally different. When we scroll down here, you're going to see exactly how this works. There's also a Find Me subscription, which will basically be good for traveling too. The Find Me feature, it's all right here. You can find that on that website. But you're going to go right here, WeatherCall Next Gen. Next Gen is different, and this is the most updated, and this will tell you everything that you need to know. This is a previous version, and this is where you can upgrade if you're a WeatherCall at Home subscriber. But if you're new, you want to hit register for WeatherCall Next Gen. Now, here's the thing. You know that there's a price. I would love for this to be free, but, that wouldn't pay for the servers, the call servers, in order to call thousands of people in a second. Because let's face it, there's Code Red. There's some different sites that are out there that get bogged down with the phone lines. And then you get a call 15 minutes after the tornado came through. Not helpful at all. But you enter your information here. Enter your first name, your last name. You're going to enter in your email address, just like normal when you're signing up for something. You put in your username. You make your own username. Yep. Notice it has specific information on it. You enter in your password, You re-enter your password, you click this accept conditions, and then you hit accept. The next thing that it's going to do is take you to an address page. Then you fill out your address. It'll exactly show your location. You click on that, and then you give them your credit card information at the end. We did do some free WeatherCall subscriptions last week during Severe Weather Awareness Week. We don't have any more right now. Maybe we can get some more at a later time for some lucky people, but that's how you do it. That's how you sign up. And so I will possibly show you my, no, I'm not going to do that because then you'll have all my information. You just sign up and then that's easy. You just walk through the steps, hit accept, and it'll tell you confirmed or, success. And then what it's going to do is it's going to call you from a specific number. So we'll get back to this. It's going to call you from a specific number, and that number will be the same all the time. Rotation increasing west of prior. Yes, we know about that circulation. We are going to look at that. We're going to check that out. Let me give you the number that WeatherCall comes from. So if you are a WeatherCall subscriber, you will get a call from a 479 area code, and it'll always be from that 479 area code. WeatherCall alert is 866, so it's an 866 number, 479-9906. That is the number. You can't call it because it's not going to do anything, but that's the number that it calls from. So maybe put that in your contacts in case you have spam calls that doesn't allow that. So again, that number, I'm going to put that up there. It's 866-479-9906. That's the number that it calls from. So now is the time to start signing up for that. Let's go back to the radar. We'll take a look. And again, this is west of our area, so that's why we're not fully concerned and focusing on everything. But there's that circulation west of prior. And guess where that is, Davion? On the north end of the line. What do we call that?
Bookend vortex.
Allegedly with the W. What did you call it?
No, I said with the save.
No, but you called it bookend vortex, right?
Yep.
So that is the bookend vortex on the northern end of the line. Now, sometimes that bookend vortex can what's it called? Can get a little tighter, right? The tightening up of the bookend vortex.
Yeah.
And when that happens, that creates stronger rotation. So a tightening up of the bookend vortex can lead to some tornado potential.
There's the latest velocity scan. It would look like it's trying to.
It's definitely balanced up and down the line. And when we're talking about balanced, I'll show you here. So
possible. Oh, that should be a thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible. Cherokee, Mays, Oklahoma, Wagner.
Okay, so let's go into, so we got Mega Doppler on here. I'm going to bring up a different source real quick. So we're just straight up on Mega Doppler. Let's bring up Severe 2 on this as well. Pardon me.
I was saying that might be a continuation of this storm right here to the south.
Yep, there you go.
There it is.
Now that's getting closer to our area. Pegs is just southwest of Delaware County.
Yep.
So we're probably going to see a storm that comes into Delaware County that's going to be severe. So there you go. That signs up for WeatherCall Next Gen. You're going to see the QR code on here. Let's load it up in Max 1 if you can. Yeah, we're going to be screen not updating. Oh, no, that was on there, right? We showed all that stuff, didn't we?
Yeah.
I hope so. Sometimes the sources and not having two different sources is no good. What's your answer that you want? Pray answers the question. I mean, if you're asking the exact time of a tornado, we don't know that. If it's something else, we will. There's so many questions coming out, Anna, so you just let me know. I thought I had Next Gen. Where do I go to get it? We just ran you through the whole process. So you can go back on the live stream if you're watching it. What's this now? It doesn't. Old Danny boy making a stink out of someone else has a similar program for free. If someone has that for free, let me know because I'll sign up.
See the evolution of this booking? Watch this. Turning.
Yep.
It's trying.
And then that's trying, and that's also creating a hail core. All righty. Where do we go to shelter? Will we get enough notice to get to a safe place? Yeah, possibly, but also sometimes these storms go unwarned. So let me go back to WeatherCall. This is how you get WeatherCall Next Gen. Real simple. Scan that QR code, enter in your information. If you put your email address and it says you already have an account with this, then you already know you're signed up. Now, this is different, like I said, than an app. An app, what that's going to do is an app is just going to tell you essentially if you have it on your phone. Well, let's face it, cell service is sometimes real spotty, first of all, in severe weather, right?
Agreed.
Another thing is, too, is that you can sometimes get calls, but you can't have data. So that's another thing. And then landline phones. I mean, landlines are coming back from what I heard. So that's something that we will continue to be watching. So let's go ahead and put some storm tracks on this. We haven't done that in a while. Allegedly, I'll do that on Max 2. Okay. But in the meantime, we'll take a look at Mega Doppler, and let me do a storm track on Max 2 as we get you set up here.
Into Delaware County, severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep.
That's the cell.
Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Here we're going to bring it up. Go ahead and click that new severe thunderstorm warning. And that is for our area.
Yep.
Now, the thing is that's just barely including our area at this point. And there's that severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning possible. So let's go ahead to Max 2 and I'll show you, and then we'll do some storm tracks on this. So first of all, let's show you as we zoom in on this. There's the severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock in the morning. Central Daylight Time. Yeah, here we go. I'll put the number here. 866-479-9906.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. You can see it popping up on the screen. And that is for this area. That's now including Delaware County. So it looks like Max is...
New severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, it looks like another severe thunderstorm warning. So we got the same one. There's multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are coming in. And look at the time, too. This accelerated a little bit in speed, didn't it?
Yep.
All right, so let's do some storm tracks on this. And for this, we're going to do more of a line because this is a linear type event. And anywhere along that line could produce tornado potential. So let's go ahead and let's zoom out. And we're going to do all the way along the line on this severe thunderstorm complex that has embedded rotation. So let's take the warnings off of there. Let's draw along the leading edge of the line. So I'll draw it right along the leading edge of the line. And then we'll draw it east over the next 2.5 hours. And this is just, let's just say hypothetically. So Fayetteville at about 1 o'clock in the morning, Greenwood 114, and Mena at 1:30. So anywhere along that line will have that tornado potential. And we'll let you know about that if that evolves. I think as the storms make their way in, we've got that 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear. And not only that, but the 0 to 3 kilometer cape. That's all ingredients that could lead to tornado potential.
You know how strong these winds are.
Yeah. Now here's what I'm going to do. Real quick, we're gonna look at Mega Doppler, and Davion, you're looking at the storms. You got dual mode on right now, so you can see the velocity and the reflectivity. Look at that line just to the south of Wagner. See how it runs more northwest to southeast. That's a balanced area right there, and that's something that we have to watch.
And then check out the updated on the circulation, the booking vortex prior. It's still trying.
Now, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to show you real quick exactly what a balanced area is, okay? And the 3 ingredients that we look at. So this is my QLCS graphic. We're not going to take you through everything because we don't really have the time. But again, there's WeatherCall Next Gen. Now's the time. Scan that. Get signed up. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings that are about to move in. So there's 3 areas of a quasi-linear convective system. There's a new severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible. With the tornado possible tag.
Tahlequah? Is that how you pronounce that?
Tahlequah.
Yeah, Tahlequah, yep.
Yep.
And that's Adair County. So all this has tornado possible. And look, there's very little chance that this storm line doesn't affect us at all. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump in front of the wall, and let's see what we've got on. I think we got Max 2 loaded up on PCR. So, yep. Oh yeah, get mic'd up. We got to get those directors back in here now. I'm going to call them real quick. Leslie, you can go back so we're not doing that. Who is our director that's coming in? It's Keith, right? Keith Harper?
Yes.
All right.
All right, guys, looking back at Mega Doppler right now, while Dan and Davion slowly begin to get ready. So yeah, they're doing that right now at the current moment. Davion's getting his mic pack because once we see a
Come on
tornado
back
warning,
in, man.
pretty much
Severe
in the
thunderstorm warnings,
region.
tornado possible. Go ahead and call Kate. All right.
Okay, yeah,
All right, bye.
Dan's on the phone there. But right now, Davion, Dan getting ready right now. If a tornado warning does begin to get issued, we will be going live because we do see those severe thunderstorm warnings are slowly beginning to creep into the viewing region, parts of Adair as well as Delaware County, and keeping an eye on that bookend vortex, especially in Delaware County there. As we can see, it's still trying. Another scan just recently came in there. So keeping an eye on that, looking along the rest of the line, seeing a couple of regions. I mean, down south here, a little bit of a surge in the boat. It's very slight, but that's definitely there. So keeping an eye on that. You could see that surge right there along right there in Oklahoma. And then
Okay.
I was like, okay. Yeah.
I'm surprised
okay.
you didn't do
No, I can't even do that if I tried. That's another area to keep an eye on as well. And then, yeah, that's moving in pretty quickly, to say the least. It was a little bit slow moving towards central Oklahoma.
This is what happens when that upper level energy comes in too.
Exactly.
Oh, and I'm logging on to max 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what we're going to do this time.
Exactly.
Swirly's trying to swirl a bit in WS Slack. That's definitely true. Check this out. West of Cedar Crest. That's a little kink in the line.
And you have severe 1 loaded? Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
Someone's asking, y'all aren't staying live this whole time. We actually will, but if we do see a tornado warning in the coverage region, we'll be going live on air.
Yeah.
However, you'll still be able to see that right here from the stream, so you guys don't have to go anywhere.
Let's go ahead and start launching on 479 first, because
Yeah.
I doubt there's anybody in web in there. So let's go ahead and we'll throw that in there and we'll override programming on that.
Okay.
So 479 first, we'll be able to stream. Let's go if we can, and I'm going to bring up max 1, so stand by. Again, we're getting our directors and stuff back in the control room.
Yep. So right now we're keeping an eye on the storms. You see Mega Doppler right now. We're keeping an eye again on this balanced regime. There's going to be small little areas of rotation within that line, and we're keeping an eye on this just to the north of Pryor. You can see the evolution of that really trying to take on a little bit of shape as they continue to issue that severe thunderstorm warning, moving into portions of Delaware County. And then just south of that over towards Wagoner and points northward Murphy, Maisie, or just east of Maisie, I should say, little small kinks in the line that are continuing to show. Now, nonetheless, whether this produces QLCS tornado or not, these are very strong straight line winds that are going to be pushing through. So
yeah,
expect damage, potential damage, regardless if you see a quick spin up tornado or not.
Okay, Leslie, bring up Prod PC.
A
new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. Also on the stream, let me know if you can hear that audio that comes out. Sometimes what we hear, you don't hear on the stream, and sometimes vice versa. What we don't hear does come in on the stream. So here's a look at what we've got here. Severe thunderstorm warning until midnight. Notice that it's got that threat tornado possible tag. This is a little west of Adair County and Delaware County, but we do have another part of the line. Again, it's all balanced, as we mentioned, and that 0 to 3 kilometer cape is on the increase. There's a look at that tornado possible, and there you can see that area of severe thunderstorm warning that goes out until 12:15. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning here that's a little bit farther north. This does not have the tornado possible tag, 60 miles per hour winds. And some of the cities included include Pryor Creek, and yes. Oh yeah, there it is, right on the balance too. See, this is a balanced part of the QLCS. Make sure that we've got the right storm motion. Sometimes the storm motion on the warning isn't exactly correct either. So that's why you can get a different type of view. So go to NROD if you can. So yeah, set that storm track on the area, right click on that. Let's go back a little bit in time. let's measure that. So go place marker here. Okay, we'll go back into the centroid of that area.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
This is how you get the exact storm motion, by the way. Place marker here, go forward a few frames all the way to the end. Right click on the center of that. No, you got to be right exact. Right in the center, right click, and then you go set storm motion from marker. Okay, now right click in the center of that and put that storm motion from storm track here. There you go. Now you got the exact motion. So let's zoom out a little bit. Let's show people where that's headed. And now look at the velocity. You can see the difference that shows up. So that is really important when you're measuring these circulations, because if you don't have the proper storm motion, you aren't going to get the proper circulation that shows up. But we're going to start to see that brighten up, maybe see a descending reflectivity core, maybe even see what we call a line break. See that line break that's developing right in there? These are all things to watch. And even though it doesn't look like a typical supercell, this is a pretty intense line that's coming in, and it's balanced. So anywhere along that line
New severe
could
thunderstorm
produce tornado
warning.
potential. What won't produce tornado potential is south of this area. Bragg's and Keefton, Warner, Chakotah, all that is what we call cold pool dominant. So, and a matter of fact, on Max 2, don't we have that QLCS graphic loaded up? Maybe we do. And I want to kind of go, I had it where we were going into it, but then that new warning came out and I wanted to pop on that and show that. Okay. Okay.
That strongest rotation is just on US Highway 62 moving over towards State Highway 82.
Yeah, you're gonna have to talk up because we can't hear you because you're not mic'd yet, Davion. The reason you're not mic'd because there's no one in the control room to mic you up. So that's why we wanted to let you know. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go back in and I'm gonna have to punch up Max 2. Okay, yeah, go ahead and hit the weather 2. So why are we watching this area? Because it's balanced. And what we mean by balanced is the cold pool and the shear is balanced. So you're going to see what's called constructive interference. And that was punching up the camera. That's camera 1. So I know she's trying to do that. Let's see. There's that. Okay. And then you're going to switch to weather 2. Just push that button on the board. There you go. She got it. She got it. Directors do this obviously all the time, every time. But this is a look at QLCS tornado potential, and I'm going to show you why we're concerned about that balanced region. So, and again, we're going to be covering these storms as they move closer into Northwest Arkansas. But we're looking for those 3 ingredients. So we're going to find that balanced area. Now, this is the cold pool, and I kind of wanted to flip through a lot of this other area, but 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear, we already looked at it. We know it's over 30 knots. So what that's doing is creating environmental shear rotor. The cold pool that's coming in is going to be balanced. And there's a look at that cold pool rotor. Now, this is what's happening where it's cold pool dominant. The updraft kind of leans back to the left and it's rearward leaning. And that's in tornado development, not as likely. We're going to zip up to the north in the shear dominant area, or slightly shear dominant. That means the UDCZ, which is the updraft, downdraft convergence zone, is basically balanced right within the line. And maybe that cold pool is not as strong, but the shear rotor is a little bit stronger. So the cold pool comes in, it doesn't get lofted, and instead your updrafts are more forward leaning. Tornado development, not quite as likely. But what we have here for tonight is a balanced regime. That means that you've got updraft, downdraft convergence zone that is about equal. You're looking for surges or bows along the lines of thunderstorms to line up that 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear. And here's a look at the UDCZ. Now we got the cold pool rotor and the shear rotor, and both of those are spinning about the same speed. So that's what we mean by balanced. And then you get these what we call mesovortices, because the cold pool comes in that already has streamwise vorticity associated with it. That spins at the same speed. So those get lifted up into the vertical. And because we have that developing 0 to 3 kilometer cape, here comes the streamwise vorticity, and that gets obviously ingested. We have the instability, we have the rising motion, and just like shooting a football or a baseball or a tennis ball, if you're a tennis player on a pitching machine, that's how it happens. So instead of shooting it out straight, shoots it straight up, there's your updraft, you get tilting and stretching, and this is called constructive interference. This is the most likely area for tornadoes, because those updrafts tend to be deep and vertical, and there's where your tornado potential can develop. That's all along that balanced region, and that's all what we have tonight. So if we go back here, you want to punch up weather 2 or weather 1? Excuse me. Now, I will say that this line is kind of congealing more into a big giant cluster. So, maybe that energy is coming out ahead of it, Davion, and it's starting to lift other thunderstorms all along the area where you don't have as much, instability before the storms move in. That's a possibility. That's always a possibility, because you might notice the line, it just doesn't look quite as intense. Of course, it will be when it moves in. That's why we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. But as of now, not necessarily looking at a super solid, strong line, but it is a balanced area. Look at the updraft, downdraft convergence zone. In order to determine this, you look at spectrum width. So let's, on the right-hand side, click on this window, and there you go. Look at the spectrum width. There is your boundary right there. You can see it right along the leading edge. Cold pool, balanced, and then shear dominant up here. So this area from basically just to the west of Zeb, all the way north of Pegs, and continuing north to east of Tulsa, and keep going up. Saline, all that right there is kind of balanced, and then you get a little convoluted because of all the other showers and storms. But boy, you can really see that balanced area right there. Go back to the velocity real quick. And yeah, there you can see it's slightly shear dominant. So there's an area that we're watching, and look, here's a couple of descending reflectivity cores right in here. So that's saying, hey, you know what? Right in this area, south of Pegs and just to the south of Holbert, I'm starting to rotate a little bit stronger. And there's your 2 areas of circulation. Now, that's not a reflectivity nub, a true reflectivity nub, but it is the development of what could be a QLCS tornado. Now, where is that headed? Let's take a look and do some storm tracks, shall we, on some of those areas. So, Leslie, I'm going to have you do this on Max 2 and get off of that QLCS graphic, and then you can go over to the Weather Lab and the pods, and we can do some of this as we get ready to cover this. So we're 11:49 in case you're watching on the live stream, and we're not doing television coverage yet because the storms are so far west. We would be covering up programming, and there's not even a storm yet. But along the leading edge of this line, we're going to be watching some energy that moves in, and that's going to be the area of rotation that we'll have to watch. Couple areas. Okay, cool. We got our director back. You got Kate too? She coming back in? Okay, she's on her way. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate it. All right, so now we can bring up weather 2 and weather 1 if we want. And you let me know, Leslie, when we've got that. Also, if you can mic to Davion and Leslie as well, just so when we do go wall to wall and we do start covering these storms, people can know.
It's up, by the way.
Okay, good deal. Here's a look at Max 2. We're going to go to Max 2, and that's going to bring up your storm track. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look at along the leading edge of the line. So we probably could draw this out a little bit farther so you know the I-49 corridor. But in the meantime, here's what we've got. Call cord coming in at 12:19, so not very far away. That severe thunderstorm warning is knocking on Delaware County's doorstep. These storms are moving pretty quick at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Lincoln at 12:37 and Bella Vista at 12:46. So that gives you an idea just before and after midnight, before 1 o'clock. So this line is going to be moving in. Now, we don't want to stay super hyper-focused on just the River Valley, just the Northwest Arkansas area. We also want to look at the River Valley as well. So I'm going to bring this up. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's flashing, and this is a tornado possible again. So there you can see it. That's beginning to move into western Adair County. This was issued just now at 11:50 and goes until 12:15 in the morning. Quarter size hail, probably going to be under that. So it's going to be more penny or dime size, but there still is a circulation on that. In fact, we can look at the shear tracks on this, and we'll see that rotation. You'll see it populate here on the screen. There's all these little embedded circulations. There you see there's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. So all those could ramp up as they make their way into Northwest Arkansas. I've seen it before, both ways. I've seen them decrease in intensity, and I've seen them increase in intensity. Davion, what are they mentioning on NWS chat at all? Anything at the moment?
Right now, they have a couple of small-scale bows developed into southeastern Oklahoma, increasing wind potential, and that's going to be in southeastern portions of Oklahoma. But right now, the main focus is continuing to see these severe thunderstorm warnings get continued, and that's for Wagoner, Oklahoma. That one was canceled, but Adair County, like you just mentioned, that one has been allowed to continue.
Okay, sounds good. I want to look at some of the lightning strikes because I know these are going to be highly electrified. Look at all the lightning here. We got 268 cloudy ground lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. A lot of positive strikes too. Negative strikes at 161. And the maximum amperage, whoo, that would rock your world, 252 kiloamps. That's a boomer. So you get that near your house and you're going to have your windows rattle for sure. We can take a look at the positive and negative strikes. So let's do that. We'll take a look here. Look at all those positive strikes. Very highly electrified storm. So if we look at some of our WeatherBug network cameras, we'll look off to the west from Decatur. Guarantee you we'll start seeing some flashes of lightning. The winds are cranking up too. We got low-level shear. You already saw that 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative velocity, the 0 to 1, which is cranking up as well. So I know there's comments that are just pouring in, Leslie, and if there's anything that is of concerning that needs to be answered, you can pop it up on the stream, and then we can go ahead and we can answer that. So we won't be able to answer exact times of, locations of cities and if somewhere is going to be impacted by a tornado. We don't have that technology, but hopefully people know that by now. So got an angry cloud moving in. Siloam Springs, we want to take that and point that to the west. But look at how strong those winds are tonight. Some very gusty winds that are happening. New severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to tap on that. We're going to take a look at the newest update. This, by the way, is starting to approach southwest.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
So you're going to see that pop up on the screen here shortly as we take a look. There it is, pretty large severe thunderstorm warning. So this is going to cover a good portion of Benton County when it moves in. This is about, goes into effect for 37 minutes. So it started just now, goes until 12:30 a.m., 60 miles per hour winds. It does not have the tornado possible tag. Keep in mind, though, that could change. We do have tornado possible, though, on some of the other areas where that line is more balanced. Remember, it's kind of shear dominant up to the north, which is still possible, but not as likely. And then you got the balanced regime. So let's go back to
new severe thunderstorm warning.
We'll look at see where we've got some of the areas of storms. All right, so go back to Mega Doppler. We'll take a look at that. Anything of concern, Leslie? You could just go ahead and chime in if you want.
Someone asked, why does the polarity matter with lightning strikes?
That's a good question. Yeah. So positive CGs represent shear that's aloft. So what you're happening is you're having an updraft. The updraft is tilted essentially. So that allows positive strikes typically come from the top of the thunderstorm and then come down to the ground. And only if you have a lot of shear will you see more positive strikes. And also the polarity in a thunderstorm can signify the tornado potential because more positive strikes with positively dominated thunderstorms can typically mean a tremendous amount of shear, which can lead to that tornado potential. So that's why we look at that. Also, another thing to note, positive strikes are not the best in terms of, basically they are the worst in terms of starting house fires because they last a fraction of a second longer. They have more amperage typically, and that lasts long enough to start those fires when they strike a home or strike a tree or something like that. So those are those real bright flashes that boom and rattle homes. So, but this shows you that you have a lot of shear. This is a highly electrified storm that is moving in. Did you take that Siloam Springs camera, Leslie, and point it to the west?
I did.
Okay, let's take a look here what we've got lightning-wise. So it's still off to the west quite a ways. We'll probably see more beginning to develop, but as of now, the lightning is kind of subdued, but that's about to change, I think. Lincoln, is that pointed? That's pointed to the west as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's look here.
Should be.
Yep. All right, here's Lincoln. Interesting. So here's the deal. There's a lot of rain out ahead of these storms, and that means another thing. If there are embedded circulations, they will possibly be rain wrapped, which is a good possibility with QLCS tornadoes. So, yeah, there you go. Whoa, there's a big lightning flash.
That just went off on half of our cameras too.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's move that camera to the right just a little bit because we just missed that bulk of the CG of the cloudy ground lightning strike. I'm telling you, this is going to be, there you go. This is going to be one highly electrified thunderstorm that's coming in. There is no doubt about that. Davion, we want to keep continuing to look at the line of this storm, and I know you are on Mega Doppler, and I know you're monitoring it. Maybe kind of becoming more of a wind bag.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
Circulations. So
yeah, it definitely seems that way. Not seeing any major kinks right now.
Yeah.
Still some small ones.
No
but
major
like
kinks in the line like you were talking about. It's just not a real solid line. But here's what we need to do. We probably are getting to the point where we could probably look at it from a different portion of the radar. So I'm going to look at a different radar here. This is from SRX. And it's just not a super solid line. If it was a lot more defined, I think you'd be looking at greater tornado potential. It's still there. But we'll see if maybe these tornado possible tags start to drop off. That's the hope, at least. Here's INX as we're a little bit closer, and we can look at the velocity products from that, and you can definitely see that balanced regime up and down the line. So no areas as of now that could be a concern, but I've seen it before where as soon as they start moving into Northwest Arkansas, they crank up. And we can look at Weather 3 if we can. This is a look at some of our WeatherBoat network cameras. This is looking west from Springdale. So this is our list of cameras, by the way. You can see we have a whole lot of them. You bringing up the 25 panel?
I am.
Perfect. Let's check this
They're all
out.
connecting right now. There we go.
So watch this here. You're going to see
New
a lot of
severe
lightning
thunderstorm
strikes at the
warning.
time. And again, this will just continue to get more and more electrified as these storms roll in. So be aware, it's going to be a noisy night. There's no doubt about that. And some of these storms will have the potential to produce tornadoes. So we'll be watching that closely as the line comes in.
Lincoln just went off.
Yep. I will step out of the way here real quick. And that's kind of close to that tornado possible area that's coming in. So we'll be looking at that closer. But I want to also look at weather too. Here is the current mesoanalysis. And this is the 0 to 3 kilometer cape. And you can see how that's starting to spread out over the area. That's sufficient for supercells, Davion. And let's hit refresh just to make sure we got the latest. I know sometimes it updates. We just want to make sure that we have the latest. Go to composite indices. Let's see what we've got for a supercell composite. Starting to drop down a little bit. Notice the river valley, though, very, very ripe for an environment. And then we'll go to the composite. Go to the parameters right here. Not that, just the one to the right. And we'll scroll down here. And let's look at that QLCS parameter, the second one from the bottom. So mostly unstable cape, the theta E differential. And as of now, I see what's happening. So the line is running north to south, and you can see the way that this system is kicking out. Look at the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear. It's almost parallel to it. And that is what might prevent the tornado potential. You see that too, Davion?
I do. I was just seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost...
That's updated.
Yeah, it's almost measuring right along the small kinks. But like you said, it's mostly parallel, and that's why you're not seeing those stronger rotation signals right now.
That's because the line, the horizontal areas are basically like this, that are rotating like this along the ground, and the line kind of runs the same way. So you got the vectors that are pointed this way, you got the line that's kind of pointed this way, so it's almost perpendicular. Now, if we had more of these to the west, that's perpendicular to the line, but instead it's more parallel. So just something to look at in terms of QLCS tornado potential and something that we check out. Back to Mega Doppler, there are some areas of embedded circulation. I will have to watch that by Moody's, and you can see that line does have a little bit of what we call a descending reflectivity core. So what does that tell you? That tells you that streamwise vorticity from the rear inflow jet, the RIJ, is starting to develop. And if this storm starts breaking apart, that tells you that push of cold air, or basically the rear inflow jet, is really punching forward. So, Leslie, we haven't done a track in a while. I think we got to do individual tracks on these cells. The one down by Tahlequah, as it takes it northeast into northwest Washington County, and as well as parts of Delaware County. So once we get that on Max,
the Delaware County storm is moving northeast at 60, and the Tahlequah storm is moving east at 45.
Okay.
East at 45, Tahlequah?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll take care of that one first.
Okay.
So as I get that set up for everyone here, give you 1 second.
All right, so this is that line. Look at a little bit of a hail core.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
These storms are going to still be coming through. I mean, the hail is not going to be a major concern. You don't get the super large hail with basically a linear event, right, Davion?
That's definitely true.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay. So we got that northwest of Scraper, Moody's, Tahlequah, Zeb, Pettit. Those are all areas that we have to watch. And the severe thunderstorm warning is about to move into southwestern Delaware County. So
New severe
I
thunderstorm
want to
warning.
track that a little bit more to the northeast, Leslie. So just kind of take that track, pull it up to the northwest. And what you're going to do is click on so you're moving it, but you can go, yep, there you go. You got it. All right, let's go to max 2 if we can. And here's the track of the most dangerous portion of the storm. So this is going to be moving northeast, and it's moving at what, 45? Is that what you said, Davion?
Yes,
Yes,
45.
See, I wish they would include that right there, where you could see severe thunderstorm warning moving at that speed so you could do the storm tracks. But Siloam Springs, 1244. So it's getting closer. We're almost at 1 o'clock. That's what we said, about 12, 1 o'clock. We had that window a little bit wider just because an isolated storm could pop up. That obviously wasn't the case tonight. Prairie Grove, 1251, 102, Drakefield. That is if the storm right turns a little bit. If it does right turn, that'll be something to watch for sure. And if the line kind of runs more northwest to southeast and surges out ahead, that will line it up with those 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear vectors. So those are the areas that are impacted by that. Let's go back to max 1 if we can. We'll take a look at what we've got with our radar. And again, severe thunderstorm warning for Delaware County, Adair County, and it looks like the other warning has expired down to the south. But we still have this line to contend with as it comes into the river valley with a ripe environment. So something to watch. Right-click and set that storm motion from that warning. I don't know if we have that or not. I think we have it still. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a better view of the velocity. Remember to always do that. We did it to the storm
New severe thunderstorm
but,
warning.
Sometimes that changes. So there's a look at the balance regime, kind of still holding off, and I think that's because those 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear, and so basically the shear vector, the shear vorticity isn't lining up with the orientation of the line. So we got another track here. We'll look at this on max 2, and this will show you the storm track as it moves into Benton County and northern Washington County. This is more of a linear track, but there you get to see 1224 in Siloam Springs, Fayetteville, a little before 1 o'clock in the morning, Brightwater at 1249, and Cassville at 1259. So far, no tornado warnings along this line as of now. That happened earlier in Tulsa, but the line doesn't look quite as organized, but we're not letting down our guard. We do have that tornado watch that goes until 4 a.m. for the entire area. The Weather Service is monitoring it. They have their best people on it. Stephen Piltz is in the NWS chat, always monitoring, keeping you updated with the latest information. And lightning will start to increase. And so we're going to be continuing to watch it more and more. And I know, Davion, you're watching that mega Doppler like a hawk, man.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to find out those little mesovortices and those embedded circulations
Right. And
within the line.
I'm just not seeing much. The most impressive, and I say impressive in quotations, is just north of Tahlequah, south of Moody's.
Okay. Yeah, and so he's saying something to watch. You can see a little bit of a descending reflectivity core. We'll go to max 1. You can see that as Davion's looking at that on Mega Doppler. So any words from NWS chat? Do we have that up at all? Do you have that? You're monitoring
Steven
that,
said,
Davion?
radar suggests increased wind potential around Fort Townsend.
Okay.
Nothing tornado-y right now. I'll
Okay.
say.
Yeah. So Fort Townsend, some strong winds, and you can look at that if we look at base velocity. Now, this is something that we have to watch right here. This looks like a little bit of a descending reflectivity core. It's not perfect, but it is something that might indicate perhaps maybe a little rear inflow jet that's developing, and that's needed in order to get those mesovortices, because what happens, that comes down to the ground, and then it gets caught up on the leading edge of the storm from that constructive interference as you have the balance, cold pull, and shear regime, and then that pulls it up to the vertical, tilting and stretching, and the next thing you know, you get a stronger rotation that produces a tornado along the leading edge. Typically, those don't last as long, but they can. Like October 21st, 2019, that one was on the ground for several miles. It was also quite wide. I don't see this type of line coming through with that capability, but there could be a little embedded vortice or a little embedded rotation along the line. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me take you through that as we go to Max 1. And we're going to look at the radar from SRX. So first of all, here's the severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30. Notice how the line is just beginning to move into northwest Arkansas very soon. But right now, northeast Oklahoma. No, we're not covering this on TV. This is a base severe thunderstorm warning, not even tornado possible at the moment. Jay, Bull Hollow, Oaks, Colcord, those are all areas that we'll have to watch, but just some wind potential. Hey, wind can still knock down trees, though, especially when you're looking at 60 miles per hour, and it could increase. Here's a look at the area that's severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they took away the tornado possible for the northern end of the line. Southern end of the line, they do have that tornado possible tag. You've got 2 warnings that are in effect. One goes until 12:30, and then one goes till 12:15, so just a few more minutes. Let me just do the 12:30. And then here's the 12:15. So tornado possible tag, just a few more minutes, and then that will drop off. Hey, hopefully we just get some rain. We just get some thunder. We just get some rain. That's what Leslie and I are hoping for, along with Davion. And, you know, I know that people said originally that, you know, we hope for severe weather. We don't hope for severe weather.
Exactly.
You know, we hope to study it. We hope to learn more about it. We don't want any damage. We don't want any destruction. We don't want any of that. We just want to be able to cover it if it does happen. And that's why, you know, maybe sometimes as, you know, we see these storms moving in and they're starting to intensify. We want to express that urgency so you guys know that, hey, you need to take this serious, or, hey, these aren't as bad as what was originally thought. And we'll let you know. But as of now, we don't want to let our guard down. But this line is going to come through pretty noisy. Again, a lot of lightning. We'll take a look at the lightning indications, and we can do this across the area. So this is just the satellite radar. This is all the positive and negative strike. A lot of positive strikes. Look at that, 419. So the amount of electrical activity has definitely increased. We got to start seeing some lightning on our cameras now. It's got to be getting closer. Let's look at Decatur here. It's just interesting. I don't know. I don't see as many flashes, but then again, it still is a ways out. There's still a lot of low clouds too off in the distance, but I don't even see any intra-cloud lightning looking off in the distance. So
I pulled up the 25 panel cameras, and so far, as of recently, I saw some in Salem Springs, Lincoln, PG Telco Tower. You're seeing some of that lightning off in the distance. Decatur just went off as soon as you got off of it too.
Really?
And grabbed
Decatur went off as in lightning, or went offline?
No, as in lightning. Thankfully, not offline.
When you say went off, it
went off
going
as
off a lot lately. Yeah.
Lightning, lights, but thankfully that the majority of our cameras are pretty much online, so we shouldn't have an issue with that, at least as of right now.
After some calls and some struggles and everything else, right?
Yeah, that took a while.
Here's our Lincoln camera. We're looking off to the west, and let's see if we can catch a lightning flash. You can already see it raining. Now, that's a good sign, because what you're doing is you're cooling the atmosphere. It means the temperatures are dropping, so that can ultimately lead to these storms weakening as they move in. Like, they don't have that low-level instability to work with. They're not as much as the models show. You know, the 0 to 3 kilometer Cape, that was a lot, but then again, that's just a model. And we know how models are guidance, but they're not perfect. So there you go. We got some lightning off of the distance finally, but we also have quite a bit of rain. And sometimes that rain can lead to, like I said, cooling temperatures. Should we look at the temperatures? Are you going to bring that up, Leslie?
Yeah, I can go ahead and do that real quick.
Let's see what we got. I bet you we're lower 70s. Dew points in the mid 60s. We'll probably be upper 60s now in northwest Arkansas, in parts of Benton and Washington County.
Right.
So let's take a look there. You got 71 in Bentonville, 73 in Grove, 65 in McAllister. You can see some of those temperatures that are on there. And that's still pretty warm and still pretty humid. And I know dew points are probably in the mid to upper 60s now.
Yeah, we can go ahead and look at the dew points real quick. Look at that. Still
so plenty of fuel that's available. And the dark green show deep moisture. So we know that these storms will have a lot to work with. All right, Davion, take us through Mega Doppler. I'm going to bring it up in Max 1, and you kind of go through some of the parts of the line here.
Yep, that's right. We're continuing to monitor what could be a little bit of a reflectivity nub just south of Moody's, or I should say right over Moody's. But notice how the line is not really there anymore. Now we're continuing to see that balanced area move, continuing east pretty fast. Just got word that the severe thunderstorm warning for Adair and Cherokee County has been allowed to, or expires at 12:15.
Yeah, that was that tornado possible part of the line.
Yep. So again, like you said, nothing too impressive on Mega Doppler right now. Here, I'll change. I know we don't typically do this on there, but there you go. So we're little small kinks continuing to be possible, but right now, it just doesn't look impressive. I'll put it that way.
It's not a solid line.
It's
You know,
not.
one of the things that you look for with a QLCS is kind of, when I say solid, I know that's counterintuitive because you call QLCS a broken line, but what I mean is an intense line. You can see along the line, there's not any line breaks. There's just like basically little cells that are along the line, and there's just, it's kind of going up everywhere. Speaking of that, I want to show you this. If we go to our water vapor, we can actually see this energy moving in. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit. We know the upper level support is moving in now, but we also know too that this support, it's got a lot of lift out ahead of it. So storms that fired up initially, these are all isolated supercells. And look how the cloud tops are actually warming. So that tells you that these cells, while they are still going to be highly electrified, they're just not as intense. Here's a better water vapor. Some very intense storms southwest of us at the Big Bend of Texas. But look at this here. You can see maybe a little bit more intense storms. These are colder cloud tops. Okay, so the River Valley we got to watch because look at this right here. You can see those storms are blossoming a little bit. I was
just going to say that, Dan. Looks like all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that we were just tracking have been allowed to expire. But down south towards the Red River and far southeastern Oklahoma, you can see there's still severe thunderstorm warnings.
Hold on, wrong button. Okay, go ahead. We'll do that.
Yeah, down here, there's still severe thunderstorm warnings. The ones up of Clovers and Delaware County has been allowed to expire, but we're going to have to watch the River Valley, as you said, as these will continue to track north and northeast.
Yeah, I want to show you the infrared because I've got the, I don't want to do the VisSat. I want to do the infrared. Stand by here. I thought I had that.
Do want to point out, though, even though these, again, this line isn't necessarily rotating at a very strong pace, I'll say, but there is still very strong straight line winds with this line of storms moving through.
Yeah, we'll still have that potential. So, and remember, there's a tornado watch that's over the entire area, and that goes until 4 a.m. So anywhere along that line, there's a tornado possible on that one, and we still have that cell that's you know, it'll go just a little bit longer. This is a tornado possible until 12:15. So one more minute, and that's gone. And then maybe we just get some rain and we can all go to bed. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That would be amazing.
We'll just tell everybody to go to bed after it comes through, and then that will be the end of it. But I do think the River Valley does have to watch. Aleshley is tracking a part of that line, and you can see how it looks more intense. So let's go to max 2 if we can, and we'll have that track. And so here's a look at, see those cells, how they're just a little more intense? That's going to have the potential to produce tornadoes. See how the line runs northwest to southeast? It's a little bit more of a solid line. You can see the reflectivity is higher. That storm's moving northeast, and so that's going to be something that we have to watch a little bit more. And there's the timing of that. Now, with these lines, Aleshley, you want to draw them out a little bit longer just to give people a little more of a heads up.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're going till about 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's draw it out about an hour and a half just because we kind of have a feeling that it'll be moving into Waldron as well as Sebastian County, Logan County, so we can get an idea of that, tracking that east. There you go, going over 2 hours as that moves into basically Waldron at about 2 o'clock in the morning. So that kind of gives an idea of where that's tracking. All right. I have to take care of something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead. Dan and I will continue the parade here and keep you guys updated on what we're seeing both on Mega Doppler and as well as our storm track. If we go ahead and look at Weather 3 to show you some of the cameras out there, lightning has been very few in between thus far across the region here. Across our 25 panels, we have all of our cameras, a lot of them looking out towards the west right now with that situation in mind. But yes, we can go back to the storm track here and keep you guys updated on what's happening into the River Valley region. I do want to keep in mind with some of the warnings going off towards the south, those storms appear to be moving anywhere from 35 to 45 miles per hour, whereas the one heading towards northwest Arkansas was moving closer to 60. At least that's what the severe thunderstorm warning was saying. So a little bit on the slower side for those southern storms there. And we have Davion looking on the northern end of this line. So we'll move up north and give you a storm track here for the north end in just a little bit. But Davion, if you want to go ahead and tell us what you're looking at on Mega Doppler right now.
Right. So it looks like there's just a little small area of rotation, and this will be just to the east of Concord, and that is going to be in southern or portions of Delaware County. In fact, right along, let me get this street right. This will be State Highway 116. Looks like there's just a little bit of rotation. Again, not impressive, but it's something that we're going to have to continue to watch as this storm continues to move northeast.
All right, can you show them once again? I'm pulling up Mega Doppler on Weather One here so that everyone is able to see. They were, again, tornado watch is in place all the way up until 4 in the morning. Again. So even keeping our eye out, because you never know what could happen. But
right.
Davion.
So there you see Cloud Creek. There's the evolution of it. Not impressive. And then there's just a little bit of a nub just right around Cloud Creek. Again, that is going to be State Highway 116 just to the east of Concord. And that's continuing to move northeast. Eventually, that'll clip portions of northwestern areas of Benton County.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and put up a storm track for you guys real quick here up in northwest Arkansas. We can see the line is a lot more scattered about across northwest Arkansas down into the River Valley. I would say you could definitely see how it's surging forward compared to the River Valley down here, telling you the difference in terms of those speeds right there. So we're keeping an eye, honestly, for the entire coverage region, whether you're up in Bella Vista, Bentonville, Springdale, all the way down south into Fort Smith and Boonville. Pretty much everyone should keep an eye on this system just because of its storm mode. This is a QLCS at the end of the day. So very linear. We could see everyone is going to be feeling the rain as well as probably some gusty winds here real soon. And also, is there any hail reports thus far?
Right now, no. Yeah, right now, no. We're continuing to watch the line of storms. Usually with the line, the hail is very few and far in between, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. But nonetheless, there could be just some isolated areas of pea-sized hail. But right now, Mega Doppler not detecting anything in terms of hail right now. We're continuing to watch that balance regime, though, as this line of storms continues to push these. But once again, it doesn't look impressive. But what I can say is definitely already loud in portions of Adair County. It's about to start raining a little bit heavier as we get into portions of Benton County as well as Washington County. So at least we're going to, hopefully this all stays rain. And like Dan said, if we can all just enjoy the rain and go home. But nonetheless, we're going to have to continue to watch this because we don't want to let our guards down. Even though the line doesn't look impressive, things can change pretty quickly. And that's why that tornado warning, or tornado watch, I should say, lasts until 4 a.m.
Yes, exactly. So here's a storm track that I just put up on Max 2 here for you guys all the way up in northwest Arkansas. We just showed one for the River Valley region, and as we saw, that line is moving or lagging a little bit behind, I should say. But here northwest Arkansas, still well by around 12:32. Could see some of that heavier rain beginning to move in. Pineville by 12:42, and then 12:52 Bella Vista, and then Fayetteville just after 1 a.m. as well. So pretty much along Interstate 49, you could see that beginning around 12:50 to maybe as late as 1:10 there, and then Winslow as well by 1:22, and Huntsville a little bit lagging behind in terms of when you'll see that heaviest of the line potentially come through at around 1:49 in the morning. So we could see it's a little bit of a slower moving system. So we'll be here for quite a while. Some of you probably won't be able to really hear any of this rain until around 2 in the morning, but a decent lightning show outside, slowly beginning to pick up on all of our cameras, I will say. So don't go outside for the lightning. Make sure you want to stay inside because there are a couple of lightning strikes out there at the current moment, but we'll show you those cameras here from time to time and show you some of that lightning that's happening out there. But Dan, you're finally back.
Yeah.
And
just had to take care of business.
there you go, and it happens. It happens.
Let's just say you don't want to hear what I was doing on the mic. You gotta go when you gotta go. So
exactly.
So, anyways, here's a look at what we've got across the area. First of all, I want to show you the lightning on weather. This is the stream. We can have some fun.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Honestly, I think this thread is starting to wind down. It doesn't look as intense as a line. In fact, look at the lightning. Lightning has, appears to be decreasing, but I don't know if I necessarily believe what that's showing. It doesn't have as many strikes on there. And I would believe that because the lightning activity it looks like it's starting to wind down, but it's wild. As it says 154, and I don't necessarily see that. Maybe over the last 15 minutes, let's go back in time and see if it was a little more highly electrified. So it looks like maybe something. Yeah,
Ooh,
see,
yeah.
there's where it was a lot more lightning, and this clearly shows that still lightning, but it looks like it's starting to weaken in terms of the amount of lightning, which is always a sign that you got a weaker storm. Now look at these storms down here that are going to be moving into the River Valley and southern Leflore County and Scott County. That's in our weather coverage area, so we're going to be covering that. We're going to be watching that closely, but still
Dan,
some
quick question.
activity. Yes, sir.
Do you want to stay on the Tulsa radar? Or would
No,
you like
I do
to
not.
move? I didn't think
Even
so.
though it is balanced and, even though you have attenuation. And so if we get ahead of it, let's see what we've got from the Fort Smith radar. We're going to switch radars. And in the meantime, when we do that, I'll still take a look at INX here from this cell, and you're going to see a different view of what that looks like. So tornado possible with this cell, that's for Choctaw, Pushmataha County. I know when Leslie and Davion first got here, like, what in the world? Pushmataha. Yeah, that's that Fort Townsend that you talked about, Davion and Rattan and Swink. So yeah, Pushmataha. How about that county? And then you got just to the east of that, severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. That's just to the west of Broken Bow. We know that area because Doug always talks about McCurtain County. In fact, last Friday, he was mentioning the tornado warning that was in northern McCurtain County. That was last Friday, but not anymore. So we'll watch this part of the line. That looks like it's going to be more balanced, a little more cold pool dominant here, and then you work away north and possibly balanced. But this is just starting to move into the Siloam Springs area. We still got all those weather cameras up.
Yes, we do. And you can see Springdale Harbor's camera, for example, seeing some of those sprinkles and raindrops. There we go. Whoa.
Ooh, yeah.
Perfect timing.
Wow. You were able to see the strike clearly on Springdale.
Yeah,
I was just talking about the raindrops there. So I hope some of you got to notice it on that camera. But if not, there we go again.
We got some anvil crawlers now.
Exactly.
Now we're starting to see the lightning. So the low clouds are starting to clear out. So it's going to be a noisy night, but no severe thunderstorm warning. So that's why we're not on the air. That's why we're not covering this. And, we'll be watching right now, Leflore County isn't even included in the warning. So that's why we're not watching. That's not why we're not on the air. Here's Lincoln. Let's take a look here, get a good look at Lincoln. Maybe we can get a huge lightning strike again. That was awesome. Let's take this and point it due west if we can.
Just wanted to quickly add, Dan, on those severe storms down south where you mentioned Broken Bow. Just about only seeing about nickel to some areas of dime-sized hail just to the south and west of Broken Bow. And that'll continue to push over the east. So actually not even moving northeast, just due east. But again, that will be coming into portions of the River Valley over the next hour or so.
Okay, I appreciate that. We got meteorologist Davion Huggins and meteorologist Leslie Castro. Just got a text from someone, a friend of mine, Michelle, and she says, I love your new team. Very informative and very chill about it. So just wanted to let you know that we just got that.
So this is pointed west, and while you were in the midst of talking, there was another strike that went off. So I hope
good old Lincoln
was able to see that as well. But you could see the rain beginning to move in on that camera as well, very quickly off in the distance there.
But that was some high praise to you guys. So we appreciate
it. I appreciate it. Thank
do.
you for those who are
Definitely
watching.
I know you're watching the storms and the cells, and hey, when they start threatening, we'll let you know about it.
So here we go, Dan. This is obviously not in our coverage area, but it is moving towards us. If you take a look at Mega Doppler right now, there is a little bit of a couplet showing strong rotation. In fact, this is just to the southwest of Red Oak, and this will be moving right over U.S. Highway. That is 270.
Okay, so stand by. We're going to bring up Mega Doppler.
So we can plot there that. It is. There it is.
That's the part of the line that's and a little more intense.
Exactly, and you can see a little bit as I take the street off. You can see maybe a little bit of an inflow right on the highway as you see the progression of that. It really starts to kick up. Boom, right there. So there you see to the southwest of Red Oak.
Now, if you zoom out, just to let people know where that is, that is going to be approaching Leflore County. So that is an area that we're going to be watching. And we mentioned how the River Valley around 1 o'clock in the morning was going to be under the gun for potentially stronger storms. And here we go. Temperatures hit 80 degrees. It was very warm, very humid. You got a lot of shear that's in place. More of the energy is focused in the River Valley. The line is coming through. And yeah, there you go. You might have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible here pretty soon. That's definitely cranking up. Let's look at the velocity image on that.
There you go.
And there you go.
It'll be
That's
on-
definitely a couplet. Oh, big time.
Yeah.
So you've got winds that are moving towards the radar and away from the radar, and there's your circulation. Now, if you're looking at that from Tulsa,
No, this is
no, I know. I'm just saying if you look at it from Tulsa, it's going to be right along the radial. And here's what I'm going to do.
Yep.
I don't want you to change radars, but I want to look at it and look. It's not as well defined because you're going to see it's almost right along the radial, but it still shows up there. So this could be prompting tornado warning potential. And honestly, get ready because this could be clipping western LaFleur County. As it moves in. This could be a warning that moves all the way, like I said, into western LaFleur County. Not probably including Worcester, but very close to that. Poto is going to be very close to that as well. And we'll continue to watch that. Try to get a weather camera in Poto at Kavanaugh Hill and Poto Mountain, and just haven't been successful on that yet. But maybe one of these days, because we need to get a view of that. But that's something that we're going to have to watch, and I think that's something that could ramp up and produce some tornado potential.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
There you see that tightening up. Yep.
That is definitely a QLCS tornado written all over it. So a little mesovortice. Now, remember, it's balanced. So you got that line running from northwest to southeast. So you putting that motion on there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Sounds
So,
good.
There's the newest look to it. Should get an update here in the next 10 seconds.
I'm going to kick on all the lights here real
Gotcha.
quick.
Just in case.
But again,
We're
this
going
is
red.
Yeah, but this again,
No
this will be
greenage,
moving.
but we're going red.
No greenage. If you know, you know.
Yep.
But again, U.S. Highway 270, just southwest of Red Hook, pretty strong rotation showing up right now. That does spell it. It honestly looks just like a QLCS situation. That'll
Yeah.
be moving
really-
northeast over towards Red Oak and State Highway 82 a little further downstream, and then eventually into portions of LaFleur County. So we're not done yet, and that's why that tornado watch goes until 4 a.m. for situations like this. We showed you how all of the conditions down in the River Valley are a little more prominent than Northwest Arkansas, and especially with the lack of storms that you're seeing also over LaFleur County as well as push points eastward. So definitely something to keep an eye on over the next few hours.
They said a tornado warning will be coming for the circulation east of Wilburton.
Yep, that's exactly the yep.
Can
See?
you ask if it's
Tulsa.
going to include LaFleur County? Because if it does, that
Then-
starts our coverage.
Yep.
Okay, yep.
Let's go ahead and we'll put a track on this. We're going to take a look at what we've got. And so let's go ahead into Max 2. I think you got a track already on it. There's a circulation moving northeast. So we are going to see a tornado warning on this. And this is going to be moving into LaFleur County. Probably going to be a little south of Fort Smith, in my opinion, even south of the Fort Smith Regional Airport. But Poto coming in at 112, Spiro at 119, Fort Coffee 123, and Pensacola coming in at 129. Now, one camera that we do have, and let's point this southwest. This is going to be our Kisser FM
Dripping
Weatherbug
Springs.
Network camera,
Yep.
Dripping Springs. Now, hopefully there's not a lot of rain that's out ahead of it that's going to shroud it in precipitation. Let me know when you got that pointed southwest.
Yes, I am loading up the camera right now so that
Okay.
I can change the orientation of it. This does take a little bit of time.
Yep.
As
There's the tornado
you know,
warning,
for
and that
sure.
does include LaFleur County. So here
There
we go.
There we
Yep.
go.
Severe weather coverage coming for LaFleur County on TV as well. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So tornado warning has been issued. You should start seeing it pop up. We'll bring up that information. Let's see when the warning starts kicking in on our
There
stream.
it is.
And here we go.
Till 1 a.m.
Live severe weather coverage coming up. So let me know when you guys are ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Ready.
Okay.
And Dripping Springs is facing that way.
Okay. Okay, here we go. We're gonna bring this up on SRX.
New tornado warning.
Warning. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Dan Scott. Now it's morning already, so we're
Yep.
getting close to 1 o'clock in the morning, just like we said. We're after midnight. We got meteorologist Davion Huggins,
New
Alessia
tornado
Castro,
warning.
myself, and we've been covering these storms on the stream, but now we got a tornado warning. We're breaking in on television. LaFleur County under the path of a storm. That's tornado warning. Let's get to it, show you that. We'll take you through the tracks. We'll get you through this storm. And a tornado watch goes until 4 a.m. Davion, you've been watching this cell, and this has every classic textbook of QLCS tornado potential.
It does. We were watching the rotation as it was just to the south and west of Wilburton, or east, I should say, and now it's starting to move over Highway State 12, and then now it's going to be heading over towards Highway 82 as it continues to push northeast into portions of Lafleur County. And that's why that tornado warning has been issued as we continue to start this live coverage.
So this is not what we call a supercell tornado, but this is a quasi-linear convective system tornado, or a broken line of storms. And this is where the energy in the line is a little bit more intense, and it's running from northwest to southeast. So that shear is definitely showing up. Let me take a look here at the radar from SRX. So you've got that. You get to see the tornado warning runs until 1 o'clock in the morning. We knew this would be an early morning. We're going to be watching this closely. This is going to make its way to the northeast. So what Leslie is going to do on Weather 2 is do a storm track on this. Let's take a look at Mega Doppler. There's that circulation very clearly evident, and the rotation very close to Red Oak. You're seeing colors that are moving towards the radar and away from the radar, with the radar located in Fort Smith. And we got it in dual panel mode. So you can see that we've got reflectivity and velocity right next to each other. You'll see the heaviest core right here. This is definitely an intense storm. Not only that, but it has what we call a descending reflectivity core. And Davion, this has all the classic textbooks of producing what's known as a little spin up, or a tornado along the leading edge of this line.
It definitely does. And there you see the latest reflectivity scan still showing that little bit of a drop as we look just to the south and east of Wilburton, just where you pointed out. And that, like you said, just textbook in terms of QLCS trainings, as well as what you see when you're looking for circulation start to spin up. That's exactly what we see. A little bit of a reflectivity drop, and then it starts to turn, and you see those winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. And this is right to the west of Red Oak, or now I should say due east, as we get the latest velocity scan. And there you see it still looks pretty apparent on velocity scans right now.
And we know the environment is there, and this is a brightening up in terms of the tightening up of the circulation. So we got a track on this. Let's let you know where this is headed. Meteorologist Leslie Castro in the weather lab. Let's take Weather 2 if we can, Max 2. And let's take us through this track here.
Yes, before I do so, I do want to mention that in NWS Tulsa Slack, they mentioned Cherokee County reported a large tree down on Highway 82 near Peggs, and another tree down on Highway 10 in the northern part of the county. So they're keeping an eye on this system, and those who could potentially be impacted by this by 12:42 Lodi. So you have about 10 minutes to get to a safe spot with this case. 10:46 Cedar, and then moving into northern Lafleur County, McCurtain by 12:55, 12:58 Bordeaux as well, and then by 1:01 Milton, right after 1 a.m. Keota, Bedwell, Callington, Spiro, and Salisal. You guys are all in this pathway, so make sure to take cover. This storm is moving at 45 miles per hour.
Now, Dan, really quickly, I don't want to butt in, but I'm keeping an eye on the storm that's just out of that tornado warning north of Keota to the southwest of Brent. That doesn't have a very good look to it. It looks like it's starting to try to develop a mesocyclone, and it also has what you see nickel-sized hail. So that tells me that the storm is actually trying to intensify a little more.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll look at Weather 1, Max 1.
Yeah, so this will be,
you get to see that, just so you see. Yeah, there's a hail core. And see, this is an isolated supercell that's out ahead of it. So this is something that we absolutely have to watch. This, by the way, is a Sequoia County line. And this is an isolated cell that could easily start to produce tornado potential. And notice how it's all a part of the ahead of the line. And so there's that circulation. We'll watch that. You can see the new radar scan now showing up in dual mode. That will be something to watch. Also, too, I want to take you through on SRX. So here's Northwest Arkansas. I know a lot of people are watching on the stream from Northwest Arkansas because we have been covering this throughout the night, really since after the 10 o'clock newscast. This is not severe thunderstorm warned, nor is it tornado warned. Is it noisy? Yes, absolutely. We're going to get right back to the other storm, but a lot of lightning, no doubt about that. Not as much lightning as down south. But the good news is that there's absolutely no circulations on this at the moment. We're continuing to watch this. A little bit of wind that's out ahead of the storm, but no tornado potential with this line in Northwest Arkansas. And we can take a look at this from INX as well, just to get one more look at the radar from Tulsa, and I don't see any circulation. So let's get back down to that tornado warning, do the track on this, and we're going to show you which way this dangerous portion of the storm is headed for the tornado warning clipping northern Lafleur County. Let's get to that on Max 1.
Yes, I have that pulled up. So Lodi by 12:45, you guys have about 10 minutes to get to a safe spot. And moving into northern LaFleur County, you have by 12:49 Cedar. About 9 minutes afterwards at 12:58 in the morning, McCurtain, and then just after 1 in the morning, Bordeaux, Milton, Keota. By 1:13, Bedwell, Callington, 1:23 Spiro, by 1:29 Salisaw. And again, the storm is moving at 45 miles per hour. So make sure to get into your safe spot if you are in this tornado warning. Now, do keep in mind, it looks like Keota is right on the edge of it. And that is just south of the isolated cell we saw as well. And then Bedwell and Spiro, you guys are sort of on the edge of it, but still wanting to keep this in mind. If this rotation continues along, then you guys could be in that pathway as well.
Now, these are all towns, Aleshli, that you and Davion are learning. And Spiro, as you can see, it's in northern LaFleur County. Looks like Spiro, but just letting you know it's Spiro, which, hey.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Everybody needs to learn the towns, especially myself. But Spiro, Bedwell, Keota, that's all moving to the northeast. And you can see that line about to move into southern Sequoia County. Now, here is an area that we got to watch. That's that isolated supercell. Let's go to max 1 if we can. Lightning is increasing. We can actually see the base of this thunderstorm looking off to the southwest from our Dripping Springs WeatherBug network camera. And there you get to see that area that's going to be moving in. So an intense line of storms that we're going to be watching, and that continues to develop quite a bit of lightning looking off to the southwest. So that's a storm that definitely will make us pay attention, because that's an isolated supercell that could be developing a circulation. And the type of environment that we have, Aleshli, in a tornado watch is something that we have to watch very closely. So it's going to be a noisy night. Look at the lightning increasing in intensity too. That is our WeatherBug network camera from Dripping Springs at the Kisser FM tower. And that is just north of Van Buren, in case you're wondering, close to figure 5, which is exactly where this cell is going to be headed. Let's do a track on that cell that's coming in. And there's actually 2 cells. There's one cell southwest of Dripping Springs. Davion, how is that looking on areas of circulation? Looks like 2 cells are trying to pop up.
Yeah, that circulation to the southwest of Dripping Springs, it doesn't look too defined, but again, we are very close to the radar. So that is something to keep in mind, as it definitely could be a little bit more defined than what you see on live Mega Doppler right now. So again, we know the ingredients are there, especially in the river valley where conditions are a little bit more prominent. And that's why we're continuing to want you to be in your safe places if you're underneath a tornado warning, and stay vigilant if you're in a tornado watch, which is our entire area, and that lasts until 4 a.m. So regardless of how unimpressive the radar may look a few moments ago or just before we cut into live, again, you can see how fast these things ramp up. And in fact, just got the latest scan on reflectivity, I should say. And this is right over Roland, just to the north or due east of Fort Smith, I should say. And it's a little hard to see the shape, but it definitely does have a little bit of that shape as we continue to look at that. Yeah, and I've got it pulled up for INX because it's obviously a little closer to the radar at SRX, so close that if you are seeing a circulation, it's already very close to the ground. So here's a little bit aloft. You can see that area of rotation showing up. A little more of a convergence aloft, which could tell you that some gusty winds might be developing. Here you see another area of convergence. What we mean by that is the winds are moving away from the radar and towards the radar. And here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Right in here, right in this region. So this is winds moving away and towards, and this could be developing a downburst potential, essentially, that could be taking place, what we call a MARC, a mid-altitude radial convergence, MARC for short. And that just shows you that some convergence is aloft. Not quite rotation yet, because it's not a couplet. It's not on each side. It's more along the radial. So that kind of shows you that you do have that a little more convergence aloft. But we take a look at SRX, and there's a look at that cell. That's definitely got a lot of lightning with it. And anytime you increase the lightning strikes, that lets you know the storm could be a little more intense. Here's Lincoln looking off to the west, some heavy rain coming down. Had a report of heavy rain moving into the Fort Smith area. That makes sense because, hey, that storm is right on top of Fort Smith. So we'll look at the public library, and you'll get to see quite a bit of lightning here looking off in the distance as that storm continues to ramp up. That's the same one that's at isolated cell. Might even be able to see a little bit of structure associated with it. The winds are really cranking. There's no doubt about that. Dan, I want to bring
Get
your
see some of the
attention
lightning.
to
Yes, please
the
do.
tornado warning that we have right now, of course, causing us to cut in. The rotation on the latest velocity scans looks a little bit more broad than what we saw when it first started. But I do want to bring your attention just to the south of the warning box over near LaFleur, the city of LaFleur, that is, not necessarily LaFleur County, but you can see a little bit more of rotation on Mega Doppler right now, if you can bring that up.
I got it on there.
Yeah, there
yes,
it is.
sir.
And it's not impressive. And there you see the latest scan. It doesn't even look that impressive. But nonetheless, it's something to continue to watch. This is on the southern tip of the same cell that we're continuing to watch. And it is along that balanced regime, I might add, as well.
And if this line break happens where these two cells split, that's going to tell you that you have some pretty intense winds coming back from the storm on the west side that can sometimes cause that rotation to increase a little bit more. So there you see the circulation showing up southwest of LaFleur in LaFleur County. Makes sense, right?
Right.
But LaFleur is actually spelled with a space, and the city of LaFleur is not. So it can be confusing. But hey, at least LaFleur is in LaFleur County. Red Oak, you got Fanshawe, Worcester, Poteau, all those areas, and we're still watching that tornado warning potential. The reason we broke in on TV, we got a warning that is clipping a part of our weather coverage area. No doubt western and northwestern LaFleur County is in that coverage area. And let's go back in time a little bit and look at the circulation. And you can see how it was just a little bit tighter. Okay, we got a brand new tornado warning coming out. Let's see where that area is for. We'll pop this up here soon on the screen. And there you go.
There it is.
Looks like, do they reissue the same one? Update it?
Not seeing anything in
that
the
looks like the same one.
Oh, there it is. Tornado warning.
go.
Haskell, Oklahoma, Latimer, Oklahoma, LaFleur. Yeah. Same one.
Yes.
So same one, they just updated it.
I do want to mention newest update. This is from NWS Tulsa. A well-organized and moderately strong low-level meso developed. Of course, that's the one we're talking about, prompting the tornado warning. They say the environment continues to be most supportive for strong gusts and low-level rotation over the next 90 minutes or so. And there you see, just to the south of that, in fact,
Broken Bow.
Yep, Broken Bow.
Tornado warning. Okay, there it is. It finally populated. So it's basically the problem is you can't see the warning because this line is on here, and it basically covers up with the radar. So when you go off of this, look, you can barely see that line. You see that?
Yep.
So that's an extension of the tornado warning and the new tornado warning that was issued. So this is the old tornado warning, goes until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then this right here, we zoom in a little bit closer. Maybe it was the old warning.
There it is.
Yeah, I don't.
It includes McCurtain.
Trying to get that other warning. Yeah, you got it,
Yeah, the new
Leslie.
warning is shortened. So you can go ahead and pull up the storm track as well, because I could list off some of the areas that will be impacted here too.
Please do.
Soon. Excuse me. 12:52 McCurtain. So that's less than 10 minutes. It looks like this rotation is heading close to you guys, if not directly to you guys. So make sure to take cover. Yeah, it looks like that rotation is very close to McCurtain. So make sure to take cover during that time. Bordeaux as well by 12:56, and then Milton as well by 12:59. And then we kind of move just after 1 a.m. So this is a late night situation, of course, but Bakoshi, I believe, is pronounced, Dan, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
You got it.
There we go. 1:05 in the morning, Cowlington as well by 1:13, and then Spyboro by 1:18, and then Fort Coffee by 1:23 as well for that area. Again, this line is still moving at 45 miles per hour, so making sure we're keeping an eye on that as we continue along, as well as keeping an eye on some of the other possible embedded rotations within this QLCS.
Let's see if we have any type of supercell structure on this Kisser FM WeatherBug network camera. Before we do that, I do have to do something real quick.
Yeah,
just
of course.
To update the graphics. So stand by here real quick.
Just want to keep you going. The rotation that we're tracking right now, and Leslie, you just mentioned McCurtain. I do want to point out on reflectivity that we're continuing to see just a little bit of a surge as we look at right now. And there's the new latest scan. You see a lot of rainfall as well as a little bit of hail. This is pea-sized hail that you'll see about to move into portions of McCurtain. In fact, if we can pull up Mega Doppler, you'll be able to see this just to the south and west of McCurtain. And that will be continuing to move northeast, as Leslie just pointed out. And there you see the progression of it as it continues to move northeast. A lot of information right now. A lot of hail going down. It's only pea size, but again, we're continuing to watch the rotation on this. In fact, there you see the broad rotation right over McCurtain, and it points due east. So it's not necessarily a tight couplet right now, but that definitely could change as we're continuing to watch this storm progress and age as it goes over towards LaFleur County.
I also want to mention that from NWS Tulsa, they recorded a wind gust of 53 miles per hour at Stigler. So we also saw reports earlier from trees being down. So there are definitely the potential for damaging wind gusts to be out there. So of course we want to take extra caution with that. And I also want to keep in mind that Little Rock is also keeping an eye on this, and they did mention.
Dan.
Here's a look at that supercell that we were watching out ahead over towards Salisaw. And there's another area of rotation that looks like it's trying to get its act together. And that's right over Salisaw, I might add.
Okay.
Also seeing hailstones the size of dime size over in this storm.
So it's an isolated supercell. That's something we have to watch. And remember our lovely Kisser FM camera?
We do.
Yes.
Yeah, it went down.
Lightning strike?
All the lightning.
Potentially. Yeah.
Probably all the
potential
lightning. It was really bright on that camera, to say the least. So
Literally
I wouldn't be
like
surprised.
daycare kids trying to keep them behaved as those cameras go down. Check this out. Let's make that full screen if we can on Weather 3. And we're going to do this. So we're going to bring this up on Max 1. Let me know when we got that full screen. Check this out. This is some of our WeatherBug Network cameras. A little bit of a noisy night. And I know Northwest Arkansas is hearing a lot of thunder, and you're experiencing some rumbles of thunder, seeing a lot of flashes of lightning. You're concerned about the storms, rightfully so. But there is absolutely no severe weather potential at the moment in Northwest Arkansas. It's noisy, it's loud, it's rain, it's thunder, but right now, no severe weather. The tornado warning is focused in the River Valley, and that's why we're covering that storm a lot more. But just want to kind of give you an overview because we got people on the stream. I'm sure they're commenting about what about Rogers, what about Bentonville, what about those areas. And as of now, it's just basically a giant cluster of storms that is non-severe. And so that's what we're hoping for. Let's just have this thing come through, provide a nice little downpour, some beneficial rains. Let's get this thing out of here, and then we can enjoy a beautiful rest of the week after a little bit of colder weather and rain tomorrow. And then we got, or should I say today, then we got some nice weather. Thursday is looking amazing. After a chilly start to the morning, boy, we warm up, and Friday and Saturday, absolutely fantastic weather. But going back to this, just to give you a quick update. Okay, so yes, you got heavy rain coming down in Bentonville, a lot of lightning over Siloam Springs right now. In fact, we can go ahead and we can bring up our Siloam Springs WeatherBug Network camera. And let's just do this. Let's just bring up a small little window here to show you. Yeah, it's lightning, and there's occasional flashes of lightning, but not even really super gusty winds at the moment. And so that's our WeatherBug Network camera from Siloam Springs. We'll work our way south.
Hey, Dan.
Yes, sir.
I just want to give you a quick update over in Adair County. This is just to the north of Greasy. It does look like a little bit of rotation trying to get its act together, approaching Highway US 59.
Okay, let's check this out here, because that's an area that's not only tough to chase, but two,
and I'll show you the progression
something to
of
watch.
that.
Yeah,
you see.
There it is right there along the leading edge. So that's something to watch. Highway 59, north of Stony Point, in between Zion, as you mentioned, Greasy moving northeast. Salem, that's going to be impacted as well. You can see that hail core too. It's showing signs of a stronger storm. So hopefully that Kisser camera comes back. Hopefully it wasn't just like maybe a surge or a brief lightning strike.
It's still trying to reconnect.
Yeah.
To let you know.
Need some generators on those things. Here's a look at the tornado warning. That's, again, LaFleur County. Goes until 1:15. So this doesn't include any of Sequoia County. Doesn't include the River Valley in terms of Fort Smith and Van Buren. We're on dual mode. This right here is a LaFleur County line, in case you're wondering. Sequoia County, Arkansas River, Fort Coffee, Spiro, Panama. You can see all those areas. But we got to watch this. This is that area of embedded rotation. That's why that tornado warning continues. And you can see how that continues to remain intact. And if this becomes a line break right here, a descending reflectivity core, that could really ramp up that circulation a little bit stronger. So, and this can happen quick too. In a matter of 10, 15 minutes, you could have a potential tornado touching down sometimes with this type of environment. So I want to go back to our radar and work our way down the line. So here we've got West Fork, Greenland, A little bit of rain. There's that isolated cell that's right over Dripping Springs. In fact, we zoom in and you can see Dripping Springs right there. So our camera is getting blasted right now, unfortunately. Hopefully that's not why it went down. Got a little isolated cell that's out ahead of it in Alma. Got some other storms. Notice how those storms are just a little more intense in parts of the river valley. But that's the only warning that we're covering. And once that warning gets dropped here, and if there's no other warnings that get issued, then we'll just continue on the live stream until these storms move through, and then we'll all have a good, nice rest overnight tonight. And, hey, we got prepared for this storm, and hopefully it doesn't materialize. Let's see. Here's an isolated cell, a little bit of small hail, but at the moment, looks like the shear is kind of lacking. So I still think the wind shear is there. We just have to see how this kind of all evolves. I do want to go back to those cameras and look at the multi-views. I can see moving the camera around. You got Top Golf, probably people playing at Top Golf right now, even though there's lightning moving in. There's a look at some of the storms coming in, and let's watch some of the lightning here. Probably some pretty good anvil crawlers too.
Yep, there you go. Dan just got word by NWS that the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Haskell, Latimer, and LaFleur County, Oklahoma.
Yes.
So there you go. It started to weaken a little bit, and that means that we don't do television coverage anymore. We're going to continue it on the stream. 479 First, YouTube, Mr. Weather Dan, on X at Weather Dan, also retweeted from Davion and Leshley's accounts. We also got our Facebook pages, KNWA Fox 24, meteorologist Dan Scoff, NWA Weather Authority, and then we're also streaming on 479 First, our streaming platform. So we'll continue to get through the storm, but as of now, tornado warning has expired. So keep it here with your weather authority, and we'll keep you advised. We return you back to regularly scheduled programming. Again, you can join us on the stream. Scan that QR code. You can also watch a live stream from our app. Thank you so much.
All right. Now that we're clear just to the south of that warning, or right on the
yeah, it'll probably ramp back up and we'll bounce back on, but there's no reason to stay on and wait for it unless there's like an imminent threat or an imminent danger. So it's windy now in Bella Vista. I get it. And there's definitely some storms that are out there. But here's the deal. I mean, this line is really falling apart in Northwest Arkansas.
It is. Benton County, Washington County.
Now we got Mega Doppler up, Davion. You can see that. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring up Max 2. We're going to take you up and down the line. You're talking about Bella Vista. And I know there's going to be some gusty winds.
56-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Salisaw.
Yeah. Tom saying Fayetteville fizzle again. Centerton is loud. I mean, the lightning strikes, they're definitely there. If we look at lightning activity, positive and negative strikes. So you're just now starting to get that activity. There was a good strike right there just to the southwest of Rogers. Let's see if there's any major positive CGs, shall we? Always like to look
at
that
this. Thunder that we're hearing?
Oh, yeah. Maximum amperage, 85. 85 kiloamps.
I wasn't near Dripping Springs.
Darn it.
Man, we had a recording going.
That's one of the favorite cameras, too.
It was just bright.
And then really power surge.
Over there, yeah.
I swear it's like whack-a-mole. I mean, you're like, we got the camera up, whack. Got the camera up, whack, whack,
the
whack,
moment you
whack.
go one up, another goes down. And that's been the trend as of recently.
Wow.
It's like, yeah.
Whereas Davion and I have been here now. All the cameras have not been up at once, I will say.
And how much have I tried?
Really hard.
Yes.
It's been a lot of phone calls.
Emails.
A lot of phone calls with cameras.
All right, let's get back to the radar here. We'll show you on Mega Doppler. So you do have two areas of circulation that are showing up in LaFleur County. Here's someone saying really strong winds in Salisaw right now.
Yep.
Wind is strong. It makes sense. It's along the leading edge of the line. That's already come through. Let's look at base velocity for that so we can see what those winds are expected to be. Yeah. And you can see those the line is a little bit stronger.
Man.
Bobby said, good luck, everyone, with severe weather season. I live in Thailand, so you're on your own. That's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, here's the good news. there are people that can go to bed. You ready for this? Here is the go to bed area. So we're going to take a look at, first of all, cameras, obviously a few lightning strikes that continue out there. Let me take that camera off the screen. We're going to bring up Max 2. And this is what we've got. The go to bed area. You ready for this? We got a lot of it. We're going to draw it right here. So anywhere within this area, Siloam Springs, Decatur, Bella Vista, even Bentonville, honestly, you guys could go to bed. All of this area right in here. It's the go to bed area.
That's this right here.
You are done.
Here we go, Dan.
What?
Another area. That's the area just to the south that we called out right before we ended the area. The newscast.
Wait,
Is that it?
that one, but there's
Go to
also
bed
one
area.
farther down south that's not in the viewing region.
Yep,
Yeah.
that is, oh,
Yeah.
that's a line
Yeah.
break.
There it is.
There you go.
Now, see, that is tornado, and that might clip southern LaFleur County if that comes in. We're going to look at that here real quick. But this is the go to bed area. Ready? We're going to zoom in on this, and you're going to get to see Gravette, Decatur, Bella Vista, Gentry, Sulphur Springs, Maysville, Siloam Springs. No more. Once that line comes through, you get a little stratiform rain. You might have some rumbles of thunder, but that's it. Now, what is the problem? And this is classic QLCS tornado potential, man. Work our way south of the line, Davion, and you'll look at that. Wait, where did it go? You got to go south of that.
Way down
There
south.
it is,
There it
right
is.
there. That's going to be south of Smithville.
Yep.
That area is a line break.
There's 2 line breaks there.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yep.
So on the southern tip of that northern cell, right there where Davion's planting US 259, that's the area that's going to be severe and potentially
Tornado warning circulation west of Poto. So that's the area that I just called out.
Okay. Are they going to issue another warning?
That's what it
Yep,
looks like
yep.
across
Tornado
the
warning.
country.
Okay, back to warning information, back to more tornado coverage.
Yep.
So as soon as that pops on, I heard the control room said, yay. All right, so let's on Max 1, let's show Mega Doppler with that storm, and then Max 2, you can do a track. How about that?
Gotcha. So I'll give you the warning how fast it's moving once they issue that.
Yay. So Centerton and Bentonville are in the clear pretty soon, probably in about 15, 20 minutes, Cal. No Rogers. Yeah, pretty close. Centerton is in that go-to-bed area. And we got one more here. Is Centerton in that go-to-bed area? Yes. Sleep tighty.
Just as they issue that, the latest velocity scan doesn't look impressive.
Did they issue? Is that the new warning?
Yeah.
It just came out?
NWS tells Brad
Wait.
tornado warning
This
circulation
is
west of
not the
Poto.
newest
No,
warning.
it's not the newest
This is
warning.
not the newest warning.
No.
We said tornado warning circulation west of Poto, but they haven't put out a warning just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I thought that expired.
That did expire.
So why isn't that showing? Why is that still showing up? Probably because they have it going till 1:15 or 1 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
even though it's going to expire. But here's an example. Check this out.
Mhm.
So you got Max 1, that's Mega Doppler, that expires the warnings properly. Max 2 does not. Now there's a new tornado warning, and there it is. So let's go ahead and we'll go on. And this one's a little bit closer to Fort Smith.
Yes.
So this will be something to watch. All right.
Yep.
Back
So
on
it's
television
quarter.
here shortly.
This one is
You
LaFleur.
guys
New
ready?
tornado warning.
Okay, I'm going to get the information on this. We're going to bring up Max 1. You got a track on Max 2. Let's put the track on there.
Still
And
no
let's
warning
go.
on Mega Doppler.
Okay. Well, it didn't take long. New tornado warning popping up with that cell, that same cell that's in LaFleur County. The rotation, the circulation still showing up, prompting new tornado warning potential. The previous warning expires at 1 o'clock in the morning. It already expired. It still shows on our system, but we'll be dropping off here very, very soon. Let's get to it and show you what we've got, first of all, on Max 1 to give you the warning track, and then we're going to go ahead and track that storm and let you know that expiration time. So we've got a tornado warning that's in effect until 1:30 in the morning. The new warning just dropped off, even though it was expired a little bit earlier. This storm does include most of northern LaFleur County and even southern Sequoia County. Now, this is getting closer to the Fort Smith area, so that's why we're going to be watching it closely. We had that WeatherBug Network camera at Dripping Springs to check this out. We do have a few other cameras, though, in Fort Smith, also one that might be able to look west from Mount Magazine, quite a ways off in the distance. This is the cell that we're going to be watching closely, and this storm is moving to the northeast. Let's take a look at a storm track as we track this storm. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning, too, that just got issued, and this is for the northern portion of the line. So that goes until 1:45. And that's new severe thunderstorm warning shows the area of Sequoia, Washington, Crawford, and Adair County. So we'll take a look at this cell here without any of the warning information real quick, just to kind of wipe that all off the screen, and then we'll do a track on that supercell. So that is going to be moving into southwestern Washington County. So the energy is moving in. All right, Aleshley, we've got a track on this. We'll take a look at the latest on Max 2 if we can. And here's the track of that dangerous portion of the storm. Here's some of the areas that are going to be impacted. Fort Coffee at 114, Muldrow coming in at 120, Van Buren, which is a little bit just to the east, on the eastern edge of this warning, at 130. So now for areas of the tornado warning, it does not quite include Crawford County. It's LaFleur and Sequoia County, even though Van Buren is in the part of that track, just in case the cell continues a little bit longer, because you can see that Van Buren is about 1:30 in the morning, and Cedarville at 1:36, a little bit farther northeast. But mainly we're expecting before 1:30 storm to be moving into northern LaFleur and southern and southeastern Sequoia County.
I do want to mention as well that this is a little bit of a faster warning as well. The speed is at 65 miles per hour,
Wow.
whereas the previous speed was at 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, so that's faster, and faster means less time to take cover and less time to prepare for this storm. Now we can look and see these shear tracks if we can, and we're going to bring that up on Max 1. So here's a little bit of that rotation. This is what prompted the rotation. Doesn't look like much, but remember, these little circulations can spin up pretty rapidly. So we're watching that, and I know Davion's got a mega Doppler that we're watching as well. So let's go to, if we can, look at mega Doppler on this.
Right.
And there's those two areas of
I'm
circulation.
taking you through the evolution. You can see it really ramped up right there. Then it doesn't look impressive, but nonetheless, it's still a rotating storm, and that's why that tornado warning has been issued.
I think one of the reasons it just kind of falls apart is there's so much other rain activity, and that's kind of choking off the updraft, if you will, maybe preventing the balanced area to develop. So here you see that line. Anywhere along that line, you'll see potential tornado development. Again, southwest of Panama, be taking your tornado precautions. At any time, this storm could, in fact, produce a tornado. At the moment, we're not seeing that. But right now, we've got a tornado warning that's in effect. So Mount Magazine, let's look to the west and see. You can see those clouds moving along pretty quickly. New severe thunderstorm warning just got added. Let's go ahead and we'll see what that one is. And that's for that area that's moving basically over northern Crawford County. So these cells are ramping up in intensity, aren't they, guys?
They really
are.
are.
Definitely tell. Now, Northwest Arkansas, just as at the moment, we're not looking at as much activity. So that's good news. We got to go back to Max 2 if we can.
Looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for that cell right over Cedarville, moving points northeast. So that's another one, and that's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Okay, sounds good. Just double click anywhere, see if we can get anything on. I think Max 1 might have died. We'll just keep Max 2 up and we'll be able to do that.
Yes, so Max 1 is loading right now. But in the meantime, for those who are possibly in the storm track, here's a couple of places we can list. Bokoshi, I'm assuming I'm correct, Dan?
Yeah, Bokoshi.
There you go, Bokoshi. And then Spiro by 1:14 in the morning. So again, this system is moving at 65 miles per hour. That's what this tornado warning is set at. So moving a little bit faster. If you're within this polygon, you guys may want to take cover. Van Buren, you guys are just south of the polygon, as well as those in Mountainburg. This for sure will be crossing Interstate 40. So those who are possibly on the roadways at this time need to take extra caution, both within this tornado warning, but also the fact that we've been recording wind gusts up to or near 60 miles per hour, I should say, anywhere from around 55 to 60 miles per hour. And there were also reports of trees down in some of these areas just a few moments ago, I would say about half an hour ago. So we're definitely wanting to take this in consideration, both within the tornado warning and also in the severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, keep in mind with the severe thunderstorm warnings, there's a tag for hail that could be up to quarter size, 1 inch, and then wind up to 60 miles per hour as well.
Yeah, so we're watching that. That cell
Yeah,
north
you
of
see.
Cedarville does have a little bit of a larger hail
That's
core.
actually quarter-sized hail with
Yeah,
it.
so we're getting up there, and that shows you that energy and intensity of the storms are starting to increase a little bit more. So all things we're going to be watching and checking out for, and looks like we got Max 1 back online. So right in the middle of severe weather coverage. Because of that, I want to show Weather 3. We're going to show you a WeatherBug network shot of all of our cameras. And let's bring this up full if we can. Look at the lightning that's starting to increase in intensity as these storms begin to move into the River Valley area, especially. River Valley is definitely going to be impacted by a lot more lightning. But, yeah, we got a noisy night ahead and an early morning, obviously, with these cells coming in, with one storm that's in particular. Whoa, did you see the River Valley? I saw that from Fort Smith. You could see a little bit of a base. We're going to take a look at our Fort Smith Public Library.
Dan, it looks like that weak rotation starting to ramp back up again. This is just to the northwest of Panama, and this will be approaching U.S. Highway 59, and then as it's going to cross Highway 59 as well. Yep, and this is just to the east of, or just to the northwest of Panama.
Okay, we're going to look at that here in just a sec. I want to check out this Fort Smith Public Library camera. Allegedly, we got to take that and point it to the southwest just a little bit more.
Yes,
you can see the lowering here. We're looking west-southwest. This is Rogers Avenue and the Fort Smith Public Library. In fact, you can see the Garrison Avenue Church off in the distance. Let's stop it right here. You can actually see the clouds that are reflecting off the city lights. And let's see if we can get a backlit lightning shot, which is the most dangerous portion of that storm. It's going to be right in this region. I'll step out of the way so I don't block anything. But we'll perhaps get a view of the lowering. Remember, visual is the best, especially at night. Radar is great, but radar only tells you what's happening in the mid-levels of the storm. Obviously, we're getting closer to the Fort Smith radar, but there you get a little bit of a backlit shot of that base. And that base tells you that you have a little more impressive updraft, a little more intense area of circulation, something to watch for sure. But as of now, we've seen a lot of warnings. We haven't had major reports of damage, so that's good news. There have been some gusty winds. You talked about 60 miles per hour in terms of some of the wind gusts that have happened off to the west. There was that one tree that was reported down southwest of Peggs. That was in Mayes County, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Yeah, it'll be having to scan through that a little bit.
Cherokee.
A while. Okay, Cherokee County.
Yes.
So again, we're taking a look, and I know that we've got this on the track, and that's small, and you can't see that. But I just want to continue to watch and see if we can see any type of base. Let's go ahead and hit record on that Fort Smith camera.
Already did.
Okay,
so
good.
That is rolling and good to go.
Perfect.
Speaking of which, just the direction that we're looking, still showing weak rotation, but not necessarily
super strong.
I was going to say, not necessarily super strong. Latest scan just came out. Starting to fall apart once again, but again, it ramps up, falls apart
up pretty quick.
Exactly. There you see, that's the scan I was talking about on normalized rotation. A little bit higher, but still on the weaker end. But again, that's directly the area of the storm that we're watching as it moves northeast over towards Fort Coffee. Is
Kisser back up, or is it down?
Unfortunately, it is still down.
Nah, bummer, because that would have an amazing view of this cell as it comes into the River Valley, but you can't win. There's a look at that energy. And again, this is a more cold pool dominant. There's the balanced area, and there's the tornado warning. And that's going until 1:30, as we mentioned. Tornado warning does not include Fort Smith or Van Buren. It's just basically right along the county line of LaFleur and Sequoia County. Does include Roland, though. And if we zoom in a little bit more, you'll see some of the other smaller towns. You got Muldrow, you got Reming and Gans, I-40. This is going to be very close to a mile marker like 330. So this is basically right before you're crossing into Oklahoma City. I mean, crossing in from Oklahoma to Arkansas. And it's funny, I always love looking at those mile markers as I'm driving eastbound. They go up, and then you get to mile marker 1 on the west side of Arkansas when you cross the state line. But right now, not a whole lot of rain and lightning over Roland and Muldrow, but there's your area of circulation that we're watching pretty closely. We can take a look here, and let's do another storm track on Max 2. Max 2 will help us see exactly where this storm is headed. We're not tracking all the other cells, but we got the most dangerous portion of the storm, Aleshli.
Yes, exactly. So Spyro, this rotation is just to the north and will pass northwest, but still wanted to take extra consideration as well. Muldrow, you guys are still in the pathway by 1:23 in the morning, then Roland by 1:26, Bellefonte at 1:32, Cedarville 1:39. And then past 1:40 in the morning, Mountainburg, you see it slowly begin to work its way up along Interstate 49 and the Boston Mountains, just the western edge of it. And Morrow by 1:53, Winslow by 1:57, and just after 2 in the morning, West Fork. And Farmington, you're on the very northern edge of this, but I will say with the lines that are moving farther north in northwest Arkansas, it's been mostly raining just down there. And because of that, there's actually an update to the tornado warning. They did continue it for the rest of the viewing region. However, Delaware—
Tornado watch, you mean, right?
Or tornado watch,
Yeah.
excuse me. It's continued for the rest of the region until 4 in the morning, but Delaware County over in Oklahoma, they no longer have that tornado watch in place. And we could slowly begin to see northwest Arkansas continue to get updated with that as well.
Yeah, there are several areas that we said can go to bed, including pretty close to the I-49 corridor now, all across Benton and Washington County. So you still have the warning that's coming in, but we'll take a more of a detailed look at that in just a bit. Let's take a look here at Mega Doppler. Again, that circulation, it's still kind of a little bit disorganized. What I mean by that is we're talking about tornado warning imminent. It's already tornado warned, but as far as a tornado touching down. So we're going to go to max 1 if we can. We've got our WeatherBug Network camera loaded up from our public library. So you can see that at the same time. The Fort Smith Public Library located about here, looking off to the southwest. So there's that area of rotation that's showing up. You can see a little bit of a base off in the distance. The lightning has decreased a little bit in intensity, and that's a good sign. But notice how this is kind of nudging out ahead. There's all these little areas of rotation and circulations. Now, is this a reflectivity nub right here, Davion, or what? You have to pan down a little bit because I got the camera screen that's here. Let me take that camera off. We're not seeing much right there. So we'll have to watch this area right in here.
We will.
Go ahead back a little bit in time. Let's see if that just develops because of an additional cell. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a true nub at all, a reflectivity nub.
Nope.
But it's something that we'll have to watch as it moves in. Definitely an interesting line, to say the least. Now, for those that are watching in Northwest Arkansas, you might be concerned about storms, and rightfully so, because it's noisy. There's a lot of lightning. But here's the deal. These storms aren't intense at all. In Benton County, this is just rain. So you can go to bed basically everywhere. I mean, honestly, all of Benton County, nighty-night, because look, there's no circulation at all. Not even any concern. Maybe a little bit of a broad circulation. That's probably just the low coming in. And that's not real super intense at all. Let's look at it from a different view. No, just some gusty winds, noisy night, early morning. But honestly, all of this, just go ahead and hit the sack in Benton County. Honestly, I don't think there's anything that's going to be happening there. There's not even severe thunderstorm warning. So some heavy rain over Rogers right now. We can look at our WeatherBug Network camera from Rogers at Pinnacle Parkway Towers. That's it. Not even really super gusty winds either. So that's good news. That's good news. And I know a lot of people obviously have storm PTSD from the May 26, 2024 tornadoes. This is nothing like that. That was a raging, isolated supercell, and this is just a linear line. But we do have to watch and see if this circulation comes together, maybe over Muldrow. That's going to be something that we have to watch. Did my microphone go out?
Nope, it's still going.
Nope, you're still
Okay,
going.
it's the IFB then that went out.
Keeping an eye on this storm and its rotation right now. Still looking very broad, as we just mentioned, but nonetheless, that tornado warning does still exist. So we need you in your safe places as we continue to track this storm as it continues to move northeast. And this will be moving up towards Roland in just a little bit, just to the east of Fort Smith, also Muldrow, Remy, and then later down the line, Long, you guys are included in that polygon as well.
And we can also pull up Max 2 where I have the storm track in place. Now, with the new tornado warning, at least they continued it up through that region. I will say they pushed it down from 65 miles per hour to just 60. So that's a 5 mile per hour difference, but still pretty quick if you ask me. So Muldrow at 150.
Actually, there we go. Just got an update train spotter reporting a defined lowering in this Spiral Fort Coffee area. So that's the area that we're watching right now.
Exactly. So keeping an eye on this spot, those who need to get into their safe place, at least within the warning, are Muldrow and Roland, for example. And then as we continue to move our way northward, if this rotation continues along while you are not in the warning just yet, Uniontown by 131, Cedarville by 134, Natural Dam by 136. I did bring this path a little bit farther down south, as in we're not focusing so much on Northwest Arkansas because we know for a fact that it's mostly being rained out there. Tornado potential very, very low up there in the meantime, but still wanting to keep an eye just for those just ahead of the polygon right now.
That's exactly right. Yep. Continuing to keep an eye on that rotation. Again, we do have eyes saying a train spotter reporting a defined lowering over towards Fort Coffee. So that's the exact area of this tornado warning that we're most concerned about as we continue to watch the circulation. So again, if you're in the path of this storm, we need you to take your safety precautions immediately. This will be moving, as Alessia just listed off the town names, and that is actually, I'm pretty sure that's I-40, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be moving. Yep, that's I-40. So again, that's a very popular interstate, obviously one of the main interstates in this area of Northwest Arkansas. So just need you to be safe and make sure you're staying weather aware and get into your safe places.
Maybe in the control room, they can bring up maybe some of the Oklahoma Highway of Transportation cameras on I-40. We also have, the I-40 Arkansas Department of Transportation cameras. So we'll be able to do that, maybe pop those up. So Keith, if you're in there, maybe you can bring that up on the Prod PC, one of our directors that's in there. Downstairs under something, center of house, keep away from windows. This is tornado safety. If you don't remember, you want to get as low as you possibly can. That's the first step. You want to get as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Cover yourself with pillows, blankets, a mattress, a helmet, and keep away from windows. That defined lowering means that this cell is starting to intensify. The updraft is increasing. You got the precipitation base that's extending down closer to the ground. And then that's a kind of a precursor to a possible tornado touchdown.
And I think I see the area they're talking about on normalized rotation. You can see just to the north and west of Fort Coffee, zooming in, there is a little bit of weak rotation with this storm, and it does look like it's starting to wrap up a little bit.
Starting to wrap up a little bit more. Let's see if we can get a view or a visual. There's a lot of rain that's out ahead of it. And again, we're not quite as high up as our Kisser FM camera, obviously. But here's a look at the cell that's coming west of the Fort Smith Public Library. And like we said, this is close to Muldrow. We're going to take a detailed look at that and show you what we're looking at for Mega Doppler. And there's that area of circulation that's really starting to ramp up.
There you see it.
So it's tightening up. You can see both areas. You got a surge of the outflow, and then you got the inflow that's happening. There's the circulation. Let's go ahead and we'll zoom in on that. We can plot some roads now that we have a better idea where that circulation is. Can also see maybe possibly a central reflectivity. Now the radar is really kind of noisy, if you will. There's a lot of other stuff that's going on, and that makes sense with all the shear. But Foreman, so here you see some of the areas. You got East 1160 road. Circulation just came over you. Oh, you notice the system's moving northeast. So I saw that track. That concerned me real quick. We'll bring up that track in just a bit. There's a look at the circulation of Wilson Road. See the block number right there? That'll let you know. You got the 113,000 block, 98, all the way to 112,900 Wilson Road. And Ball Ridge, Cottonwood, these are all some smaller areas.
And look at,
there's that area.
There's that area. It's showing up. It's persistent.
Mm-hmm.
It is persistent.
That's why they got the tornado warning. Now, it crossed into Sequoia County. So LaFleur County will probably be dropped out of the warning here soon. Let's go back to, if we can, to Max 2. We'll take a look at the track of this. There's the warning. This will probably be cropped out here real soon out of northern LaFleur County and only include southern Sequoia County. Here's the track of the cell. Now, initially, Alessia, when I saw this, I saw the black outline, and I thought that was the polygon, and I was like, uh-oh, do we have a confirm? This is radar indicated, so there's no tornado that's been observed or observed by radar or spotters. But this is the track of the cell moving northeast. So it is going to be impacting parts of Crawford County. It's going to be basically coming over our Dripping Springs WeatherBug Network camera. Mountainburg at 1:48 in the morning. Hazel Valley, 2:06. Sunset a little before that at 2:03. That's all in southeastern Washington County. I know Sunset. I remember that one time a tornado came through there in the early March time frame a few years back, and that was from a QLCS tornado as well. So this. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll bring up Mountainburg. So this is a look from iDrive, Arkansas. There you get to see maybe that potential storm that you can see. Now this is looking northbound. So this is another cell that's going to be happening across northwest Arkansas. We can hear the rain coming down in the studio, by the way. So that we're going to be watching closely. Thank you so much. All right, Leslie, you got some more information here.
I'm going to be pulling up the iDrivers so that we have 4 cameras down from the River Valley region.
Yes.
So just give me a quick second and I'll let you know when that is up for you to take.
I do want to say that that rotation is still looking pretty tightened up as just to the south of Muldrow, and that's continuing to move. Man, it is coming down.
Whoa, we can hear the rain out there.
We are hearing that, but yes, this is the most concerning part of the storm that you see on Mega Doppler just to the south of Muldrow. Real quick,
I'm bouncing to us real fast just to show you. This is the leading edge of the line. This is a pretty heavy rain that's coming down. If we look at any type of circulation, there's nothing in here. Just some really strong gusty winds, but some really heavy rain-driven wind right now. No doubt about that. We could see that happening. Okay, back to the Mega Doppler. Sorry about that. I just wanted to see because we're hearing that right now.
We're hearing that. Latest scan on velocity, not as impressive. It's definitely still a little bit of a rotation, of course, but we're going to continue to watch that because, again, these things are there and then they're not. And again, that is just south of Muldrow. That is US Highway 64 as well as I-40, and that'll continue to move northeast over towards Roland and Remy within the next few minutes. So we need you in your safe places. If you're underneath this tornado warning, this is the kind of night where we're forecasting for QLCS tornadoes, which they're one velocity scan and then they're gone the next, but they've already done damage. So that is the kind of night we have ahead of us with these storms as they continue to track through the River Valley.
Yes, and we can go ahead and pull up Max 2 if you guys want. We do have iDriver up with some of the exits and cameras that are along there. So, for example, we have Interstate 40 just along the Oklahoma state line, right along Fort Smith. And then as we move farther down south, maybe Interstate 540 along Arkansas River over in Van Buren. And then also having from Interstate 540, we have at the Oklahoma state line, Fort Smith. You were able to see some of that lightning going off over there right now. And then just along Phoenix Avenue, which is exit 9 and 10 down in Fort Smith. So there are some cars out there driving, of course, so make sure to take caution. If you know anyone who's in this area and still within that polygon that is out there, make sure they are in their safe place, of course. Make sure to give them a call, but we do see lightning going off. Other than that, I haven't seen anything too significant on these cameras, but then again, they're facing farther down into the road than they are up in the sky. So we're still wanting to take extra caution as we watch that.
And nonetheless, if you're in the Fort Smith area, I know that's just out of this tornado warning, but some very strong winds as well as heavy rain is about to move in over towards Roland. You guys are starting to feel the effects of that now. Remy as well, Muldrow. And again, that's where this concerning area of the storm was. We're not seeing the rotation as prominent as it was just a few scans ago as this thing continues to put down a lot of rain and track to the northeast. But nonetheless, the tornado warning is continuing for right now over the next few minutes. So we need you in your safe places as we continue to go. And in fact, there we go. The tornado warning has just been allowed to expire as that rotation does not look as prominent, but it's still going to be a very noisy night. And of course, we could be having more tornado spin-ups here pretty quickly as this storm continues to progress off to the east across portions of the River Valley. So we're going to continue to watch that.
Yes, so if we can pull up Mega Doppler real quick to show people what we are looking at just along this line. It looks like up towards the north, it's becoming more outflow dominant. If you ask me, if you zoom farther out, you get a good look, especially up in northwest Arkansas. Still keeping an eye out towards maybe perhaps the Winslow area, but you do see those severe thunderstorm warnings are still in place. It looks like there's a new severe
incoming that will include Fort Smith, and that's for the area of the line that we're talking about. And again, there's a new area of potential rotation with this storm. So tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but that does not necessarily mean that the tornado threat is over. And on there, you see the latest velocity scan on the red and greens. You see winds in the greens moving away from radar, reds moving towards, and nothing. Again, there you see. So new severe storm, and there's still a tornado possible tag on that. And that's why we're continuing to see that rotation. And that is just to the south and west of Fort Smith. So again, that's the most dangerous part of the storm that we're worried about if you're in Fort Smith. And in fact, there you go.
Yes, so as we turn off So that is our weather radio that's going off right now, but you could see this severe thunderstorm warning is issued as of now all the way up until 2:15 in the morning. So this will be lasting for quite a while. This is radar indicated, of course. Wind speeds up at 60 miles per hour, so some of that could be damaging, of course. And then your hail size, just a little less than a quarter, 0.75 inches, but still wanting to keep in mind that the threat tornado is still possible, still keeping an eye on any of these embedded rotations to possibly spin up anything if they do begin to tighten. Of course, we do see those outflow and inbound or inflow velocities, I should say, indicating that there could be some broad rotation along the area down into the River Valley region. So keeping an eye on that. And you do see that severe thunderstorm warning heading into Fort Smith, Alma, Barling right in the middle of it, and then Kibler, Van Buren clipping just the north of it as well there. And I can go ahead and show you guys some of those regions as I move this off to the side. Now remember, that tornado warning has expired, but still keeping an eye on the severe thunderstorm warnings. As you can see, there is several issued for this area, in fact, and that tornado.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I am outside. I'm giving you a live report here. And this is on our stream especially. Probably not going to be on our live feed on TV. But since the tornado warning has dropped off, we can return back to regularly scheduled programming. But this is a look outside. You can see that energy, and this is a heavy rain. This is definitely a thunderstorm. Might not be severe, but boy, this is some rain that we desperately need. Some strong gusty winds, some occasional lightning. I know it's noisy out, but that's what we're looking at here. So hopefully you can hear me. Can you guys hear me in there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, probably an echo too, but I don't know if that's happening. But there's a look at that cell. So we've got that. I'll come back and we can drop off a TV and just continue on our stream, guys.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Still keeping an eye on some of these as of right now, there are no tornado warnings issued. Again, the main concern is
Right, and we just got the newest update on that, continuing the severe thunderstorm warning, and that's actually for Crawford, Franklin, Madison, and Washington counties. And there is a tornado possible tag on that as well. And it looks like, I was just going to say, it looks like we do have a little bit of velocity scans that are close to one another, and that's looking over towards the Winslow area. So that'll be something to keep in mind. Winslow down to Chester, I should say, and Mountainburg. We continue to see a cell just out ahead of the main boundary that could try to produce a little bit of rotation over the next few minutes. And that's why that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag there you see is in effect for right now.
yeah, we can go ahead. Or we can go ahead and show you what is out there one more time, but as a reminder, make sure to download the Free Weather Authority app today so that you guys have all your updates. You can join us right here for our live stream as we continue to cover this area, and we will continue to do so until the threat dies down for both River Valley and Northwest Arkansas.
Okay. Man, was it loud out there, huh?
Oh yeah, is that tornado warning gone now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's gone,
it
but
is.
we do
It's
have
expired.
a tornado.
They still aren't dropping it out on max, are they?
No,
Yeah.
they're not. It's-
So it goes until the actual warning time is expired, but you still have us on our mics, right?
yes.
Yep.
Okay. That was pretty wild, huh? Were you able to see, how did that look, by the way, on the stream? I don't know.
Actually, it didn't look too bad.
Yeah.
I did have to mute. Screen.
Okay, good.
That line through Fort Smith on this camera was stout.
Yeah.
The rain moved through.
Yeah, so we've got, here, check this out. We've got this view right here, which will show,
man.
let's see here. There's I-Drive.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple severe thunderstorms. Is that a tornado possible now?
Yes, it is for our area. That's what I was mentioning. That is
Well, anywhere along that line could produce, and I can tell you the energy, it's still there, so we still have to watch. Benton County, though, not going to happen.
this area from Winslow down to
Yeah.
Mountainburg.
So let's continue to watch this tornado possible. It's early in the morning. Probably could stay on TV. Honestly, we're not covering up much. Let's see if this storm starts ramping up, and then we'll get back on television and continue to do that. So first of all, let me bring this back up here. take a look at that. Real quick, remove you. Go to here and then add you back to the stage so we can go here. There we go. There you go. So you get to see the iDriver as well as what we have for our live stream. And yeah, that was fun. I mean, the rain's coming down. Our land is getting quite a drink right now. So that's wonderful. That's beautiful. All right, let's take a look at Max. So here's a look at all the warnings, the latest warnings that we have. Quite a few of them. We'll break down each one. And what are people saying? Are they commenting anything in terms of damage? I don't think we have had any damage. And so Benton County, I hope you all went to bed already. Hope you already hit the snooze button and or hit the snooze, basically. The button will wake you up, right?
Yes.
But just turn off the alarm. You don't even need that anymore. Now, here is areas of, we could go back to, I think the iDrive went off, so we'll just bring this up full. Here's a look at that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 1:45. You know, we can't use a lot of spotters this time of the night because, number one, there's just not a whole lot to see, and it's tough to chase at night. It's really tough to chase a QLCS tornado. But this includes basically southeastern Washington County, southwestern Madison County. Tornado possible with this threat. It's going to be right along the leading edge. There's just so much shear they have to do that. We work our way south. Here's another severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible, but it's not tornado confirmed. Let's bring up the radar. I know you're watching that on Mega Doppler. And here's those areas of rotation that we have to watch near Winslow and Brentwood. That's where the tornado possible is with the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's work our way south in the River Valley and show you what we've got. So I don't see anything of super concern at this moment. Maybe a little more of a balanced line that's coming through, perhaps a reflectivity drop. Let's look at some of the WeatherBug cameras. Oh, all right. Nice. Maybe someone went out there and got that back up. Let's see here. Yeah. Woo, there we go. We got some lightning. All right. Right on cue with our Kisser FM WeatherBug Network camera. Boy, it looks like it's just if I was out on that camera, my hair would be standing on end and it would be ready to zap me. I mean, that's kind of a scary shot right in the middle of the storm. Now we also have our Mount Magazine WeatherBug Network camera. Love this camera. This will give you an idea of the view way off in the distance. We'll see if we can see some distant lightning. Don't you love that? As the Arkansas River Valley, the Ouachitas, you get to see southern Logan County as well as northern Scott County. Get to see all that energy moving in and also all the lack of lightning that's out there. Yeah, you get to see a little lightning off in the distance. Let's go back to that 25 panel. I always love looking at that, seeing all those cameras. Now, yeah, there we go. There we go. Whoa, there was an amble crawler. Man, that's perfect timing, right? Clicked on that just in time. Hey, you know what would be a good one to look at in full screen? This one right here, Huntsville Middle School. So this has that view of the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. Let's see if we can see any type of structure with it. Looking off to the southwest. Whoa.
I was just going to say, Dan, over towards Rena, that looks like it's starting to ramp up a little bit. The latest velocity scans.
Looking even
a little
more.
Bit of a
oh, yeah. Yeah.
Something.
Okay, guess what? Alma. We could look straight west from Alma.
Yep. Straight west. We'll likely see something on there.
See a lot of raindrops.
Right.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to shake it up. We're going to take the camera. We're going to shake it up, see if we can shake these raindrops off.
Camera needs windshield wipers.
It really does, doesn't it? So watch this. Speed dry. We're going to shake it around a little bit. Shake, 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 Sonoda. Shake your body line. And it doesn't do anything. I know. That's just worthless. Sorry, Access. It doesn't work very well. But we'll see if we can see some of that energy moving in and that lowering. So that is going to be something that we have to watch for sure. And this could prompt tornado warning potential. You know what? I think we need to get on this. That looks pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's starting to ramp up. I think this is looking like QLCS tornado potential. Here's the deal. It's 1:30 in the morning. We're not covering up much programming. Maybe our newscast, ET, Entertainment Television, that's a repeat anyways.
Should I ask Slack about this?
Yeah, go ahead and type that in, and let's do this. Let's go ahead and break in on coverage on this. Yeah, because this is going to be a tornado warning that's coming out if it continues to maintain its intensity. We'll see. Look at the normalized. Oh, it's anticyclonic. Look at that. Hold on just a sec. Yeah, it is anticyclonic. Yeah, it's more of a gust front here. See that? Yeah, let's hold off on that. Still something to watch, though.
Oh, yeah.
But look at that anticyclonic circulation.
Okay.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Steve's typing now.
You know, we'll see what he says. Now, wait a minute. Do we have the right storm motion? Let's see. Yeah, we do. We do. Continue to watch that.
Yep.
Now, this is an area that we have to watch.
Yeah.
That's southwest of Huntsville.
Winslow down to Mountainburg.
Yeah.
Just north of it.
Did you send in a message?
Not yet.
Okay.
You can type it if you want.
Let's see. So it kind of fell apart on the last scan.
Yeah.
But that is an area that is definitely one to be watched.
Due west of.
Yeah, but that is anticyclonic. Look at that.
Yeah.
So you could say interesting anticyclonic couplet south of Rena, southern Crawford County.
Yep.
Interesting anticyclonic couplet, meaning it's rotating clockwise. Because if you see the winds moving towards the radar, away from the radar, that's the circulation.
Yep.
If we look at the NROT, you can actually see that circulation showing up. But it's anticyclonic.
They just expired the Crawford and Washington severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, that's good.
And
They also just issued a new one.
I was about to say, and never mind.
Yeah. So that'll pop up on the screen here shortly.
Severe thunderstorm warning. Franklin, LaFleur, Sebastian.
That's that one in the south, yeah.
Yep.
That's that very southern one. Go south a little bit more. There it is right there. Yeah. That's a new cell, new warning.
Moving northeast at 40.
So right now, just looking at some individual parts of the line that look a little more menacing. That's going to be that area that's just to the north of Rena. We got this area. Just none of this has really been just classic textbook QLCS tornado potential. Now, this is about the most dangerous portion of the line, I think, that's starting to move into eastern Crawford County. It's going to be moving into western Franklin County. That part of the line looks a little more intense. There's also a little bit more of a circulation that's showing up on the leading edge of the line just to the south of Winslow. Again, you got your circulation right in here. That is actually a cyclonic circulation. And then you got a little bit of anticyclonic circulation that's out ahead of that. That's a clockwise circulation that's south of Winslow. So, yeah, we're not going on yet, but we're watching these parts of the storm. Let's go ahead and we'll go to the radar on Max 1. If we got Max 1 loaded, we'll bring this up. And there's the part of the severe thunderstorm warning that is tornado possible. Goes until 2:15 in the morning. Boy, we knew it was going to be a long morning, didn't we?
We sure did.
1:45 in the morning. And hopefully people are sleeping okay. So let's show you a quick update. Fayetteville, go to bed, done, no problems. Prairie Grove, Lincoln, West Fork, that's done too. Storm's already moved out. So this is including the severe thunderstorm warning, but the part of the line is actually east. So we know that tornadoes aren't going to happen west of that. Huntsville, not so fast. In fact, that warning will probably extend more into Huntsville. Carroll County, done, nothing happening there. So that's good. So there are areas that are out of the risk, and pretty soon we'll be all out of the risk. I want to show you real quick our WeatherBug network camera, and this is going to be from Alma. See if we can see anything off in the distance. By the way, we can stop recording some of those other cameras, just to let you know.
I'll stop recording.
Yeah.
Also just Fort Smith and Kizzer.
Those are the only two that we were watching. Yeah.
Tornado warning.
Yep, there it is.
Crawford,
All right, let's
Franklin
go on.
County.
Is that part of the cell we were watching?
Yep.
All right, let's go on. We'll pop this
Crawford,
up.
Franklin County.
All right, stand by. Here we go. Ready. First of all, Max 1 will show you the tornado warning, how long it goes for until 2:15. There's been a lot of warnings and not a lot of touchdowns, so that is a great thing, and hopefully we can continue this trend. But these storms can ramp up in circulation, and I'll tell you what, Alma is going to have an amazing view of this. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look right at it. And a lot of raindrops that are in the way, which is pretty common and typical for storms that are moving in. Now, Leslie, I want to take that camera. All right, let's see if we can take it and point it to the north just a little bit. So move that camera to the right, just a smidge. And this is looking almost due west. There we go. This will be the portion of the storm that we could look at that will have that potential tornado. So let's continue to watch this, see if we can see any type of base with this thunderstorm. You see flashes, but those are from the high transmission cell towers, as well as some of the radio towers. Those are all flashing lights that aren't a part of it. Sometimes at night you can see that and go, whoa, wait a minute. So definitely some lightning increasing with that storm. We'll look at the circulation, but let's go ahead and we'll put a track on this, let you know where this is headed, and then we'll get into the details and the weeds on this storm. So Alma, you're in the path of this tornado warned storm. It's literally moving overhead right now. So be taking your tornado precautions. Let's get back to Max 2 if we can, and we'll show you the track of this cell. So Leslie's got it on there, just north of Alma. It's moving northeast, and these storms have been moving at varying speeds. Now, Leslie, you just did the track on this. What was the forward speed of this storm?
55 miles per hour on this one.
Moving pretty quick. So they've been moving between 40 to 65 miles per hour. New warning coming out, looks like.
That was a severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Madison, and Washington counties.
Now, notice we have two weather radios over here. One goes off for all of the warnings, and one just programmed specifically for Washington County. And there hasn't been a lot of warnings that have come out for Washington County, but there's a look at the severe thunderstorm warning as well. So they're all kind of clumped on top of each other. But this is the track of that tornado warning. So keep in mind, sunset in southeastern Washington County going to be possibly impacted here from this cell. And that is the proper track, right? We're continuing moving that northeast if we look at the circulation. Combs at 216, St. Paul, and that's going to be moving northeast. And Witter at 229, Venus 232, and Huntsville. I think that's going to be a little south of Huntsville, but it gives you an idea if it does turn left a little bit at 235, just to give you an idea on the timing of this cell. Now, the tornado warning does not include that area. If we take off the track, and we'll do that here, then you can get to see the storm. Oh, let's go to our WeatherBug Network camera in Alma. Oh man,
wow.
Look at how strong those winds
really
are.
Picking up.
Really
See the rain curtains clear as day.
Yeah, those are some strong winds right there. So that shows you this storm is really intense. Look at how strong those winds are. Are you recording on that? Let's record on Alma.
I am.
Okay, perfect.
Nice.
Man, that is a strong wind.
Also having to keep in mind with these severe
my eye.
With these severe thunderstorm warnings, they're putting it out for wind gusts or wind speeds of up to 60 miles per hour, I should say, and hail just less than a quarter size at about 3/4 of an inch as well.
All right, so Davion's got that storm. We're looking right at it. It's close to the radar, so the circulation's showing up. As we're looking at this, I don't want to lose view of that camera from the Alma area. So I'm going to draw it on the screen here just a little bit on the top right, so we get to see those horizontal rain curtains, really strong winds moving right over Alma right now. So that shows you that storm's pretty intense and have strong wind potential along with the circulation. That circulation kind of showing up right now, just barely crossing Highway 71. And that will continue to move northeast, as we said, at 60 miles per hour. So it's pretty fast, right? 50 or 60?
It's moving at 55.
55, so pretty close to 60 miles per hour. Boy, that was some intense winds, though, coming into Alma right as that line moved in.
It really was.
So that's why you got to be looking at those cameras at all times. Let's take the camera from Alma and point it now to the northeast. Let's see if we can see any type of lowering before this storm gets completely shrouded and wrapped in rain. So there's a look at the pole. Let's see if we can see any type of lowering here. So we're watching this camera. We're pointed northeast as the circulation went right overhead. That kind of gives you an idea. Boy, we've had, 4 or 5 tornado warnings in our weather coverage area.
Yep.
And thankfully, these are all have been radar indicated tornadoes, meaning the circulation's there, the environment's there. Weather Service is not, holding back, and rightfully so, because these storms can produce tornadoes pretty rapidly. There's a look at a lot of lightning. So there's that storm with the circulation that's on it. Let's look at the normalized rotation, because sometimes that will really show up with some of that area of rotation. And there's that prompt in the tornado warning. We were watching that too. That was very close to Rudy, and that tracked across the area. Let's look at our Kisser FM WeatherBug Network camera now that that's back online. And what we can do, Aleshli, if we can, and hopefully that is back online.
It is.
Let's bring it and point it southeast. So you want to look at a southeasterly direction. Let's see if we can see anything with that.
So it is pointing southeast now.
Okay, so we're not shrouded in rain right now. You can see the clouds, the low-level flow really starting to crank up. We're looking off of the distance. We'll see if any type of lowering appears. With these QLCS tornadoes and lines, they're really hard to spot. And typically they're rain wrapped, meaning there's rain all around and just basically like wrapping a present. I got to see a lightning strike there. I'll step out of the way in case I'm in the way of anything. But as of now, not looking at anything that we can see visually. But man, those are some strong winds, like we said, coming through Alma.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Dan, in far Washington County and points there you see on Mega Doppler, just broad rotation, just right around Durham right now, and just to the north of Brentwood.
But that's kind of tight too.
Yeah,
that's starting to tighten up.
There you see the evolution of it. In fact, and that is starting to tighten up just a little bit.
It is kind of bright. So let's see what we got from our Huntsville camera. And Huntsville is looking, now we're looking in a different direction there. That's the airport in Huntsville. Let's take a look at Huntsville looking south.
Okay.
So we need to take that camera and point it southwest.
So for those who are curious about it, it is looking west, but here we'll be changing it so that it's looking southwest so that we have a better view of that system there. So give me one quick second as it begins to load.
Isn't it?
It's west right now.
Yeah, might have spun around then.
Looks like there's, or wait, no, you're looking at Huntsville Middle School right now. I was looking at Huntsville Airport. Huntsville Airport is looking west. Okay,
Huntsville Airport is looking west. Let's take Huntsville Middle School and point it southwest. We should have the water tower kind of in the view, but yeah, let's see if that changes the camera location.
I'm waiting for the application to load in on me.
Okay, no problem. You're good. But this will give us a really good view of this base that's coming in and that circulation. That circulation was tightening up a little bit. Well, there's a bright lightning flash.
So the tornado watch for our Oklahoma counties have been canceled, but continues for Northwest Arkansas.
Wow. That shows you some energies moving in. All right, so we've got Josh Rugger that's coming on in along with Jacob Skinner. So they're going to be handing off. We're going to be passing the torch to them as we continue to cover storms. But this is our Huntsville WeatherBug Network camera from the middle school. This is looking off to the southwest because if we go back to the radar here from Mega Doppler, and then we'll continue to track that. So, yeah, it looks like that kind of fell apart again, huh? Yep. No, wait, that's the other part of the cell. Let's look at the northern portion of the cell. There it is right there. It's still there. But
still there.
It just comes and goes, ebbs and flows. All night, been ebbing and flowing.
Yep.
Where they circulate, they spin up, and then they don't ever produce QLCS tornadoes. And I honestly think it has a lot to do with just basically how it's not a focus line. It's just kind of a bunch of thunderstorms. They're intense. There's no doubt about that. Severe thunderstorm warnings, some strong winds and stuff.
Looks like they just continued that tornado warning too.
That makes sense. I mean, you can see the circulation right there showing up just to the south of Mountainburg and moving northeastward. So we're continuing to watch that. We got another track on that on Max 2. Leslie, I'll let you take over on that and bring that track up.
Yes, of course. So we have the track up here, and you want to keep in mind lock for those in lock by 1:58. Make sure to get into your safe place, and then Bidville by 2:06 in the morning, 2:07 Gray Spring, and around the recreation area, and then Cass by 2:11. So wanting to keep this into consideration if you're falling within a polygon. Do notice that these polygons get shorter with time, but that's because we're looking at a QLCS situation, but still wanting nonetheless to make sure that you're getting to your safe space. As a reminder, the storm has been moving at, well, it looks like they said northeast, and then they said it's from 50 to 55 miles per hour. So with the previous tornado warning, it was at 55, but now it's saying a range of 50 to 55 miles per hour. And as we saw from the Alma camera as well, rain curtains to say the least. So there's definitely some gusty winds out there. Even if you're not within the tornado warning, you're definitely going to be feeling some of these gusts here very soon.
Yeah, and we've got our iDriver too, so you can see basically 4 cameras from iDrive Arkansas all at the same time. We'll bring that up on, if we can, real quick on Max 1. Here's a look at the live radar. These are all in the River Valley, but you can see the amount of lightning strikes that we have with these storms. The good news is, though, the Fort Smith, Van Buren metro area, those storms have moved east of there, so that's it. It's done. The line has come through. You can go to bed. You might hear rumbles of thunder, additional rain. That's called stratiform rain on the back edge. It's just mainly on the leading edge of the line that you have to watch for that tornado potential right before the heavy stuff moves in, or essentially during the heavy stuff. There's a look at that severe thunderstorm and tornado warning. You got the tornado warning that's clipping eastern Crawford County, northwestern Franklin County. We do have a few spotters that are out there. Hayes Nelson's watching everything that's happening. He's just a little bit south of that cell, but additional spotters that are all across northwest Arkansas. Yes, Davion.
Yeah, I wanted to bring your attention to that cell that we were watching on Mega Doppler over towards Durham. So this is the normalized rotation as well as velocity, and you'll see the evolution of it actually did ramp up a little bit.
It did.
Latest scan, and then it's not as impressive, but it's still there in broad rotation. So that's definitely a storm that we're going to continue to keep an eye on as well.
I appreciate that, and thanks for letting me know. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw in the middle that Huntsville WeatherBug Network camera. Let's see if we can get any type of view. This is Huntsville. We're looking off to the southwest, and we also have the airport camera too that we can look off to the southwest. And I'll actually go ahead and bring that up as well, and we could have a great view of this because we got the water tower, but we got the airport that's a little bit higher up that has an even better view of that cell that's coming in. There's that area of rotation, and this could, in fact, prompt maybe a new warning if that continues to ramp up. So sometimes, eventually, these storms can do that. What you got?
I did adjust Huntsville Airport as well, and you can see the individual raindrops falling on this camera. Very clear as day.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that lightning there, too.
So we got 2 shots here, Huntsville Middle School, Huntsville Airport. And we got both of those cameras locked and loaded on this system that's coming into southwest Huntsville pretty soon. It might be covering into Wesley and Japton. Let's put some roads on there. You can see you got Highway 62 or Highway 16, excuse me. That's southeast of Durham. And you can also see the city block too. So that circulation's already passing Highway 16. But we've got other areas. You got Highway 45 south of Wesley, and it truncates the highway. So you can, chime in anytime you want, Davion. There's State Highway 30.
Yep, State Highway 30. You got that right. Yep.
Japton, be watching for that.
And there it is. Look, the latest velocity scan. It looks like it's starting to tighten back up again.
It is tightening up, yeah.
And again, this is not tornado warned right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that. I'll take the streets off for the time being so you can see that it's weak rotation, but it's definitely a tighter couplet than what we just saw moments ago. So it's definitely something to watch. As you said, heading over, it'll probably be just to the northwest of Japton, but none too close to call.
Yeah,
and just due south of Wesley, heading towards Huntsville. So Huntsville may have a good view of this.
Be watching for that. Yeah, got some stronger rotation. It's still kind of a little bit of a congealed line. There's no doubt this is going to be rain wrapped. If there is a tornado, it'd be really hard to spot.
Right.
As of now, though, just radar indicated rotation. That's not strong enough to prompt tornado warning, but it could happen. And if it does, it would include the Huntsville area. So heads up on that. I want to just continue on these cameras. Sometimes you can get a view and you just get one shot. You got lightning and then it's gone. So we'll continue to watch that. Be looking at those cameras. In the meantime, Aleshley, I know you've got a track on this system just to let people know in case it does get tornado warned. Most dangerous portion of the storm on Max 2. There you can see the Huntsville Airport. That's exactly where the camera is located at. And Alabama, Kavanaugh, and Osage. Those are the areas that we're going to be watching pretty close.
Yeah, also letting people know that part of this area is under that severe thunderstorm warning, of course, with wind speeds up to 60 miles per hour. And then for that severe thunderstorm warning as well, they do say that this storm is moving at 45 miles per hour. I should say.
Okay, so a little bit less, a
Mhm.
little bit weaker. Let's go back to Mega Doppler. I want to take a look at that track here. Yeah, still broad rotation now, kind of broadening out.
Yeah.
What about that tornado warning down south? Let's make sure that's not ramping up. I think this is going to expire here pretty soon.
Yeah, I just checked on it right before you came back. It's not looking impressive at all on Mega Doppler. I put the newest
Storm track. Yep.
Set to motion. It doesn't look impressive, but nonetheless, it is still a tornado warning.
Still warning. That's why we're on TV, and we'll continue to cover it. But Aleshia's got a new track here that she's putting out on Max 2. We'll look at that here. There's a look at the track moving northeast. So St. Paul, if it continues that long, which I highly doubt at this point, unless it really ramps up in intensity, 233, Asher at 237. You got Witter coming in at 245 and just before 250 in Venus. So those are some of the smaller communities that could be impacted by that cell. And again, we got these storms that are just basically moving through. They've been prompting tornado warning potential, but they really haven't touched down or nothing's really developed. And I know we got a lot of people that are wondering when can they go to bed. So we got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Franklin County. And this is going to include the Peter Pender area. So something to watch for sure. Here's the very latest on that. As we bring it up, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible on the leading edge of the line. Radar indicated 60 miles per hour winds, and Wednesday, 2:30 in the morning. So that window. I mean, we had basically midnight to about 3 a.m. or 11 o'clock to 3 a.m. And that's pretty much where that window time frame has been in terms of the most dangerous of storms.
Yep, and we knew that.
NWS
Slack CCSO has reported a rotation near Graphic Road, but no lowering.
Okay. All right. Great information here. I'll take a little sip of water while you guys do a track real fast.
Yeah, go ahead and do so. I'll do a track for that tornado warning. It looks like, I will say, that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag is very broad. To say the least, it's covering a good majority of the river valley there, especially if you're in Ozark and such. But for those who are in that tornado warning block, keep that in mind by 209, 218 Bidville, 225 Cass, and 231 West Cobb. You guys want to at least be in your safe place during this time to ensure that nothing impacts you in any way, shape, or form. So take cover if you guys are within that polygon. We still want you to be safe, even if rotation is not looking too impressive, because as a reminder, these rotations, and they're very much rain wrapped, seeing rain curtains captured among a good portion of our cameras, letting you know that it's very gusty out there, to say the least. I mean, for example, NWS Tulsa, they said they expanded the severe into Franklin County for those winds. They would get 60 to 70 miles per hour in that zone is most likely, but they couldn't rule out something higher in very isolated locations. So they're saying it's very windy out there and gusty. You do see that severe thunderstorm warning farther up north that is indicating wind speeds up to 60 miles per hour. And I'll check what the south is showing in terms of winds here in just a little bit. But like you heard, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and it could be somewhat higher in very isolated locations.
Yeah. And Davion's watching that, but go ahead, Davion.
Yeah, I was just going to say the velocity scan in the tornado warning. Not still very broad, but I did plot a street. The area, the broad rotation that we're watching is just to the south of Bear Hollow Road.
We're going to check that out. Keep that up, Davion. Real quick, I just want to show where the warnings are right now, with a little cluster of storms that are focused right across our central portion of our weather coverage area. Tornado watch is gone for eastern Oklahoma. Does continue until 3 a.m. for these counties shaded in yellow. If we go ahead and we zoom in, you're going to notice that we've got the tornado watch for 4 a.m. for Boone and Newton and Johnson County.
And there they go canceling the
And it looks like they canceled that tornado warning. So good news there. But let's go down to Mega Doppler, like you were mentioning. We got some cells that are popping up. There's that broad area rotation near Bear Hollow Road. As you mentioned, that's moving out. Let's look at the other circulation that's down to the south. And so, we've had a lot of warnings, a lot of bark, but no bite. Hey, and that's great. If we go through this with a bunch of warnings and not having any type of damage or any type of touchdowns, I know that's not great for the false alarm ratio, but hey, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially with this type of environment. There's that area of circulation that we can watch closely. So as of now, we're 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll continue covering this on TV all the way through because it's early in the morning. You might be wondering what's happening. These storms continue to ramp up at times, become tornado warned. We got a tornado possible tag, and if that circulation continues to increase, we'll let you know about it. So here's a look at our iDrive Arkansas cameras. We got a lot of them. Wow, some really nice lightning. Did you see that one?
Just saw some clear strikes, and I'll pull it up full screen for you guys as I look through some of these cameras. Lincoln just saw some
beautiful anvil crawler, huh?
Clear as day here.
Yeah.
We did see that the rain over in Alma High School did calm down significantly. Saw those rain curtains not too long ago, so I did stop the recording for that in the meantime. Still, nonetheless, impressive lightning shows. Look at Harrison, Gaither Mountain right there. So I'm sure a lot of people are probably waking up and hearing very loud thunder, to say the least. But
let's see. Every time we go to it, it doesn't have anything because it already discharged. But
there you go.
We can catch it on all of them. So let's bring up that WeatherBug Network camera array. And this isn't even all of our cameras, but it gives you an idea where those lightning strikes are. Now we're not going to miss you because we got them all at once. So there's Gaither Mountain, the lightning strike. There's that Huntsville camera that's showing up. And how's that circulation looking? Kind of broad still?
Yeah, still pretty broad, not impressive.
Yeah.
It's just to the south of Huntsville.
Let's look at the Huntsville airport. Let's see if we can see anything.
Whoa.
Yeah, a lot of flashes.
Rain is almost moving sideways, too.
Mm-hmm. Some low clouds, but that's beyond the storm at Kisser FM.
Yes.
So we're going to go to Huntsville Middle School. Let's see if we can see anything there. Yeah, you can see the cloud. Look at how fast the clouds are moving just in the foreground. Those clouds are zipping along pretty quickly. That's right along the leading edge, but excuse me. Pretty strong winds. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that does include Huntsville. So you're going to see these winds pick up here shortly. And probably see our camera go down, too, as it gets struck by lightning.
You can just about see the rain currents, too. The rain just drifting in sideways.
Yeah.
Off to the sides of this camera.
I can tell you when I went outside of Fayetteville, outside of our place, the Dixon building, boy, you could see those rain curtains, man. It was a heavy rain. I wonder how much we got. I'll have to look at some of the airport sites here. Can pull that up soon. I bet you that was at least a half inch in a short amount of time. It was a downpour.
This on top of what we already saw last week, too.
Yeah, that was that much needed rain that we wanted.
Drought-busting rainfall.
Yeah, a new drought monitor will be coming out now. All this stuff today
won't be on there.
Didn't really get calculated, no. But last week, Wednesday and Friday and Saturday, that was on there.
And it fell right where we needed it. Delaware County got a lot of rain with that last week setup. Latest scans of velocity due south of Huntsville, just to the north and east of Japton. It's falling apart as of right now. It doesn't look impressive at all.
Still an impressive line, but just no impressive rotation.
Right.
Working our way south. There's that severe thunderstorm warning that's going for a few more minutes. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning by Ozark. All these storms have kind of prompted up circulations, and then they kind of fell apart. So, and then we work our way south again. And that's it. And that's the end of it. Waldron's got a cell. Look at that little area of rotation right in there to the east side of Waldron. Yep. Never fails. Scott County always has some type of circulation. We'll see what happens with that. Right there. Yeah, it's still pretty weak.
Yep.
But headed towards Harvey, so we'll be watching that on the east side. A little bit of small hail too.
Hail with it. Yep.
And Waldron, we can take our camera pointed east or southeast. Let's see if there's any type of structure. I bet you that's going to have some nice structure.
Yep.
Even though it's just a tiny cell.
You said southeast.
Yeah,
correct?
Southeast from Waldron. Yep.
Okay. It is facing that way now.
Okay, let's see what we got here from Waldron. Let's see if we can get any type of view of that updraft. Yeah, there you go.
There's some lightning.
There's the lightning. It's like whack-a-mole trying to figure out these circulations that pop up and then dissipate.
And speaking of that area that we just pointed out over towards, I want to call this Cecil.
Yep, Cecil.
Still an area to watch, still pretty broad, but definitely some broad rotation moving northeast over towards Ozark, and that will be along US Highway 64. It'll cross here within the next few minutes.
All right. We were bringing up the camera there from Waldron because we were looking at that. That's the cell, Mulberry, Cecil. Yep.
And you see the progression of it.
It's just not super strong. But look at this
all.
part of this line too, right there, north of Cecil.
Yep.
That's an area that we'll have to watch.
Right on the warning line.
Yep. That doesn't look major, but it could ramp up. And so we'll watch it and continue to see if it does.
And that was that southern piece of that. You see the evolution of that. That was that southern piece just out of the tornado box polygon.
And you can also see maybe a descending reflectivity core. It doesn't look super clear, but maybe one of these storms will produce. I hope it doesn't happen, but I mean, it's been a lot, like I said, a lot of warnings for sure. Yeah, that's something definitely to watch.
Yep.
So okay, guys, it is a little after 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. Not looking impressive.
Someone's on a motorcycle on I-49 right now, just chilling.
Man.
Just driving
Heavy
south,
rain, lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slow riding.
Pea-sized tail with that storm that we were just talking about, weak circulation. And
severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep. That'll wake
that
you
up.
up. Yep.
And that's for southern Madison County. So that line just is still intense there.
Yeah.
Strong winds.
Definitely had a lot of warnings. Basically clustered all in that area, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, if you get any wind damage, let us know about it.
Yep.
I don't think we have any that we've gotten. Reports have been limited. Of course, it's early in the morning, and a lot of people could be sleeping. And then they wake up and go, oh, a tree's down. So if that happens and you see something like that, let us know. Just go ahead and tell us. You can send us a message on Facebook. You can also, which of course probably will be impossible to get, but you can also send that directly into the Weather Service. So a local storm report. That's always important information that they can use in order to verify some of these warnings. Notice the new severe thunderstorm warning now, as we mentioned, there's that one flashing. It's for the southern portion of the line. So anywhere along that line is at least severe. Huntsville is really starting to get that rain too.
I will say, Dan,
Yeah.
Someone reported that Fort Smith Fire Department had a couple of power line down calls from the winds that came through a little bit earlier.
Believe that. Okay, well, there's a report right there. Appreciate that information from Sebastian County Emergency Management, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So again, still tracking that sail over to Cecil, over just to the southwest of Ozark, and that'll be moving along US Highway, let's say 64. Once again, weak rotation, very broad, not impressive at all, but again, still an area to watch. Over just to the north of that, due north of Cecil, another area to watch for some weak rotation and strong winds. That would be moving just to the south of Kaz over near Highway 23. Moving north of that, you just have very strong winds as that balanced regime continues to move past Huntsville. Looks like we just got an extension to one of those severe thunderstorm warnings that I was talking. Yep, that's the one we just covered as that line from Ozark moves over towards Harmony, Yale, further downstream. Yeah, so that's the extension of that severe thunderstorm warning. And then over in Waldron, kind of a little bit of a lone storm about to impact Harvey. Broad rotation, but probably the most standalone storm we have right now.
Yeah.
In our entire coverage area. So that's definitely something to keep in mind and watch as well. So a little noisy. We expected that late night, a little noisy, but thankfully we haven't been seeing any of these touchdowns just go warned and then a little spin up or at least on velocity and then it's gone.
Agreed.
Looks like Crawford and Washington County severe thunderstorm warning allowed to expire. Canceled.
All right. I think we can go back to streaming instead of doing television coverage,
Mhm.
because I think these storms are on a weakening trend. They're beginning to move closer and closer to out of our weather coverage area. We are covering this, in case you want to know, on social media, on streaming 479 First. We also have it on our knwa.com live stream, on our weather app, and NWA or Your Weather Authority app. We also have it on X and YouTube. So there's a lot of ways that you can keep up with the severe weather if you want to. But I can tell you this, there's a lot of areas that can go to bed. Huntsville, you're done now. The storm's beginning to move out. In fact, you'll still see lightning. You'll still see heavy rain that's coming down. But the bulk of the storm has already begun to push through in terms of those gusty winds. And then behind that, yeah, well, there's a big old cloud-to-ground lightning strike. Like I said, you're still experiencing a lot of lightning and thunder, but that doesn't necessarily mean the tornado potential is there anymore because that storm has moved east, I think. Take a more detailed look. But yeah, still noisy, definitely a stronger storm. But let's go ahead and we'll watch this. Probably by the time we drop off, there'll be a new tornado warning. And if that happens, we'll break back in. We'll let you know about it. So keep it here with Your Weather Authority for the latest severe weather information. And you can keep up with the stream. Just download our Weather Authority app to watch the live stream. Thank you so much. And we'll be on that live stream. And be safe throughout the morning and have a great rest of your Wednesday. Man, a lot of storms that have been going in and then tornado warning, but then they drop off.
Right.
And then you got new tornado warnings and then they drop off. New tornado warnings.
More power outages and
yeah.
Power line reports down in Fort Smith again.
What about Harrison? Yeah, no, nothing to really worry about.
Up north, it's definitely getting ringed out.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a stronger line that's coming through. So we're, like I said, we're not done yet.
Yeah, they just extended that tornado or
new severe thunderstorm warning coming to Harrison right now. Did the IFB drop out?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Did yours drop out?
Mine did.
They might have taken us off of the.
Yeah, mine did. All right.
Yeah, they took us off of
newest scan.
Sound.
Newest scan just to the south of Cass. Starting to see a little bit of rotation tighten up.
Still have audio though. Oh yeah, go to bed. Springdale, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Keeping an eye on that rotation to the southwest of Cass.
Yep.
Last. I do. I certainly do.
Waldron is just on a warning. So is there a warning in Waldron?
Is there a warning in Waldron? No, but that was the cell that we were watching.
Yeah.
It's trying.
It's trying. There's some lightning, but we've got our WeatherBug Network camera. We're looking east on that cell and no warning. But a little bit of an isolated cell that has weak rotation, but it didn't prompt anything and didn't prompt anything of warning.
Yep.
Everything going south of northwest Arkansas.
And we said River Valley would be more of a concern than Northwest Arkansas too. That's
Mhm.
something we kept reiterating.
We did. Yep.
Today, and look at that.
We did. Beautiful lightning though.
You want a Baja Blast?
Yes. I got one. Top left shelf.
Okay.
Japton, good night. Sleep tight. Go to sleep. Oh, yeah. Fayetteville can go to bed. Tornado watch is over. Nothing's going to happen. Let's take a look at Green Forest here. So, Davion, let's do a complete tour here.
All right.
And I'm going to do that on this computer right here. So here we go.
Sounds good.
Let's start off with Benton County. Good night. Good night. If you live in Benton County, it's over.
Goodbye.
In fact, all you're getting is stratiform lightning.
Yep.
Now, some of those bolts can be a little noisy, but that's it. Here's a look at the radar from Washington County. Done. No more warnings, just some light rain, some occasional stratiform lightning. East of Huntsville, no. Kingston, you got to watch out for. Stronger cell, could have some rotation with it. And that's right along the leading edge of the line.
Yep.
There's the circulation that we got to watch. We'll take a look more detailed at that. But there's that line. So anything in eastern Madison County, Green Forest, I think you're going to be south of that storm. New severe thunderstorm warning just popping up. And then Boone County, severe thunderstorm warning.
There it is. Dan, that storm is trying. And Harvey. That's moving
That isolated
out
cell?
Waldron. Yep, isolated cell.
Looks like someone turned off the NOAA on this. Nope. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Bob
Scott
Blast.
Let me make sure I'm right. Scott County.
This
Right?
will get us revved up. Okay, so there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. That's for northern Newton County. Harrison. Oh, Harrison's going to have an amazing view of these cells. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look here.
Record that one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Now we want to flip this camera and point it to the west, but not perfectly west, kind of like west-northwest, because southwest is looking right into the tower.
Here's northwest.
Let's keep going a little bit more.
To the left.
Yeah, Alma can go to sleep. Highfield can go to sleep. Again, if you hear me mentioning Benton County, you know you live in Benton County, you can go to bed. That's it. You're done. Yeah, keep going southwest a little bit more. Now you're going north.
This is northwest.
Mhm.
So this is there we
A
go.
little more sky.
Yep.
There you go.
A little more.
A little more. Yep. And then go back west a little bit more. Now we're going to start running into the tower. I know.
This way.
Nope, the other way. Right there. Go ahead and leave it right there.
Okay.
That'll be good. That'll get us a good view.
Those cameras are still recording. Just so you know.
Yeah, we can stop those.
Okay.
They're done. Brandon Wilson asking about Marble. I know Marble wasn't in the track. I was thinking we might be able to see Marble in the track. So there's a Davion looking at those storms, and if any rotation starts ramping up, let me know, okay?
Gotcha. Will do.
Let's go to Marble here, and we'll take a look. So east of Huntsville, there's Marble. So you're right on the edge of this line, Brendan, but we don't see any tornado potential on that. I don't see anything of concern on that. In fact, that's already starting to move out.
Man, Kingston about to get some
So
strong
Marble
winds.
is getting the worst of it right now. Some strong gusty winds, 60 miles per hour. What were you saying? Kingston is the Boeing segment.
Yeah. Strong winds about to move in.
Mm-hmm. Strong winds coming into Kingston. So Laura Walden, you're getting slammed by that cell. Newton County's about to get it as well.
And then the standalone storm all the way down, exiting Scott County.
So Harrison, I want to bring up this, and we're going to bring up Gaither Mountain, this camera, because this is going to have such a good view, and we can just keep watching that. Oh, I thought that would stay on there. Well, I'll tell you what here's what we'll do. We're just going to show all the cameras at once.
I think that's a good idea.
And we're still going to have the radar on there. And then we also have all of our storm spotters as well.
Mhm.
So Cody Hudson is watching this cell that's coming in. But there's a look at severe thunderstorm warnings. Hayes Nelson right on the storm as it came through basically southern Franklin County. There's that isolated cell. Look at that. How's that one looking?
The latest scan weakened.
Has it?
Yeah, there you see. It looked more impressive.
Man, a lot of warnings, though, from this cell.
It's like straightening itself out.
Right. Looks like a worm.
Yeah.
It was definitely a shock walking out.
Okay, that's got some Boeing potential right there in Kingston. Kingston's getting some really strong winds.
Oh, yeah. Moving towards Compton. That'll be moving right towards Harrison.
There's Laura Walden saying, wind has arrived. No. Jasper, it's pretty much over for Jasper. Jasper's going to be a little bit south of the tornadic potential. But right along that leading edge of the line, is that starting to rotate, Davion? That bookend vortex? Yeah,
Let's
maybe
see.
a little
Yeah,
bit by
maybe.
Kingston.
Yep, maybe. Here's what I do.
You set the storm motion from a warning? Oh, that's not right.
That's not right. Nope. There we go.
There you go. One of those has a wrong motion.
Right.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on, but not anything super major.
Right.
So there you go. That'll give you the update as to who can go to bed and who can not. But I think Leshley's
What do you think
checking
about
out
the
the
circulation?
latest.
Somebody
Yeah,
just asked
please.
about the Scott County line for circulation. It's pretty broad, but it's trying.
Oh, down to the. Oh,
Yeah.
It's focused on me.
Yeah,
Did you get it?
keep that hand up.
That'll be K-Arc now asking about it in Little Rock.
Yep.
Steve from Tulsa said well-defined boa for Madison County is likely producing wind damage. We'll need to watch the developing common head for tornado potential.
There you go. That's Kingston.
Yep. Fayetteville is good. Go tonight. Go to bed. You're done. I'll be going to bed here in about an hour. These storms are going to be moving out pretty quick. Then it's going to be covering Little Rock's coverage area. Okay, it looks like Cody might be heading towards Harrison.
Still coming down out there. Oh yeah. Not as bad as
You
when we were
streaming?
live.
All right, we're going to take a look here.
Yeah, that's
Man, yeah, that's definitely a bow echo. Look at that. And then you look at the velocities from that. Let's look at Springfield, see if we got any velocities. Yeah, there's some strong winds in Kingston. It's already moved through.
heading towards Compton. I did not know there was a place
Now,
called
we've
Compton.
got that camera at Gaither Mountain, so I'm going to bring that up. We're going to take a look at Gaither Mountain here for a little while so we can kind of get a view. We've already done the radar tour. We're looking at everything else, but I do want to check out and see if there's any type of structure that we can see with this cell, and if there's any lightning as well.
How many cameras do you want me to check out?
Nope.
Check out the lone cell leaving Scott County.
All right, you can see once again, guess what? Right in the path of the power pole. Baja Blast is good, man. I like
This
it.
time, like,
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
especially?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Leaving our coverage area. The little cell is.
The rotation on the one in Missouri is nice. Is there circulation in Missouri?
Let's see. Oh, well, I won't be able to.
Nope. Well, you gotta switch radars. You go to Springfield.
Yeah.
We'll take a look. Hold on. Let me go to.
That cell that just left our
Yeah.
coverage area,
Yeah.
it's starting to ramp up.
Which one?
That was the one that was in Scott County.
Oh, Waldron. Yeah.
Dang, I'm still too far.
I want to look and see the QLCS parameters because there was something lacking. Boy, 0 to 3 kilometer Cape really ramped up over that area, so something could happen. Oh, but it's parallel to the line. Now it's starting to go perpendicular, though. So any part of that line that runs northwest to southeast could tornado. And the 0 to 3 kilometer Cape is really high. Yeah.
Wow.
So that cell is pretty intense right there.
I think we were spared by
I think we're spared by the line running northeast to southwest. think that's what that's the biggest downfall because it's parallel to the line. Pretty strong 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear, but it was running from southwest to northeast.
Dan, KARC is our affiliate, right?
Okay. Yeah. Now they're saying St. Louis. Oh yeah, here you go. This is on the northern edge. So we don't have the radar loaded up for St. Louis, and we could. Do you want to load up because we don't need Tulsa anymore? So stand by. I'm going to load up the sweeping radar, and we're going to load that up as a floater.
Damn, we just got spared.
What?
Check out the latest velocity scan on Mega Doppler. This is the cell that just left Scott County. Look at the latest velocity scan.
Yep. She's cranking up.
That's about to be tornado warned here. I'm in there. Little Rock's Slack.
Yeah, look at that.
KARC asked about it, but they didn't answer yet. But
yeah, that's ramping up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a tornado warning just east of Scott County, Yell County, right?
Yep.
Yep. That's definitely looking impressive. Let's see if we can see anything on our mount. On our well, I just chugged that. Waldron, yeah. Let's see if we can see anything like a cell off in the distance. Let's see. Is it due east or is it east northeast of Waldron?
Due east.
Yeah, due east.
Yeah,
We've
due
got
east.
it due east, I think. Yep, because the football field runs north and south. Okay. Let's see if we can see anything. Boy, that light is bright. Blinding by the light.
Man, that is.
Blinded by the light.
Anything to keep us awake right now.
Broke up in the night.
I said Mount Magazine might have a view.
Oh, yeah. If it's not shrouded in rain. Let's see.
It's not for the most part.
Okay, so take it south. Mount Magazine is going to be almost straight south of that. Let's see.
Man, that is.
Can you zoom out a little bit on that, Davion?
Yeah. Sorry.
And in the meantime, I'm going to load up.
There you go.
Zoom out a little. Yeah, that's going to be straight south. Yeah, you're right. It is going to have a view.
This is south without the tower.
Yep. Perfect.
Please have a view. And light flash. 3, 2, 1, light.
Yeah, show us a wall cloud, man.
This
it's a small cell.
It is, but this has to be tornado warned.
Yeah, that looks really impressive.
This is, yeah.
I mean, it's not a super strong circulation yet, but it could.
Just seeing the progression of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
There it is. Yep.
Tornado warning.
There it is. Yep.
Should I record Mount Magazine?
Yeah, record my magazine, and in case maybe we can get something on that.
7 minutes later.
Okay. Here's what I want to do. Yeah, that would have a good view of it. So here is, okay, so there is the cell. I'm going to go on the radar floater real quick. Stand by.
All right.
We're going to go to sweeping radar. I am going to change this floater to St. Louis. And this is kind of, I wouldn't be able to catch it. It's minimum 40 minutes to Harrison for me. So that's Cody. All right, let's go to St. Louis,
And
Missouri.
just like that, it's about to
I'll
choke
do
itself
KL.
off.
There we go. Apply. Okay. So we'll let that load up. I want to go back to the radar for SRX. Okay. There we go. We got that for the floater. Let's go to SRX. Let's come back into here. And let's see. So here's Mount Magazine. It's basically just south of Mount Magazine, not too far. Let's see. I mean, 20 miles, you can see 20 miles from that.
Definitely.
Come on, baby. Give us a view. Ready? Here we go. There's just not a lot of lightning with that cell because it's just not a super high top super
I was
cell.
going to say, as soon as it looked impressive, I was like, and it's starting to choke itself out.
Yep. Warn it, and then it dies.
Yep. Just give us one good flash.
Now, wait a minute. Tornado warning in Pope County? No. Oh, barely. Yeah. In southwest of Russellville. I see it. They included that. Let me go into that. All right, Davion, go ahead and bring that up real quick.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it just barely. I didn't. You see Yell County, but also Perry County, and then extreme southern Pope County.
The man,
But
the myth,
I don't
the
think that's going to
legend.
continue. What?
Oh
Baja Blast Freezies.
my goodness.
For the team.
I'm
like the waiter.
Load it up.
It does not feel
Yeah,
how late
Look
it
at
is.
this.
You guys have already had multiple cans, so
Look at this.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. It's only right,
some
right?
large ones, right? It's only right that you
Oh,
have
my
that.
Now
goodness.
the freezies are the best. man.
Yes,
The
these are the
freezies.
best,
Have you ever had the
right?
freezies?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Oh yeah.
absolutely. Take.
Did you crush a bean burrito?
Thank you.
I did
thank
not. I'm not feeling dangerous
No,
this
no?
morning. I'm
Okay.
not living dangerously.
You're not going to pet that bean burrito? All right.
There we go. Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, Russellville, you woke up to the phones going off, and if you have WeatherCall Next Gen, that's exactly what would happen because you are in the path of this storm,
Yep.
and you are in the path of the warning. Josh, so how was the wind out there? Was it cranking pretty good?
It's cranking pretty good. I was watching it all morning long in Bella Vista.
Yeah.
Of course, Northwest Arkansas, as we said multiple times yesterday.
Yeah.
I guess at this point. Northwest Arkansas just didn't have as many ingredients
Yep.
as the River Valley did, which is why those storms really ramped up along the I-40 corridor. But I guess the craziest thing I personally saw this morning was the guy driving on a motorcycle along the state 49 and the rain and lightning. I mean, that guy's built different.
Just
crazy.
just chilling.
We just got a
Man,
flash
there
on
was a
Mount
lightning.
Magazine. Yeah.
There was a flash.
Josh, check this out. One little baby supercell. Like,
Oh, there he is.
and then
Could you see the storm? Any type of structure?
and then it
Must be-
choked itself out.
Of course,
Trying to.
is it low top?
Yeah, that's pretty small. Pretty
It's kind
low.
of hanging out by itself.
Now you got to move it a little bit to the
Little.
left.
Little
Russville.
guy. Little engine that
Russellville.
could.
Trash.
No, right?
Yeah.
Little guy.
Terrible lightning.
Terrible lightning.
How many tornado warnings did we go in for so far? Well, so far, but we're done.
5?
5? Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot
I
of
haven't
severe
heard anything
thunderstorm
about
warnings.
Quincy in a while. Could you please
But
tell
just-
me?
Not
Well-
the correct orientation of the line.
Mm-mm.
We can, and I'm waiting for the
I'm thankful.
the radar to load in St.
Very
Louis. But
thankful.
you got to
Yes,
remember
yes.
too that we don't cover
seeing the storms we saw earlier and like
we don't
Indiana,
cover all the
Illinois.
storms. But this is a look. So the tornado warning has dropped for the St. Louis area.
Trouble.
This is what we've got for this line. Radar indicated
Nice.
tornado possible. And this is for now Quincy is like in Illinois, if that's what you're talking about. And the tornado threat is winding down for that. There could be some QLCS tornado potential, but
That's when we saw like right before.
as far as Quincy is concerned, that's a ways up there. So
That's the
so
rotation.
Russellville, here's what we want to do. We want to do a storm track. What's the speed of that warning? Which, if it lasts, we'll see.
Got you real quick.
So let's zip down to Northwest Arkansas. Let's show you the latest on the warnings here. We flip the radar back to
45.
SRX. So till 2:45, severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado potential. Some gusty winds. Oh, I bet you Gaither has that storm coming now. Let's look.
That.
Oh, yeah. I bet it's taking off. Let me get the camera.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Sound like Bob. Mm.
Yeah. What about Bob?
What about Bob?
Would you stop that? Man, Richard Dreyfuss goes nuts in that movie. I love it.
He's perfect for a kid
He
like
just
that.
absolutely loses
I
it.
live in Jefferson City and a crazy storm. Just
Kind of like some of these people on social media.
Mm-mm-mm.
Just absolutely lose it.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Now, that has been very impressive all morning with the lightning.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a
Oh
show.
man.
Yeah. Highly electrified. Mark is saying sirens going off in Hickson, or sirens going off in Russellville. That's from Mark Hickson.
They continue that trend.
That's that storm down to the south. Yep.
It still shows up, and what's wild is those cells just never look all that impressive, but yet they still tornado warn. Like they're just like weaker cells. Let's show you on that. So, is this storm really going to move into Russellville? What do you think? I think it goes south of
I think
Russellville.
it goes south.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if it's got a tornado, it needs to turn right because it has no cell interactions. That's what happened up in Illinois earlier.
Oh man,
That was bad. That was beast mode.
Boone, Newton, Arkansas continues severe thunderstorm. Yep, got that.
Okay, Abby. There's just no need for that.
Okay, whatever. Delete.
Goodbye.
Block.
Out of here.
See ya. I mean, come on. All you
Yeah.
guys have been working all night.
2:30 in the morning.
2:30 in the morning.
You want to be a little grumpy,
Yeah.
grumpy cat?
Yeah, miss.
Be that. All right, back to max 2. I want to see if we can see any type of structure with it. Yeah, the winds are starting to pick up at Gaither Mountain as that storm starts to move in. Now, I do want to do a storm track on that cell, but I also don't want to miss something on the camera as it's coming in. But till 3 a.m., severe thunderstorm warning for Harrison, for Jasper, for Limestone, for Ozone. And by the way, we're not doing live coverage because there's no tornado warnings in our coverage area. So this is the stream. This is a little more laid back. And this isn't our coverage area either. This is more of Little Rock. So Little Rock covers Yell and Pope County. Now, I do want to do a track on this and show you that I don't think this is going to be moving into Russellville. The warning does include Russellville, but it's only on the southern side. So if we take this and move it to the northeast at about, I want to get the speed right here. So let me go ahead and see the speed. I really wish Max would say the storm motion in the actual warning. So moving east at 35. Let's do it. So a little bit of a slower speed on this. And let's track that east. And I'm going to take this south of Russellville. So I don't think this impacts Russellville, but Danville. Now that's my kind of town, Danville.
The Army of Dans.
Plainview, and you say ARD CASA,
Tech.
which stands for some of the local radars in Texas, CASA, and Perry and Atkins. So this is in the Little Rock coverage area. If you're watching, this is focus. You can see the map too showing up on the screen, and this is Northwest Arkansas, River Valley, all those warnings. Notice the tornado warning doesn't show up because it's east of our county warn area, our coverage area. But there you can see the path of that storm. Notice that it will be tracking south of the Russellville area. And that's it. So if you're wondering about Northwest Arkansas, man, you're done. This is all moving out. That's going to be the end of it. We'll take a look at this as we look at our Harrison WeatherBug Network camera.
Strong winds just to the east of Harrison.
Joplin is so far north. There's absolutely nothing there. Look at the winds, though. This camera is shaking. Okay, let's take the camera at Gaither Mountain and point it south. Straight south. Whoa, look at that. Look, here comes the RFD.
Gonna be right over the camera.
Oh,
There you go.
Man.
Yeah.
this is directly south.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can get any lightning with it.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, thank
Pick
you.
up the camera. Yeah.
No, don't.
It's trying to. Immediately.
Okay, here's a good question. I'm hearing wind in Bella Vista. Oops, hold on. Where'd that go? Oh, here it is. You're probably seeing the wake low. I bet you there's going to be a wake low behind this line.
Yeah.
And the winds are going to get gusty, but that doesn't mean the storm or the tornado potential is there. Okay, actually, we want to do north of Harrison now. We're going to flip the camera back around because that circulation is north of Harrison.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Horizontal.
there it is.
Pretty strong winds.
Mhm.
Man.
Damaging wind threat definitely paid.
Not necessarily a velocity couplet on the bookend part, but
Let's go northeast now so we can see the city of Harrison and the lights. In case there's a power flash or any type of lights that go out from the wind. Well, it's like all of Harrison went out. No, I'm just kidding. It's just shrouded in rain and clouds. Yeah, a little bit of a circuit. I'm going to bring this up on max 1. There's that area rotation. Oh, man. What a lightning flash. And we just missed it, too.
Likes to hide.
You got to love
Right.
that. All right.
Yeah,
I
he
want
loves
to
to
show
hide.
both of you.
right.
Now
There
you
it
can't miss
is.
it. There you go.
Please don't. Oh, okay.
I know I'm getting scared.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little
Please.
scared
Please
for this
don't.
camera.
Just got it back on.
In trouble.
Our Kisser FM camera went
Something
down,
small.
too.
Of course.
Yeah, it was
Oh, yeah.
pea-sized.
As soon as we
C-size,
started
barely.
recording.
Barely. I never was impressed with that hail potential.
Oops. What did I
Oh.
do?
Got dual panel of both, the same thing.
Bob Blasman.
Yeah, exactly. Bob. Right. Where?
All right, so let's do a wide view on just to let people know. You know, a lot of people are wondering what's going on, and we're zoomed in because obviously we're focused on the storms. But here's what we're going to do: we're going to show you a wide view, show you how this kind of evolved, and this is basically almost over. So our thread is winding down fast. The line's moving out, and that's going to be the end of it.
It is.
But here's the wide view. Boy, what a bunch of supercells, though. My goodness. Let's go back to this here and take a look at how this all evolved. These storms were amazing. Unfortunately, very destructive. Look at that Amity storm. And then all of a sudden, as soon as that right turned, it started to produce. Now, it wasn't tornado warned yet. I mean, it was warned, but it didn't really produce much until it really started to kick into that low-level jet right there.
Hit that warm front.
Right there. Hit the warm front and just went bonkers. You should have seen the stream that we had right at 6 o'clock. Oh, it was amazing. Oh,
Man,
yeah.
I bet it
that
was
stream
insane.
yeah. We watched it form.
In
and then
fact,
just,
Here.
I'm telling you from a
show
storm
you real
chasing
quick.
perspective, that was about as obvious as it gets.
You can keep
Yeah.
going through that. I know. What a setup.
And what a setup. I mean, it was just, perfect for tornado potential.
I almost lost his
unfortunately.
car. We saw that it was like
Yeah.
a big barrel of hay or something.
Yeah,
that flew towards the car.
and then you had
Oh,
the hail
yeah.
that was pelting the car too.
Yeah.
You had the tornado-driven hail just hitting Brandon's car.
A lot of broken windshields
Latest,
from
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
storms up north, to say the least.
Big time hail.
All right, got stream is up from Cody Hudson, so we can get a look at that. So I'm going to bring that up on Weather 3. Yeah, this mouse is the worst.
Yeah, lags.
The other one doesn't lag. I don't know why this one lags.
Yeah, I was trying to change the refresh rate, but the refresh rate was fine. It's weird.
All right. In the meantime, I'm going to bring this up. So what do you think, Josh? What do you think was the missing ingredient? I mean, there was a lot of warnings. There was a lot of storms, but I was looking at the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear, and it was running southwest and northeast, and I think that's the way the line was oriented too.
Yeah, the orientation of the line just wasn't correct.
Yep.
That was the only missing ingredient because you mentioned the 0-3 kilometer cape. I knew that wasn't going to increase during the overnight hours, especially in the river valley.
oh
and
yeah,
It just never could tap into that.
Nope.
But the energy was there. The instability was there. The storm mode was actually pretty favorable as well. We had a lot of wide normal storms, but just missing one ingredient, thankfully.
yep.
Thankfully.
Thankfully,
Because this could have been a very prolific QLCS tornado maker.
Oh,
man.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Let me see that.
That's exactly what I want to show you.
Oh my
It was
goodness.
just clear as day. Is there any way to make this full screen or no?
I don't think so. You can zoom in, I guess. You can like make the
Yeah, I guess I could do that. We'll just do that.
That's
Control.
not as good as
Oh yeah, you zoom in and it zooms out.
Because of course, yeah.
Right. That's always
All right, hold on.
Absolute mid.
This is
Here's what we can do. Keep them entertained while I'm doing this,
Are you going
so we don't
to
get
do
any
it
other
for-
rude comments.
Here, let's check out Mega Doppler one more time here while Dan's getting that pulled up.
Yep. Very
Maybe, are we
edge.
still looking at that storm in Harrison?
Yeah, we are. It's about to move through Harrison, and then after that, it'll be starting to exit the region.
Yep.
It was some broad rotation as we were looking on the camera. Yeah, there you see the latest scans. Though we're getting to be a little too far.
Just
from
kind
the-
of ebbs and flows.
Yep.
Ebbs and flows. Never-
All night.
Exactly.
But I'll take it.
Your first QLCS event in Northwest Arkansas, Wesley and Davion.
I know.
Expect
It was.
about 95%
I was about
of
to say
systems to be like that.
many more.
Yep.
Yes.
Man.
Yeah.
I'm
best.
still wrapping my head around it. This is week 1
Right?
or technically week 2. I don't know.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Beginning of March.
A little less than one
Right.
and a half.
Right.
Just
Of
really.
storm
Only 11
season.
days, yeah.
I was going to say, obviously we're dealing with storms right now, but next week we got a big cool down coming up, at least briefly. So Punxsutawney Phil at the buzzer.
Yeah,
Try-
maybe.
Yeah.
The buzzer
Maybe
for
hard
one-
freeze.
One day of winter.
It was funny. Dan was like, I think we get down to 25 on Monday. Did you go 25? And he looked at the sheet. He was like, oh yeah, 25.
Oh,
yeah,
25. It's cold.
Yeah, it's
I am
cold.
not ready for that.
What do you guys think about flurry potential?
You know, the Euro did
Yeah.
have some on the backside.
I mean, I
was-
could see it getting squeezed out.
I didn't want to put it on the 7-day too early,
Uh-huh.
but it's
It's
possible.
possible. There's not anything big, but there is flurry potential.
Sees a
What
snow
else
map
was I
on
gonna look
Facebook
at?
the next
I'm
day.
going to show you something else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cody Hudson stream. That's right.
This just in, 8 inches of snow on the way. Please, no.
Please no.
Yeah, no.
Spare us.
Right.
Spare us.
Yeah, Cody
Man,
Hudson's live.
this
Let's bring that
supercell
up.
just did not
Now,
want to stop.
we should be able to possibly. Let's see if this works. So we go back here and we go into palettes, and you should be able to just click on this, watch, and bring up his live stream. Let's see if it works. Because this is our TMP. There it is. So
Nice.
that loads, and then you go here, and this is a live stream from Cody Hudson, one of our storm spotters. But not really seeing much except dark sky.
Yep.
So not much to see there.
This is a hard event to storm spot. That is for sure.
Yeah. All right, still letting this load. That warning, is that still in effect south of Russellville? Looks like we're still having that warning in effect.
They
Can't
did-
really see anything. Most boring stream ever. That's what he just said.
Yeah.
Latest scan is showing signs of timing rotation again. We'll hold off on canceling for now.
And it doesn't include Russellville anymore. They took it out of the warning. Just like we were saying, it's going to go south of Russellville. My gosh, how long does this take to clip? Just clip.
Just do it.
It is.
Will it let you download it?
It's like Office Space when it's going. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Oh, come on! Takes forever to load.
Why did it reprocess things again? I thought it was already done
I
processing.
know. It's like only 5 seconds for a clip here.
Jeez.
Not very long.
The DMV is going to be so confused tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
They're looking at me like, "Are you okay?"
Yo, right?
That is the most boring stream ever, man. That shows you
Has
the
to be.
lightning is the least.
It's done.
Yep, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Go to bed
Yeah.
anywhere in our entire weather coverage area.
Yep. Dunzo. Yep.
I've never seen this take so long to analyze, process.
Yeah, and they continue that tornado
Just
warning.
trolling.
Hold on.
Guess I can look at that now.
That is a persistent. Wait, is that? Oh, yeah.
A little engine that could.
The engine that could there, yep. Wow, that is a little tighter.
Not even any wind, said Cody Hudson.
He
He
can't
said
even
it's
get that.
just dud.
Wow. Not even any wins. Legs turn around. Good night.
Good night.
Getting out of here.
See ya.
Got it. Finally. My goodness.
Now, it's nice to see the stream working now on that. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
isn't that cool?
That is awesome. gonna be very useful.
Okay, I was about to say, is he driving on rocks?
Yeah, there's a lot of those little
Gravel
areas
street.
around there.
All right. I think I can get this now.
Okay.
There's nothing going on there.
Mm-mm.
All right, stand by here. Load up a video file. We'll bring it up in weather here, right here. Okay.
Be forewarned, it's nowhere near here,
Yes.
but it's pretty wild to watch.
This is Illinois, south of Chicago. Brandon Kopic. Yeah,
Oh,
there you can see the
clearly
tornado.
see it
Yeah,
now.
there it is. There we go. Look at
That's,
that. Kind of a foreshadow of this system and what it could bring. Boy, that is a beautiful view and amazing, amazing stream there. Now that's not Norway. So we'll go back to that again.
All right, be forewarned, it's nowhere near here,
Yes.
but it's pretty wild to watch.
This is Illinois, south of Chicago. Brandon Kopic. Yeah,
Oh,
there you can see the
clearly
tornado.
see it
Yeah,
now.
there it is developing. Look at the rear And flank that's, downdraft too. Kind of a Just foreshadow real of this clear system and what it could
That
bring.
was-
Boy, that
that
is
was-
a beautiful.
Look
view.
at the
debris
And,
flying
uh,
around
you
too.
got a lot
Amazing,
bigger than
amazing
that.
stream there. Yeah, Now,
it
that's
did.
not Norway. Got a lot bigger, a lot
Stronger.
faster. So,
It was
anyways,
a barrel of something. that
that'll
was
show
called.
you what we got there. Meanwhile, Cody Hudson driving around, seeing nothing.
Nothing mode activated.
Looks like
Nothing
his
changing.
stream dropped out too, so that's not a good sign. So back to this. This is when this storm really started to crank up, and this is that is a hook right there. And then you got a considerable tornado after that stream that you saw. Then as that continued eastward, look, it just didn't stop. Considerable tornado. It had all the right ingredients. It was just a massive epic supercell. This is where you don't normally see this, but tornado emergency was issued. And so this was earlier. We're going to pop this up on the screen. You'll get to see the information for a tornado emergency. And that shows right there, catastrophic.
Wow. City of Knox, Indiana, I believe.
And it says tornado emergency. So this is the most dangerous tornado warning that you can have. But the thing is it lifted north of Knox and watch the emergency drop off here pretty quick. Yeah.
So
There's-
prayers were answered there.
Yep. And then look, the storm just died.
Got north
Like
of the
after that, it got north of the warm front and it's toast.
See ya.
Well, not completely toast because it still had some
South
tornado
Bend.
warnings.
Kankakee, however you say it, they also had pretty significant.
Yeah, Kankakee. Yeah,
Oh, well,
they took
there's
a pretty
two
big hit.
Kankakees.
No,
Wait,
it's,
what?
Why
it's,
didn't
no,
you
it's,
look?
it's
There's
Kankakee.
two.
No,
There's
there's
two
another.
Kankakees?
No, it's
So it was Kankakee,
it's spelled
Illinois.
it's spelled a
Yeah.
little different. It's
Okay.
similar to Kankakee. I saw that earlier though. I was like, wait, huh?
And
They're
here's
trolling
our
over
line.
It's
that.
like Cam was something.
Now you can see the MCV. Look at that for our area. You could really see that MCV coming through. And like you said, the line was running, north to south and kind of a little bit more northwest, northeast to southwest.
Yeah.
And then you had the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear that was basically oriented this way. So it's almost exactly parallel to the line, which is what prevented the tornado potential from really going crazy.
Thank
That's
goodness.
good.
We'll
Mhm.
take that all day long.
And it looks like we go to now. This isolated supercell still has a tornado warning with it. We will look at Little Rock's radar here. There's the tornado warning. We'll look at the Little Rock velocity. Yeah, that's definitely there.
Yeah.
Danville, be watching out. And Mount Magazine should be able to see something, but there's just not a lot of lightning with this. If we bring up the lightning activity, not much at all.
Those are one of those cold core storms that don't produce a whole lot of lightning.
Yeah.
Low top,
Cold core, low top supercells.
which
Well-
by the way produce the most photogenic tornadoes.
Oh,
Yeah,
That is for
I
sure.
know they do.
Incredible storms.
Doesn't look impressive on radar. Not as impressive. Still rotating.
All right, guys. Well, I think we're going to wind this down at 3 o'clock because the storms are starting to move out, and I think that's going to be it. Are the sirens still going off in Russellville? That is a bad move right there. That is mid-central right there. That does not need to be in Russellville. The warning sirens do not need to be going off. That is not, no.
Central.
Mid central.
Yep.
Adding that to the bank.
Yeah.
Look at that. That storm is way south of Russellville and not even going to come close to Russellville. Now, initially, if we go back in time, Russellville was included in the warning. You'll see this right here. That's when the warning went off, but even that is like the far northwest sections of the warning. So they are trying to improve warning process by doing what's called facets. So basically, forecast continuum of threats, and that's going to be basically when storms move along, the warnings are also going to move along. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up. Boone County.
Okay, yeah.
That's the northern end of the line. Cody said it was pretty mid. Yeah, well, the line. Oh, this is like
They're quiet there too.
this is like extreme eastern Boone County. That's going to be out of there pretty soon. Okay, so that's good to know. You're going to have some high winds in Bellefonte. Thank you, Siri.
She wants to join in on coverage.
Finally has a view and no lightning. I know, exactly. Lake Village, Indiana got hit hard. Yeah, they did. All those storms are pretty crazy. So, wow. Now, just a reminder too, like we can only cover storms in our weather coverage area. And the reason for that is we have newscasts to do. We have shows to put on. We have a lot of things going on, right, Josh? So we don't cover all the storms. So if you're seeing a big time storm in Illinois, yeah, we didn't cover it, but we had that stream going, and we showed that on the TV. But we're different than some of the other streamers that are online. That's all they do. That's their job.
Talk about dodging.
So they're on there. They're not worried about different newscasts. They're not worried about being in place for camera shots. They're not worried about figuring out what's going on next in the newscast. They're not putting together a PowerPoint presentation, essentially, which is what we have to do when we're making our scenes and our selections and to tell the weather story. They're not forecasting 7 days out, for a 7-day forecast. All those things have to be done for us. And that's not necessarily the case for those other streamers. Baja Blast, Baja Blast Freezies.
we get 4 on camera.
But there really is, in case you're trolling us and you're saying, why are you talking about Baja Blast? It's all about the energy. There is a actual meteorological term that we've coined, and it's really important to know because this energy coming in from Baja, the models typically don't handle very well. Now, did they handle this system? I wouldn't say they did too bad.
They didn't do too bad.
No, they didn't do too bad.
Yeah.
But this is the reason why we call it Baja Blast. Look, here's the energy coming in. I'm going to go the last 48 hours back, and you can see this system that's kind of churning off to the southwest. Look at that. All these little disturbances that are moving in from the Baja region fire up thunderstorms. And you can see it. Look, you can see that energy lifting northeastward, and when it does, boom, there's your storms.
Dry punch right there.
Now, it's the small stuff that makes the big stuff happen. So there are times when there's a whole lot of energy that's down here, the upper air sounding network, computer models, airplanes, none of it picks it up. And then all of a sudden it comes ripping through and it forms abundant thunderstorms. So that's why we call it Baja Blast. Another thing that's fun is we need the caffeine. So, so we basically have Baja Blast freezies.
Or double up on it too.
Any chance that storm near Danville drifts northward? I don't think so. No.
And if it drifted northward, it'd be weakening at that point.
Yeah.
Because that wouldn't be favorable for tornado potential.
Yep. Let's go back. Davion, you got the wrong radar on there. That looks like Springfield.
It is. I was looking at the rotation leaving our coverage area.
Whoa. There's a wide view.
How long is it being? That was like 16,000 feet.
Yeah. 16,000 feet. That's up there.
1 million feet in the air. What the world?
Yeah, no, I don't. Pettigene is going to be impacted. Hola.
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 Hola. My favorite town.
East of Danville. Now, I'll tell you this, man. February 5th of 2008, Super Tuesday. This was the area where that storm initially developed. Was Ola, Chickasaw, you got Pettigene, and then east of Danville, and those storms just went nuts after that.
That was a violent tornado.
Yeah.
Very deadly night. Also went through the Clinton area, I believe, near Mountain View as well. I mean, that tells you how long of a track that
Ashland,
was.
High Flat. It was 121.7 miles, which, by the way, is yeah.
I was going to tell you something crazy about that too. You can still see the scars of that storm over 15 years later out near Mountain View.
Yeah.
Like you could tell where the track was because there's so many trees out there, right?
Yeah.
So you can tell where the mature trees are, and then you can tell where like the younger trees are, and that's where the tornado went through that area. I bet if you put a drone up there, you could probably see it too.
Wow.
I mean, that's how strong it was.
Yeah, it was
incredible.
wicked.
Yeah.
When we were flying over Joplin last year over the summer, and we're flying overhead, and Joplin had a scar that you could see from the tornado. Still,
Even from Google Earth.
Yeah, you can see Google Earth.
from that long ago.
I used to check the El Reno scar. I used to be able to see it from Google Earth. I used to do that.
Tornado watch gone. So that's history.
Yep.
See ya.
Here's a look at it. Gown for Northwest Arkansas. Look at that. So go to bed.
Bye-bye.
That tells you right there that there's absolutely nothing that left.
Bye-bye.
There you get to see it. Nothing left. Tornado
Red
watch
flag
gone.
warnings out west.
One last warning that's starting to move out. Let me see if I can find that. I got a picture of it. Let's see your scar. Who knows what the heck I labeled it? You think I'm the best at labeling graphics? Probably not.
I'm sure there are worse. I've heard about worse.
Yeah.
There's some stations that don't even organize graphics into categories. It's just no category assigned for everything.
And we're
Can
going
you
to call
imagine
this radar
Oh man.
radar.
Yeah.
And we're going to call that radar with a capital R.
You.
that? Yes. Letter
This
code
is radar 2 R's.
radar 1. Radar 2. Radar 3. Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm looking for it. I don't know if I see it, and I don't know if I have it. Let's see here. Joplin. Don't.
No reason to stay mic'd up with this one.
You have 5? Nope. Nothing.
Oh.
The batteries
That
are
was
probably
the end
cooked.
of them, yeah. Let's see. I looked up Scar and I didn't see it. No, nothing.
Oh.
Who knows where
Drone?
it is. Nope.
Yeah.
Drone.
Just trying.
Ariel Joplin. Which is always a hard word to
That is a
spell.
hard word to spell.
Path?
We're trying all the keywords. Like, whoa.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Got
No, nothing.
Never mind.
Hey, that was a good try, though.
I know.
That one actually
I
populated.
tried it.
You know what? Here, I'll just try to
Like we're
find
playing
it.
taboo.
Can you bring up Mega Doppler in the meantime while we're looking for this? And then we got basically no view of anything. There's that tornado warned cell. Still warned.
This is out of our coverage area, by the way.
Yep.
It's meandering along right now. I don't see anything.
Well, Russellville shouldn't be sounding sirens.
Yeah, that's crazy. How fast is that storm?
A little engine that could.
Man, did
I
I?
think it said 35.
35, yeah.
That's
It's a
good.
little slower than the other
I was
storms.
about to say,
Mm-hmm.
there's one storm we got. It was moving at 60.
Yeah, forget that. I'm not chasing that.
No, no, not at all.
Tried it.
Tried it.
Not fun.
Tried it. Don't recommend.
You just lose it real fast.
Out here
Man.
too, you get one shot when the storms are moving that quick, and then once it
Yeah.
gets to the mountains, it's over. Your chase is
Oh,
done.
yep, you're
Yep.
done.
Aha!
Time in Greenland. Oh,
We found it.
Mark last.
I don't have it labeled, but this is the Joplin scar as we were flying over. And look, I'll take the camera off the screen so you don't have to see that. But look, you can clearly see the tornado path.
It's insane.
it's insane.
Here, I'm just going to bring it up because you can't draw on it when you're okay. So I'll be able to tell us straight now. Look, this is Joplin. This is about 20th and Range Line right here. Here's I-44. and 71, which is I-49 now. And look, you can see the way that the tornado started northeast. This is about by the hospital. And then it turns southeast, as you know, when it crossed. So that's the exact path of the Joplin tornado. And then it turns southeast, and you can actually see the battle scar. When I was flying overhead and I saw Joplin, I could not believe that. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. That is 15 years later.
Unbelievable.
That you can still see the path of that Joplin tornado. Isn't that crazy?
You think you can see the more one?
Powerful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And see, this is the neighborhood that got leveled. You can see that area, 20th and Range Line. There's all of that. There's the hospital right in there. And then it continued, so started southwest. This is, by the way, Double J Highway, like basically right here. So this is where the tornado initially touched down. Now, here's what we can do. We'll bring up on the path. If we look at damage assessment toolkit.
How like fast that tornado formed and then turned violent.
Yeah,
Well,
that
cell
was,
interaction.
Yeah.
and it developed so
Yeah,
fast.
like video, you see funnel cloud, and then
Yeah. And to tell you about the power of the storm too, I have friends who still live in the Carthage area, which is northeast of Joplin, and the debris was getting lofted so high that there was like pieces of roofs and trees falling out of the sky in Carthage.
yeah, which is insane.
Yeah, and that
I remember hearing about I remember that 2011 same year, but the outbreak. James Spann was getting reported. He was like, "There's insulation falling from the Hackleberg, the Phil Campbell Hackleberg," and I was like, "Yeah, that's bad."
Yeah, oh my god,
that cell was nowhere near them yet, and they had insulation just raining from the sky.
2011 was the year.
The year,
Yes, the year of all time.
man.
What?
I don't think that it'd be very hard to top that year in our lifetime. Again.
Yeah,
That is for
100%.
Sure.
That is one of the once in a lifetime kind of setups
For the
into
path.
career, yeah.
I mean, kind of
It doesn't show up on the damage assessment toolkit.
every single day.
Right.
What in the world? All right, hold on.
Budget cuts. Budget cuts.
How the heck does that not? How does that not show up on the damage assessment toolkit?
Budget cuts, man.
Hold on, I'll get it. There's more than one way to do this.
Exactly.
All right. 5, 22, 2020, 2011. What?
That's not fun.
Oh my goodness.
What are you doing?
This whole thing's just going down.
Golly, finally, my goodness gracious. Do you stop? Frustrated here.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, it's May 22nd. And look, you can actually see the way that this is going. So check this out. Here's the actual path of the tornado. Look at this. Wow. So there it is, starting, moving northeast, and then turning southeast. So that is exact. Check that out. That is wild. You think I was crazy, but I'm not.
Yeah,
That's insane.
it's perfect.
I mean, that's
Look at the
exactly
lined up.
what we're looking for. Check this out. We're going to go back to, we can do a double box. Yeah, we'll do a double box on this. So you get to see, we'll remove this from the stage. Add this. I guess we can't do that. Let's do this here. There you go. Bring it up a little larger. So there's the path, moving northeast and then turning southeast. And then we go back to this and we go back to the full screen. There you go. Look, that's it. You can tell it's the exact same path. That's pretty cool.
Crazy how you can.
That's pretty
Still
wild. I
see
saw
that.
it. Yeah.
15 years later.
We got one more warning, and then it's pretty much gonna stop getting loud in Western Grove. Absolutely. Let's go back to the radar here. By the way, we're watching stuff behind the scenes, just to let you know. You can see Davion, he's on top of it. Western Grove's getting loud because there's lightning and thunder, but here's the good news. That's not tornadic and not severe, so let's move that off of there. One more warning that's left for northeastern Newton and eastern Boone County. But honestly, the storm's moved out of Boone County.
Yeah. Most dangerous part of the storm.
And just a weak cell that's still tornado warm, but the rotation's pretty broad, pretty weak. It's like it just is lacking the ingredients. So Russellville, you're good. You should have been good a long time ago. Computer system is sleepy. Yeah, 2011 was also a La Nina.
Oh yeah.
We were cooked, man. La Nina is what they do is they typically bring very active amplified weather patterns. So all right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're shutting her down. That's about it. So 4:30, 4 hours, 30-minute stream.
Yep.
Getting tired of these.
When I got some Baja Blast,
Getting tired of everything.
2 or 3 hours, right? Yeah.
Flipping, you guys are fine. Now flipping on, I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
Flipping on February 5th, 2008 was also an area that got hit by a tornado. So.
Yes.
We used to have a reporter called Alex Flippin. He was working at KNWA. So we'll show you here real quick, just in case we bounce off this stream. So if we zoom in, Flippin is basically just to the east of Harrison, east of Yellville. Keep working your way, Gassville, Norfolk. Keep going east, Oxford, Salem, Ash Flat. Got to kind of zoom in a little bit. It's a smaller community. Go a little bit more west.
Okay.
We should have it on Mega Doppler. It's just east of Summit.
Alright, so if I go to
Probably northeast of Yellville.
Mhm.
Which should show up.
wait, so here's Gassville, here's Yellville.
Yeah, just zoom in.
Between.
There's
Perfect.
Flippin. Get the camera off the screen.
Highway 412.
Beautiful area, by the way.
Yeah, it is. You're fine. Little area of the storm moving in. Is that the most recent radar?
Mhm.
Even that, the cell's lifted north, and so that is a severe thunderstorm warning. But
Looks like a mess.
let's look at from Springfield real quick, just in case. Yeah, I know. It's in between Yellville and Gassville. Mm.
There you go.
All of you were flickering, I bet. A lot of lightning. Yeah. That part of the cell that's coming into southwest Missouri will probably tornado.
As per usual.
Mm-hmm.
Typical.
Not surprised.
Our flippin' farmstead. That sounds funny. I swear a tornado went through Boone County.
Oh, how about that?
There's probably some strong winds, some straight line
A lot
winds,
of sideways rain, to say the least.
but I don't think a tornado.
No.
But let us know if there's damage. And if there's damage, then the Weather Service can come out and survey it. I don't think we missed anything, though.
Check out Mountain Grove.
I heard that
Up in
Gassville has a
Missouri.
really good Taco Bell.
Yeah. Had to bring that up, huh, Josh?
Can't beat it.
You guys are a joke.
Drinking Baja Blast. I've never seen
Yeah.
a news station do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a live stream,
We're a
so
little
it's not the
unique.
newscast.
We're a little unique here.
Oh, check that out. Check out that one area of rotation.
Well, that was a good run.
Yes.
We'll see what happens later on. But that warning is about to expire here. They should crop it out of Boone County, honestly. Goes until 3:45. It also shouldn't be including northeastern Newton County at this point. The line is way east of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's it, folks. We waited till the entire line came through. Let's do this since you haven't seen it. We'll bring up the 7-day forecast real briefly. I doubt we have it in severe mode. We don't.
There's no need.
No. All right, here's what we'll see. Northwest Arkansas. Here's your forecast for the Northwest Arkansas area. Isn't that a beautiful picture of Old Main?
Fantastic.
So we got mid-60s tomorrow. Now, the deal is a downward arrow because a cold front's coming in, and that cold front is going to be dropping the temperatures.
Mhm.
Exactly.
That was perfect timing.
Exactly. You got it.
That was good. That was good.
All right. Now, how about the weekend? No, man, the weekend's looking amazing. In fact, weekend, intense applause. And then as we get into the end of the weekend, into early next week, for those that have planted, your plants might not survive. Look at that, 25, 27 tomato plants not going to be doing so well. And then those temperatures, by the way, on Sunday going to be going way down. Still going, still going. All right, let's take a look at the River Valley forecast as we bring that up. So here's your River Valley forecast as temperatures are looking, now let's just say not quite as cold, but still going to be right there. Hey,
Wait, what?
how about that?
Oh, the cut.
Oh, that's the cut-in one.
Hey, invisible.
Sunday, Monday. Oh boy, you're gone.
We're done. It's over.
Too much Baja Blast.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. You got the temperatures in the upper 20s to lower 30s, I think. And then Tuesday, lower 30s as well. So we had that alert AM. That was, I think, very handy. I think multiple tornado warnings just to be on top of it. And then obviously the storm's moving out. There could be additional rain with the frontal boundary moving through. So we'll see how we did weather rate, by the way. We put that in there. So, all right, guys.
We did.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Well, on that note, we guys will see you later. It's the end of our weather coverage. So we'll get gonged out of here. All right. So there you go. All right. Bye, guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for all the comments. Most of them, at least.
99.9.
Yeah. All right. Take care. See you guys.